Hey guys, it's Fletch. Actually got a couple different feeds going on audio for a couple weird reasons. But what I'm going to do is rely on you guys to let me know whether the sound is good. I typically make a sound check personally, but I've got something else. I'm not monitoring it, but I've got to have it open, and I have no way of changing volume on two different programs differently than one another. So once we start broadcasting here and you guys are able to pick up the sound, give me a thumbs up or one if you've got decent sound levels and things sound good to you. If they do, we'll go ahead and get started. Okay, so they sound halfway decent to me, but if you guys are in good shape, give me a one and then we'll just start rolling. So it looks like we got Mary's on. She's responded. Looks like SF George is from a couple days ago, last session. So I'm going to go ahead and do a new project. I'm recording that. Okay. Got that done. That done. I think I can close that, but I'm not going to take a chance on it. Okay, Dave, sounds good. Carrie, good sound. Looks like TJ, Joshter, everything's good. All right, let's get going. Looks like some questions from TJ. Fletch, I have a couple yes/no questions that are too long for the chat, and we'll be sending you email-wise. Shouldn't take more than a couple minutes to answer. Yes, no, and subject line. Okay. Yeah, TJ, not a problem at all. Usually try to get those questions in here. If you've got a chance next time, send them over to me before the session, and then I can just kind of go through them and give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down kind of thing with those yes/nos. One of the main reasons we like to do that is because a lot of times, depending on the questions, a lot of times there are things that other people are encountering as well. So, but yeah, that's perfectly fine this time, TJ. Not a problem at all. Okay, Joster. Okay, do you have any tips for using PBN to juice up a launch jack that's a few weeks away? Just blast away with relevant contextual links over a few days. Absolutely, Joster. Yeah, if you've got a couple weeks, you should be in good shape. You kind of want to have a steady ramping up to launch day, and depending on how long the launch is open, you know, there's a lot of those that turn into evergreen projects or products as well. But yeah, just contextual links. If you can do anything with video and throw some even no follows from Web 2.0s from YouTube or anything like that, it's always good too. Integrating social, I always find is helpful for trying to get rankings quickly as well. That might be something you want to try to integrate. All right, Nathan B. I feel like I'm overthinking my PBN site. For example, I got the hiccups, guys, so if I wind up sounding funny or all disconnected, that's what's going on. Nathan B. I feel like I'm overthinking my PBN site. For example, how much does it matter that something like orangedinosaur.com, I made this name up, have posts about dinosaurs or about the software that the original site was named after? Absolutely nothing at all, Nathan. The original context of the links and topics of the links or the site have nothing to do with what we need to repurpose it and put it on. We can have a site that's supposed to be about you know, childhood development, and we can put things about software on it. We can put things about car insurance on it. It's not a problem at all. Really what we're taking advantage of is that link juice, which is kind of generic or vanilla, and it doesn't really have a theme that goes with it. Right now Google has no connection between the amount of link juice and the topic of that link juice. So that's where we are at the moment, and I would suggest making full use of that. So don't worry about it at all. You've got more than enough to consider on other topics, so that's not one that you need to worry about much. Follow up, Nathan. I just feel weird putting a post about boomerangs on a site that used to be about software and it doesn't have a name that relates to them. Yeah, don't worry about that at all, Nathan. It's not a problem. Okay, Steve, to me, I'm competing for gastroenterologist office website, two of them. One is a brand new site competing with a guy who's making the second site. Okay, don't think he knows nearly as much as I do any tips. Make sure that you do everything you can to hide the origin of your links. So make sure that you get Spider Spanker in place and get it up and running, and make sure that it's blocking links. Other than that, you should be in good shape. I've had the same situation with several of the little EMD, really specific EMD sites that I put up locally, and more often than not, they're up for about 3 or 4 weeks, and I'm kind of going head-to-head with them, and then they go away. Or not 3 or 4 weeks, but 3 or 4 months until Google rolls out a new algorithm or something like that, because more often than not, they wind up over-optimizing or using spam links. So, situation like that, just be anonymous as much as possible and do good SEO. And even if, you know, it's not really a race within the first month or two, it's more of a long-term thing. So just don't get too aggressive trying to beat them out of the gate. More often than not, those sites typically fall away, from my experience. Mary, if you wanted to crush a niche, why wouldn't you just go out and buy a wickedly powerful old domain with a generic URL and use that instead of an EMD and rent it out, like Greg did with KLKS, but for a rental site? You could, Mary. It's a little more upfront cost, but when you start to look at the long-term profitability, that is a very good option. And that's one of the reasons that we talked about using expired domains as money sites. One of the things you got to be aware of and take into consideration is what the anchor text of the existing links to that site are. We need to have a certain profile, and Greg talks about those in detail on his videos. But what we will want, even if we have a lot of domain authority, page authority, and a great expired domain, we're still going to be potentially competing with the anchor text that's in place for rankings. So we want to kind of pay attention to the anchor text that's in place. But other than that, if you've got a lot of branded or generic anchor text or naked URLs that come to your site on those existing links, you're in great shape. And that's a great way to think. You can definitely kill it if you've got a powerful site that you're trying to rank. PJ, whoops, there's my little cursor's not doing what I wanted to do. Okay, so this TJ, he says he's going to go ahead and give it a go here in case there's some other people in the group that having this issue. So there might be a few posts that look separate. You said you use 3 personas, personal, clients, and then app CPA. Okay. Okay, then we got Janet jumping in here. I tend to jump into the day job killer strategy and want to develop my local marketing business website. Okay. Looking for a model. I see Mike's Nashville SEO org site. However, I see he didn't have an opt-in. What type of site do you recommend? You can utilize a site almost exactly like Nashville SEO and not worry about an opt-in. You can also use a site just like Nashville SEO and put an opt-in on it if you want to. That's just more marketing strategy than anything, really figuring out who the people that you want to reach are and what they're likely to do. If they're business people and they're not really going to sit around and consider whether they're going to make a decision for a long time, which I find most business people are, if they're out there actively looking for a solution, they want to pick the phone up and talk to somebody and get the ball rolling. So with that My City SEO type of site, I'm not sure for the demographic that I would typically target. I'm not sure if an opt-in would be that valuable, but I'm not saying it wouldn't work, or it might not, definitely hit a different target demographic than I'm thinking about or that I have targeted myself. So it just depends, Janet. You can do either one, and you can be very successful with them. So yeah, don't just because we give you an example of something that works doesn't mean it's the only thing that works. Not at all. Steve, in evaluating domains for purchase, and checking the strength of the backlinks to the domain, should more emphasis be placed on the PA, DA, or PR of the pages of the sites that are the source of the links? Many links have high PR, have no PR, but have high DA and PA. They all come into play, Steve. when we're looking at the links, I still pay attention to PR, but you really want to be aware of these two factors as well. If you're getting links to an expired domain that have all three, that's ideal. Even though PR is not as important as it has been in the past, and it's becoming less and less important, it's still a pretty decent marker of the kind of juice that you're going to get to the site. Over time, it's going to become more of this, but at the moment, we're still able to kind of quantify a lot of it with PR. So I know that's not a great answer, but we're kind of in a transition period right now where PR has been the important thing in the past, and we're moving more and more toward PA and DA. So they're kind of all important right now. Okay, Kia, blog comment links. Do you recommend that? Yeah, they can be fine, Kia. If we're sending them to our money site, we don't want to use link building tools to do that because they're typically pretty low quality. But if you're going out and you're writing an actual real blog comment one-off on somebody's related, a blog in your niche or something like that, there's nothing wrong with them. It's just we don't want to use link building tools to spam those out all over the internet. You can put Spider Spanker on a money site, Dave. The reason we would do that is if you're getting a lot of traffic and you're getting the bots crawling your site a lot, Spider Spanker is going to be able to decrease the amount of bot traffic that you have on your site. That's the real reason. So what it does is it blocks, once a spider hits your site, it's going to hit your site anyway. The aggregator bots, what Spider Spanker does is just tells them to go away or go back where they came from. No, pardon me. So yeah, you can put it on there, but you don't need to. And if you do, the purpose would be to just decrease the traffic, maybe save some bandwidth on your site. Carrie, just an FYI, I purchased a domain from PolySing, DA 31PA30 PR5, linking to it for $89. Transfer domain 30 minutes. Highly recommend. That's good information, Carrie. Thank you. Okay, Stephen Tuvey. The doctor's office I'm competing for is to rank their two sites, their own sites. Okay. I know it will be more expensive. Any value propositions? I'm proposing first page domination. Really, with something like that where they're their sites, the big value that you're going to be able to add is long-term rankings. Nobody's able to show track records that go back into an entire year of rankings. And with the kind of model home examples that we give you guys access to, that Greg has ranked, we have sites that have ranked very well for over a year. The ability to control the source of our links is another huge one, which means that even if algorithms do change, they're not going to burn the sites that they have put invested work, time and effort and money into. So it's very likely that any of your competition is not going to be able to guarantee that, which means that they are kind of gambling with the value of the websites that they want you guys to rank. So that's one that I would definitely kind of hammer on, Stephen. TJ, if you're using one for clients, does he set up a personal Facebook page and fan pages in that name? Since you already have that in place, do you then offer the 2.0 service, i.e. fan page to the client as an add-on? Yes, exactly, TJ. So you can add fan pages to a personal Facebook account very easily. They don't necessarily need to be owned by you or controlled by you. They're just essentially you saying you're a fan of this such and such business or such and such movement or fundraising activity, whatever it might be, and you can attach those to your personal Facebook account without too much trouble. So a lot of times I'll set that one up on the affiliate or CPA profile that I have, just because the one I have for online marketing, as you guys probably could expect, is it gets a lot of activity from other people that are in our niche, and I don't want to have a ton of people crawling my site to see what all my projects are about that are potentially going to try to do the same thing I'm doing. Carrie, how did you determine the silo structure for your projects, assuming you didn't use any of the Network Empire tools? For the most part, I thought about it, Carrie, and it sounds kind of trite, but it is. On a site where you want to rank for 3 or 4 kind of target keywords, even using like the Google Keyword Planner, or even not even using that, just going out and checking the top 10 results of your competition and figuring out what the title tags and the URL structure is on their pages would be a great way to figure out what the relevant terms are and keywords, and then kind of put those in a big pool and just kind of draw circles around the stuff that's related and just say, okay, here are my 3 or 4 silos, and then kind of look at them and say, okay, of all these, this is the, this would be the top level, and the rest of these terms are going to support that top level of this silo. That's how I would do it if I didn't have access to any keyword tools. If you've got TLKT or Kraken or something like that, it definitely it kind of does that type of thing for you. But you can do it without. It just takes more time. TJ, do you use the same strategy for social MS GSA as a third persona for all your AF and CPA sites? Does this cause a footprint in terms of each of the 3 personas? Do you use the same strategy for? Not necessarily, TJ, and there's a couple things I'm doing to break that footprint up. I'm not really quite as worried about a lot of the sites I have are things that I am, I guess, happy to put my name on, and so they're branded in some fashion or another. And because of that, I'm not at all concerned with the footprint that would be exposed on what would be, the WR1 level, which would be all the properties that I have branded that are my identity. Beyond that, I'm a little more conservative, I guess you could say, as far as what I'll post. In the situations like that, I'll try to just make generic, social accounts and not really attach them to my big main money social profiles, I guess. Dave E. I have a subdomain with a DA39, PA45, and a PR2. Should I redirect the main domain to create a separate PBN? Okay, I see what you're talking. Okay, I read right over the fact that it's a subdomain. Well, that's a decent question, Dave. Why would you not just use that subdomain as a PBN? You're able to link out from that. Your domain authority is going to be something. Your DA is going to be your subdomain and whatever other subdomains are there. Page authority is just going to stick with your subdomain. So even if you redirect over to your root domain or some other sub or even another site, your page authority is not going to transfer fully. Whereas if you just link out from the site as it exists and treat that subdomain as a PBN potentially, a PBN site, I think that might be where you can get the most value out of what you're working with there. Unless I'm missing something as far as what's on the root domain or other subdomains on that site. Bob Limley, do you Magic Submitter? And if so, when do you use it? Bob, I used it pretty much the entirety of last year. When we had the event in Nashville, we had someone named Jimmy Kelly speak, and he was pretty he spoke a lot about a tool called GSA, which does essentially the same thing. Because of my position that I'm in with, helping to train and coach and teach people, I wanted to check it out, and when I did, I actually found out that I like the interface better. Both tools work very well, and they work for essentially the exact same thing. What we can do with those tools is rank sites that have a high domain authority. So if we build a Facebook page or a YouTube video or something like that, we use Magic Submitter kind of as a link building tool for that. We also use GSA for that. So you can check out the videos by Jimmy Kelly, and he talks about GSA. Anything with Magic Submitter, both of those tools are kind of interchangeable to a degree. They just have a different interface, and depending on what you like, you may like one better than the other. Okay, Janet. In evaluating the niche I intend to enter, I found a PR4 business site on page 1, position number 2, with no other duplicate listings on the page. The business spends marketing money, even sponsoring the local national sports team. Okay. And then the continuation, what do you think about a strategy of offering to get them all over page 1 SEO Hangouts with all those other types of properties? If they've got marketing spend that they're happy to do that with, and they look to be spending money on SEO or other online marketing ventures, I think that would be an ideal client to go after, to target, Janet. I think you definitely be able to offer a lot of value in a lot of different ways, especially if they're doing things like trying to sponsor teams and get their name out there that way. If you can pretty much cover the front page for their big money keywords, that's going to be the same kind of, you're not associating it with a professional sports team, whatever it might be. But at the same time, anybody looking for any of their services is going to see them plastered all over the first page of Google. Same kind of effect. So I think that would be a great target client for you. Okay, Stephen Toomey, I found a DUI attorney who was doing online marketing but no real SEO strategy. He's on page 2 for his keywords and was going to propose taking over his sites and his social sites, ranking those with total domination. Should I do that or build my own and rent it out? Depends on how easy he is to work with, Stephen. If he seems kind of wily and apprehensive to just be a client for you, where you're ranking his stuff, I would totally be, if he's not doing a lot, if there's not a ton of competition. DUI attorneys typically have some decent competition for SEO, but we can win. It just, you have to look at the resources you got to spend and the time and things like that. If you build those properties up, they're definitely going to be things you can monetize. So when I get into a market, I always have this is my primary option, but I like to always have 2 fallback ways to monetize the sites I'm building, just because things happen. Different circumstances come up, and you may not be able to monetize it the way you want to initially. And if you have a couple fallback options, it's easier to justify spending the money and the time to build up those properties and get them ranked. I'll put it that way. Oh, Mike, SLC update on plugin installs. No, I've got a list that I'm working through still, Mike. Yeah, it's been kind of held up a little bit. We've had some craziness going on, but we're kind of right to the end of our I think this week will be the last of a lot of other things on my plate that have taken up some of my time. So I intend to get to them this week. I do apologize for the hold up on that, though. Okay, Eve, do you worry about footprints on Web 2.0 sites? Examples set up on same IP. No, with that type of thing, not too much. With Web 2s, you've got so many different sites on those IP addresses. I'm not worried about it too much. If you had 4 or 5 different Weebly pages that were all linking to the same money site, that would probably be about the extent that I would do, just because I want to have a diversity and some, make it look natural. As much as anything, just make it look natural. It doesn't make sense for somebody to build out, 30 Weebly pages and link them all to one single money site in a local niche. That's just not a reasonable, type of situation to have. So just kind of do that kind of thinking on those, Eve. TJ, okay. I am TJ. My personal sites are on shared hosting, and that's good. Okay. Links for my 10 site PBN client sites. I am JB. Okay. JB has a Facebook page that is involved with the client fan pages. Uses the same PBN. Okay. Should be in good shape still. Affiliate CPA sites are LL and same thing applies to them. Google Plus, Facebook page, and fan pages, PBN. That's how I look at TI and wonder then if I could be creating a force situation. What do you mean by TI there, TJ? Client EAF, CPA sites are all individual C-class IPs. Okay. Yeah, well, your shared hosting, you should still have different IP addresses on that, TJ, if you're following kind of what we've been talking about and teaching. If you're talking about the connection between 2 or 3 of the sites being your social accounts, I wouldn't worry about that too much. A lot of times Google and the social accounts they aren't real friendly with one another anyway. You know, Facebook and Google aren't, you know, they have some overlapping interests, I'll put it that way. And then follow up, and then should I be logging into another IP address for them, or is home okay? All right, so this is getting a little bit convoluted, TJ. I know I told you to ask these here. Put that in an email, because I'm going to have to think about it and probably draw a little diagram with what I see the question being and what we can do to make sure that it's as safe as possible. So yeah, let's move that over to email, and then I'll do a diagram. And it sounds like a question that probably a lot of people will have, though. So after the diagram, I'll probably do an over the shoulder explaining what I'm talking about. Make it generic, so you know I'm not sharing your details with anybody, but that's probably the best way to move forward with that, TJ. Okay, Janet, from your videos, I see that you work on a Mac. Yep. Is there any trouble incompatibility with using a Mac for BPS? To understand accesses all the SEO functions within a Windows interface. A bit confused how it works. Yeah, no, Janet, it works fine. You use something called remote desktop connection. I'll type it in here. And remote desktop connection essentially just logs into an interface on a Windows machine. It can be a regular machine or a server. In our case, we use servers for the link building tools and other things like that. The only, I guess the only weird thing is just, you know, doing a right click. You have to do a control click on a Mac to access the functions of a right click on a PC. Other than that, though, it is as seamless an integration as I've ever encountered. You know, I've used virtual machines on my Mac, kind of embedded, that run in the background. And I actually like the remote desktop connection on a virtual server even better. It doesn't eat up your processor at all. It's free. It's easy to set up. You just type in the IP address and then your login information, and it just logged right in. So I've been using a setup like this for about 1.5 years now, and I haven't had any trouble at all. I'd highly recommend it for anybody who likes to work on a Mac, but you know, has to use some of the PC tools for SEO. It's I think it's preferable to do this than to buy another PC that you would do that type of thing on. Yeah, TJ, with okay, you're talking about HostGator. 40 plus $2 per month for C-class IPs. Host9 charges $25 for reseller with all individual C-class. Yeah, so on Host9, TJ, you can get it so that each website has a C-class that's different than the next one, but you just get assigned that, so you got to pay attention to it. Carrie, Spider Spanker recommended for your money sites as well as your PBNs. Yeah, you can put it on there. What it's going to do is potentially help you out on your bandwidth throttling if you've got a bunch of spiders crawling your site way too often. Depends on how big a site you have and the kind of bots that you got going on with it. But you can install it there. It's not necessary, but you can do that. And Spider Spanker Pro, yeah, it has a couple things that save you time when you're installing it across a bunch of different sites, Carrie. That's the main difference. Spider Spanker by itself works the exact same way. You just have to configure it each time. Pro lets you kind of make a profile and apply it to all your different sites. Stephen Toomey, I'm confused when you're talking about shared hosting. I have a Bluehost account. Should I be using something different or more than just Bluehost? Yeah, what we really try to get to with that, Stephen, is to make sure that all of our money sites and PBN sites are on different C-class IP addresses. With Bluehost, I haven't looked into whether or not there's an option with them. I actually really like Bluehost. It's the company I worked with when I just had, 2 construction websites that were mine. And their interfaces are easy to work with, and it's easy to repoint sites over to different hosting and things of that nature. But I'm not sure whether they offer you the ability to get your sites hosted on separate IP addresses without starting different accounts. So if you're using different accounts for each of your sites, that's fine, because that will likely get you different C-class IP addresses for each of those sites. But what we're trying to do with different C-class IPs on our hosting is to make sure that not all of our money sites are on the exact same IP address, and we're pointing a bunch of PBN links that are on that same address, the same IP address, to a money site on that same IP address, and thereby really creating a situation where Google's going to be able to look at that and say, yeah, there's something fishy going on here. Let's go ahead and either do a manual review on it or put some kind of filter penalty on it, and you wind up getting hit with a loss in rankings. SF George got a MD page number 1, or page 1, number 1 forever, but it's under attack. 3 new pages, 1 MD's appeared lately. He is name ranked mostly. Would you add pages by subspecialty and hit those? Oops. Where'd it go here? And hit those from PBN, or would you leave the number 1 site alone and attack with new HDURL and hit that with PBN, or both? Well, most of the time both is better if you've got the resources for it. An HDURL, there's a lot. They rank so well and so easily. If you guys haven't tried to do that, I know a lot of people have probably experienced, or if you haven't, you probably have created that situation and just not realized it. If you've got an expired domain that you set up as a PBN and you theme it out and have it all about a certain type of topic, very strong likelihood that you've actually probably ranked some of those posts. A lot of people just don't realize it because they don't track keyword rankings or traffic on their PBN, but that happens more often than not. So yeah, I would try to incorporate that if you can, and yeah, just continue to do work on the existing page. See if you can come up with a content posting strategy where they keep some fresh, relevant content out there. If they've got a blog, something like that, that's definitely going to help as well. Okay, TJ, my reseller account with Host9 provides a new Class C for every new account auto-magically. Yeah, it'll do that, TJ. You just want to make sure that when it gets assigned that new C-Class IP, that it is, in fact, a new C-Class IP for your reseller account, because sometimes it can duplicate one that it assigned you earlier. For the most part, it really doesn't happen because they have so many server banks, but it's just something to be mindful of, best practices kind of thing. Janet, thanks for the Mac Windows clarification. You just saved me from buying a PC. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, just do a search for that and download the program, and it's up and running in 5 minutes or so. Follow up, what size VPS do you recommend? Jimmy, you mentioned 8 gig. If you intend to get serious with GSA, what do you use? 8 gig is the least I'd probably use is an 8 gig. That's what I've got set up right now, an 8 gigabyte processor on my, or 8 gigs of memory on my VPS at the moment. I'd have to pull up the rest of the specs, but I do remember when I first heard Jimmy talk that those were the specs that he recommended, and I think I do 8 gigabytes, but I know I probably wouldn't have. I usually try to do a little overkill on technology like that because it does come into play quite a bit, Janet, with the speed the speed of link building as well as scraping if you've got G-Scraper running on it as well. Well, yeah, Brad's asking about Spider Spanker leaving a footprint. Yeah, just like any plugin would or a theme would. You know, if you wanted to do a search for the HTML code that only exists in Catalyst, you could do that and return all the results that have Catalyst running on it. That's one of the way hackers identify sites that they can get into. You know, if they find a security breach with a certain plugin or a theme that people who don't update kind of leave an open door for, they can search things that way. It's kind of crazy, but and so in that way, yeah, it's a footprint, but it's not. I don't think it's one that Google really pays that much attention to. It's certainly not high on their list of profitable items to include in their algorithm. Okay, question here from Trong. If today you start with, if you start new in Day Job Killer with small money, what will you do and where will you start? Kind of depends on your personality and your objective. With me, if you put me in a brand new city, well, if I was in a city I knew or one that I didn't know, either way, I would try to do some kind of a networking event to get in front of people face to face and just put a personality and a real person behind what I was trying to do, whether that's a chamber of commerce or a business networking environment or something along those lines. And I'm talking just strictly like if you had 30 days to make money. I'm not talking about ranking for my city SEO, which I think is an amazing strategy. It's probably the best way you can get up and provide kind of long-term recurring income. That's a great way to do it. But if you just have to go out and hustle stuff like that, I really like to try to be as real and transparent as possible and get in front of people naturally that way. So I would get out and just try to sell services that way. Again, depending on your situation and how comfortable you are with sales and things of that nature, you can sell things that you do not have yet. And it's not, quite frankly, it's not shady practice. It's just, that's the nature of business. Bill Gates sold software that he didn't own, and that's how he started Microsoft. And he's now one of the richest men in the world and, provides services to millions of people. That's just the nature of things sometimes. You can get out and do that type of thing. Now, aside from that, if you wanted to do just Day Job Killer and rely on leads coming to you, I feel that the best way to go about doing that is to rank for my city SEO. You can also jump on Elance or Odesk or something like that and pick up some side clients to make money and practice until you get there. But I don't know that that's as attractive of a long-term option as having your own website that's your own property that you have equity in, that's an asset for your business. So hopefully that gives you some ideas and some kind of the mindset that I used and still would use to get in front of clients and get some income coming in. TJ, I have a 4-year-old one-page site that's been migrated. I'm building out a small silo to replace the page. It's partially done. It never had authorship and was not privacy guarded, but now is. Okay. Would you wait until it's built out to put a link to one of the internal pages that is finished, or start now? Yeah, no, it doesn't have to be finished. I mean, sites, even if they're static pages, sites are not supposed to be, you know, totally done and never change. You can have links in place to, you know, in development websites, and that's not a problem, TJ. I wouldn't worry about it too much. If you've got a ton of really generic, like Latin placeholder content, I might think about moving some of that around, because Google's becoming better and better at ranking entire sites as opposed to just single pages. And so if you've got, you know, the plans for 10 or 12 pages, but you only have 2 of them done, TJ, you're fine. Go ahead and link to it. If you've got 10 or 12 pages already in place that have just weird placeholder content on it that has nothing to do with what you're actually trying to rank for, you might want to hold off a little bit. Just kind of depends on what you've got there. Okay, Carrie, let's talk ranking. What do you use to estimate how long it would take to move from something onto page 1, position 1? Roll dice. I honestly don't know of any surefire formulas at all, Carrie. I've had things that surprised me in both directions. You know, like times I came into a market and I looked around, there's no competition at all, and 3 months later I'm sitting at the bottom of page 1, and I can't figure out really why. There's other times that in 2 or 3 weeks I'm sitting at number 2 and I really haven't done anything to it, and the competition looked like it was stronger. It really, you get better and better at it. Those types of things happen less and less for me now, but there is no estimation tool that I know of. I know Network Empire has some things that they use to estimate, but they're based on fairly complicated formulas and a lot of information put into them. As far as just kind of a rule of thumb, I don't have any for you. Janet, I have a HostGator reseller account for years with a number of sites on it. Most are small. One is about 70 videos and pages. Do you know of any quick and easy way to transfer those sites onto a new server? Host 9 cents seems to be recommended. Hosting for C-class for SEO reasons. Yeah, what you could do pretty easily is use a plugin called Backup Buddy. It's what I use to back all my sites up. Install that on that site and back it up to your local machine, and then once you migrate it across, you just reinstall it from that backup. It'll reinstall all your content as well as your theme and plugins, I think, as well. You can designate what it backs up. You can have kind of a small backup or a big backup. I think the small backup just does the content, so your post pages, tags, all that kind of thing, and then the full backup does everything, including your theme and plugins. There's probably a lot of other ways too, Janet, but that's kind of what I use for my redundancy to back my sites up off-site. TJ, engagementrank.net, which I can silo with engagementrank.net SEO City, and SEO Colorado, which can be SEOcolorado.com business niche City. Which is your best? If you're trying to rank for SEO, TJ, I'd use that one. Biggest difference is that here you've got SEO in your URL string, right? But here you've got SEO in your domain name, which comes before that TLD. I find this to be to have a lot more punch as far as you got to be aware of it for over optimization, but you do in the other case as well. So like things like this is kind of like a partial match if you're trying to rank for like city SEO, because you can put city SEO right here, and you're still okay with only having SEO in the title twice, or in the URL string twice. You can do a lot with this. I would start building it up and getting some age and some DA and stuff in there for obvious reasons, TJ, but for ranking for SEO services, I think that would probably be preferable. This is also something that's probably going to be on somebody's radar a lot higher. This is not a term that's really out there that much right now. So just thinking about conversions and click-through rates, I think SEO Colorado is probably advisable for you. Bob Lindley, I bought an expired domain and then found that Chrome says it has malware and blocks the site. Can I get rid of the malware, or will it actually go away when I put up a WordPress blog for that domain? Yeah, you can get rid of that once you own the domain, because you'll have your own hosting, Bob. That hosting account is going to be where all the files are. So if you bought an actual site with content included and everything like that, you'll have to go through and clean that out. But there's plugins that'll do that for you. If you just bought the domain, once you get it set up on your own hosting, that'll go away. You won't have to worry about it. TJ says he never writes weird Latin content. Well, I just had to put that out there in case you're writing in foreign languages here. Stephen Toomey says Scott Chef told me to say hi. That you have wonderful hair. Well, thank you. I'm not sure how that comes into the SEO puzzle, but it may in fact be the only reason I'm successful. You never can tell. Yeah, I think I heard he had his baby, so I'm excited to hear about that. I'll have to try to catch up with him soon. Thanks for passing that along. Carrie, doesn't the inability to estimate rankings make the My City plus SEO problematic for Fast Start? Time-wise, yeah. I won't say problematic, but it's a variable that we can optimize, but we can't control, Carrie. And that's why I said if you are of the personality type, or at least have enough desire to get out there and make it happen, that getting face-to-face with people is, I feel, the fastest and surest way to get some income coming in. It's what I did. It's what several of the people that I know that have really got off to big starts have done. And you've got this, coming, continuing to build steam behind you. And once it catches up, then you don't have to do that quite as much anymore. But if you want to get out there and just kind of beat the pavement and set meetings and talk about what you do to every person you run into, I still feel that's the best way, the quickest way to get money coming in and, become a professional at doing this. TJ, Janet, if you get a Host9 reseller account, they will migrate for you. Oh, yeah, TJ said they've got a migration service. Very good to know. SF George is asking about migration to TJ. M. Shaw, so glad to be on here. Yeah, it's a new name. Glad to have you. Finally, do you know if I moved hosting from my GoDaddy to SEO hosting or Host9 got private C-class IPs? Can I have my GoDaddy hosting canceled without paying the monthly cost? I bought a 2-year plan. I'm not 100% certain. If GoDaddy is like most of the hosting plans that I buy, when you sign up and you get that monthly cost, they actually charge you for the full amount. So it's possible that you've already paid for your full two years. I know they do that with Host9 and with SEO hosting and Skynet hosting. They all do that. I think, yeah, Bluehost does as well, if I'm not mistaken. So GoDaddy would be the exception if they don't. You'll just have to look at that and see what you actually paid the first time when you got the hosting set up. Janet, in my research, I've sometimes noticed a big difference in results from all entitled city niche versus all entitled niche city. Okay. Any opinion on which may be more reliable? I'm looking at what you've got structured just to make sure I'm seeing what I'm looking at here. No, I don't, quite frankly, have any ideas on why those would return different results. I'm not sure if you can have any kind of an operator without those quotes around it. That would give you kind of the generic broad match. If you can do an all-in-title, but I don't think you can. I think what's in the quotes is going to be what it looks for exactly. But there may be a way to run this operator, this all-in-title operator, Janet. You'll have to do a Google search on it because I'm not certain. That lets you kind of get a broad match on niche city, so it would run them either way and give you kind of both. TJSF George, term used for moving from one entire site to another host. Janet, thanks for the host 9 migration tip. Free 2, very good, very good. TJ says just get in touch with support before you do anything yourself, the best way. Yeah, I've actually, you know, everybody has their own experience, and, you know, depending on the day, you're probably going to encounter different support staff and things like that. But I've had good luck with SEO hosting as well as Host 9 support-wise. My SEO hosting accounts have gotten hit with hackers quite a bit, but frankly, it may not be their fault. There were several sites there that I just didn't stay on top of as far as getting the WordPress versions updated as well as the plugins updated. So I may have left some open doors. Okay, last VPS question from Janet here. Which VPS provider do you use? I've been using BizBuilder Hosting, which is Todd Spears' company, for VPS. I may be looking at another one as well. Joe Marfolio has a guy that he's used that he's very happy with. I want to kind of check it out. I don't like to recommend things that I haven't used personally, just because I don't. You know, there are people I trust, and definitely, and Joe's one of them, quite frankly. But as far as being able to compare the two, the only one I've used is Todd's, and it's what I continue to use. It's what I have GSA set up on in GScraper. And he's got it set up specifically for running those tools, so you can check things out that way. TJ, do you use any program that runs all of your WordPress sites in terms of updates? Yeah, WP Manage is one. It's one that I won't say I skipped the step, because I strategically chose where to spend my time, and getting that set up was something I chose not to spend my time on, but it would have saved me a lot of time. WP Manage lets you manage multiple WordPress installations at the same time for keeping those softwares and things updated, and it's something I need to implement. And yeah, it's best not to have the exact same plugin profile on every site, but it's, 100 sites isn't anything to Google. So if you get, 10,000 sites, that might be something you want to try to make sure you got some variability. Oh yeah, Josh just says Infinite WordPress, Infinite WP. That's one as well. Yes, if George, WP Manage would create a footprint, but again, it's along the lines of plugin. So it's minimal, and I wouldn't worry about it too much, because I understand kind of what you're questioning about. If it's got a database that faces something that Google could see that shows every site that's linked into it, and that's not the case. It's a database that you control access to those platforms from. So the information about all the connections is not something that is visible to Google. It's only visible to you on the back end of that database. All right, let's see if we got audio coming back here. All right, we'll see when looks like we ran our, I think the last question I was on was MSHA's, or the Infinite WordPress not being detectable at SpyBar, which means that it's going to be fine for footprint notifications. So, oh yeah, and then MSHA was asking about notifications. I'll try to get those out earlier, but they're actually something that we aren't doing 100% of. We kind of like people to put a little effort into getting onto these things. For the first little bit, I'm putting announcements out as much as I can, but the news feed in the omgmachines.com members area is where you're going to get announcements about the office hour times. So looks like Carrie's got to take off. Yeah, I'm noticing a lot of the people who lost audio there. It may have been my mic kind of did something weird and got unplugged a little bit. I'm hoping that we have something by now. I just checked my audio and I found it came back. Okay, yeah, we're good now. So fast forward it. Okay, so now we're back on. Okay, yeah, so I think I answered the questions that I had in there from what I can tell about when my sound went out and when it came back. Yeah, Philip, again, question still out to David. He said it kind of depends on, how many people we have in. He's got ideas about it, and he'll announce it before, anybody comes to the end of their sessions with Greg and I. And if I'm not mistaken, Mike even might be starting to do a little bit of coaching here and there too. So depending on that, well, not depending on that, but David has an idea worked out for making that work, Philip. It's definitely on his plate right now, and I've discussed it with him, and it will be something that will be in place, but I don't know if he has it finalized yet. Okay, Dave is, you may not still be hearing sound, if I'm understanding correctly. Yeah, aside from that, I haven't seen any questions here in the last, other than the sound issues we had. Oh, I missed a question here from Janet. Are you using Google Hangouts much with your clients, i.e. doing interviews and getting them ranked highly and quickly? Yes, Janet, that is an absolutely incredible strategy. It's something that people look at as not only great SEO, but high-value marketing. The process of interviewing is something that I've actually been working on as a skill for the last 2 or 3 months, because I feel it is such a valuable skill to have, especially in the context of us as, you know, potential marketing partners or SEO consultants for people. If we can run an effective interview with somebody and get that interview ranked for the keywords that they want to rank for, I find that that is just a kind of a no-lose scenario, because they've got a great piece of content and you've got it ranking, and you're the one who's doing the whole thing. And so in that way, you also kind of position yourself along with that expert in the field. So if you're inclined to do that, definitely something I'd consider, because it works very well, not only for ranking, but also just creating great content. And, you know, putting yourself out there and making sure that your client does understand a lot of the value that you add to their marketing online. Yeah, Bob Limley says there was an announcement that Mike will be doing in office hours. And the details are in the Project X website. I noticed that. I think they're scheduled for next week, if I'm not mistaken, but I could... I just glanced over it real quick. Dave E., if we use Spider Spanker on money sites, would that not protect our PBNs? No, you need them on your PBNs, Dave, because what Spider Spanker does is it blocks the outbound traffic on of one of the bots. So the bot will still find your website, but it won't be able to follow it and keep track of that link and where it goes to. So if you don't have it on your PBN sites, it would still find your PBN and follow that link to your money site, and it would make note of that link. And then from your money site, it would say, oh, now I don't know where to go, kind of thing. So you definitely want to have it on your PBN sites. The reason you put it on your money site, in addition to that, is traffic issues, not really remaining anonymous. It doesn't block inbound links or traffic on those bots. TJ is saying, how do you do interviewing on a Google Hangout? I can do it with cameras, but Hangout mechanics I don't understand yet. Well, there's a lot of different buttons, bells, and whistles, TJ. That actually may be something that would be valuable for you guys to see as an over-the-shoulder. I may do something, if I get some ones on whether you guys would like to see something like that, I might put that together for you guys. That might be helpful. Stephen Toomey, how would you use Google Hangout to rank during client interviews? Oh yeah, so Google Hangout. So this the video that we have on the left here, Stephen. I don't know. I've mentioned it a few times, you know, during my coaching, but I don't know who was on when and whatever. But a Google Hangout is essentially just a YouTube video. It's a live YouTube video that's recorded on their software. So once this is done, it posts to YouTube. Now that video is essentially a YouTube video that Google has even more information about than a typical video that it would post, because it also knows how many people were online during the original broadcast and recording. You know, when we have 50 or 60 people on my coaching calls, when I post a video and record it, Google already knows there were 60 people on a video that was an hour and a half long, which is, it's quite a bit of interest, you know, quite frankly. But then once it posts, it's just a YouTube video. So you can just hammer it with GSA or Magic Submitter and get a video to rank that way. But the platform, you can have, you know, kind of two little talking heads down there and go back and forth with an interview for content-wise. So that's how you would rank that. TJ saying, yeah, 111. Okay. Josh, do you need to manually add IP lists to your Spider Spanker? Yes, you do. Todd has updated and expanded that in the Facebook group. You can check that out there, Joshter, as far as what you want to include for blocking. Bob Limley says 1. That's on the Hangouts interview style stuff. Janet, to follow up on the Hangout strategy, since that is a strategy I intend to use, have you found your clients embrace the Hangout technology, or have there been challenges, tech or otherwise? Yeah, with anything there's hang-ups, especially when you're figuring it out. Google Hangouts they've kept their technology the same for the last 4 months or so. They made like 3 big changes, like month after month after month last fall, and they did nothing but frustrate me, because I'd have something scheduled and get a client on, and the whole interface would look different. So you just have to kind of go with it. You know, ideally, you have a client that understands it's a technology situation and you don't own it or control it, so they're willing to kind of play with it a little bit. But yeah, the more technology that you introduce, the more potential you have for something to go wrong. But as far as a platform goes, it's as stable as anything I've found. Oh, and so Joshua says, yeah, I haven't done so yet. That's why I'm asking. Yeah, I think you were asking about the Spider Spanker. Yeah. Yeah, once you set it up, you've got a dashboard in the plugin section, and you essentially add different variable criteria in there. Yeah, Bob. You can have it private and password protected. That's why if you guys try to come back to my site and look at this, and you're, for whatever reason, not logged into Google+, you will not have access to these videos. The Google+ is the private, password-protected, I guess, criteria that YouTube uses to allow videos to be either public or private or unlisted. Those are the 3 variables that you can have on a video. So yeah, these videos are private, and the only people who have access to them are Project Xers and me. Yeah, another thing, and this is another idea that I've had that I've been considering. I know probably for the most part with the people on here, you're consuming video, and this live environment probably works for you pretty well. But I've recently gotten a technology called Dragon, which is a voice recognition software. And I have been thinking about having it run in the background while I do these office hours, which would essentially create a written version of, you know, transcription or something like that of these office hours. If anybody would be interested in that, let me know as well, because I could potentially run it that way as well. Oh, hey, Mike's on. You always get on like an hour late or an hour early, Mike. We need to figure this out. Okay, Brad. If you want to learn about doing Hangouts, simply start one by yourself and tinker around. It's the best way to learn. Just make sure you delete the video afterwards. Yeah, Brad. That's how I learned. I mean, when I started doing this coaching last year with OMG, I mean, I was pretty technically inept as far as a lot of these platforms went, and I just kind of jumped in and started playing around, and got a couple of my buddies on the weekend to get on their computers, and you know, we pushed buttons until we made it get stuck, and then figured out what we'd pushed, and things of that nature. But it's pretty simple. There's not a heck of a lot you can do to break it. Once you figure out how you create a new live hangout and how you invite people and how it gets posted to your wall and all that kind of thing, it's pretty straightforward and simple. Mike says we keep changing time zones. Yeah, well, I think you're with me, Mike. You said you guys don't do daylight savings out there. Neither do we. But because everybody else did, we had to change our time numbers on the membership area. So Bob says a transcript would be pretty helpful. Okay. Yeah, I'll try to run it next time and see what we've got going on. I actually just got it up and going, and I wasn't going to try to install it and implement it this session just because it's kind of a recipe for disaster if you try to use new technology on a live coaching session like this or something. So I'll try to use that for next session, though, get it in place. Yeah, SF George, the quality is the issue. That they do a transcription on all my videos, and there's no value to them. They don't. I don't know whether it's that it's so generic it has trouble picking up individual accents and things like that, or whether it's just so much data that it can't process it all that quickly. But the transcriptions I've read have been they don't even follow with the topic that I'm talking about. So Mike says, yeah, he's an hour late. Yeah, we started about an hour and 15 minutes ago, Mike. TJ says, I'm very interested in the transcription and was just thinking about using Dragon to transcribe a video, replay, and have Dragon running at the same time. Seems like it should work. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I could even go back and transcribe the existing videos with that kind of thing. But you do have to, enunciate a little bit more, and you have to speak your punctuation. That's the biggest difference. Philip, glad to hear about Dragonfletch. In my opinion, VA should review all the chats and compile an ongoing FAQ to help with you and Greg be more efficient reducing recurring questions. Yeah, we keep track of that, Philip, for the most part, just in notes. And if we get a question more than several times and it seems to be a topic or a theme, we try to do a video on it. But yeah, that's one of the things with us being kind of who we are and the scale that we are on. Because we handle everything ourselves, we really don't have VAs. We don't have, I don't have any VAs that support any of my office hours or coaching or anything like that. Neither does Greg or Mike, so it's pretty hands-on with all that kind of thing. But yeah, it's a good idea and probably something that would be worthwhile. Janet, good luck with Dragon. Never had much luck training it to have high accuracy rate. If you want perhaps an alternative, just do a fiber gig for transcription. I've used some ones for $5 and $10 $5 for 10 minutes transcribe. Yeah, I actually just read I read two chapters in a book to my daughter last night and had it running in the background, and it worked flawlessly. Aside from the punctuation, because as I was reading it, I didn't speak the punctuation. But the version I have and the processor that I've got on this computer, it made it work really well. I was very impressed with it, and it's very fast as far as there's no latency or lag time or anything like that. It was pretty cool. SF George, also, if you are making public, you can do a lot to enhance posting, annotations, links, all that kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot you can do with Hangout platform. It's definitely a great marketing platform. Yeah, Dave says my experience as Dragon would never keep up. I don't think I talk really fast, but it keeps up with me reading at a conversational level, which is faster than I can type for the most part. But it's not for everybody. I was just throwing it out there. It's a cool little tool that I started using. An FAQ would also help us be more efficient, as it would be searchable. Yeah, Philip. We'll have to think. David's definitely the person behind all that, so I'll run it by him as well. One of the things I hate to see is a document become too static, and people find it and implement it, and maybe not realize that algorithms have updated or best practices have evolved or something like that. Philip, regarding a comment about no VAs, I'm sure that on a few occasions I've heard Greg say something about, I don't know if someone does that for me. Yeah. Oh, for our SEO stuff, absolutely, Philip. I'm talking about just with OMG as our, providing this content and training goes. Yeah, Greg has outsources that he uses for a lot of his SEO, for his client work. I have content writers now. I didn't last year. For the most part, I did everything myself. But yeah, I wasn't trying to tell you that Greg or I or Mike do everything ourselves, but everything within the OMG brand we do. You know, Mike does all the email correspondence for the most part. I do as well to some degree, and then you know, Greg handles all the SEO fine tuning and research, and I handle, you know, a bulk of the coaching and correspondence on that level. Okie dokie. All right, guys, we're kind of winding down a little bit, so give you guys another minute or so and see if any last-minute questions come through. Other than that, I'll go ahead and wrap it up. This is Thursday, so we've got another coaching session scheduled for Sunday, and hopefully we can get everybody on. M. Shaw says, at my job we have quite a few blind folks and we have them using Dragon. So it's a good idea. By the way, got to run in a few. Great learning from you all. Yeah, it's great to have you on. TJ, yeah, I'll look for that email from you or video or whatever you decide to shoot on that. Bob, very helpful session, Fletch. Really appreciate it. Absolutely, Bob. Glad to have you on. In a pinch, that it. All right. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. All right, Mike's got one question, just one question. How do we find out about changes in time? Mike, for the most part, I think if I click over here, it'll change with me. So the breaking news feed in Project X is where all the news is going to come up, as I'm sure you probably know. I think David does a pretty good job of announcing things there. So, yeah, like Mike is going to be doing an office hours. That's notified there. We've kind of tried to get away and stay away from making news announcements in the Facebook group or the LinkedIn group, just for obvious reasons, especially with some of the legacy people that we have from last year. It would kind of get confusing and things, and it would seem, you know, as if we were maybe trying to throw it in people's faces that we were having coaching or things like that. We don't want to do that at all. So we try to keep all of our news announcements here. I'm actually trying to work with some kind of a notification system within Google+, but it's somewhat limited at the moment. So that may evolve into something that I can roll out a little bit. But for the most part, all of our news announcements, time changes, scheduling changes, all that kind of thing are here. And I know it seems like it's almost a little bit out of the way, but what it does also keep people doing is continuing to log back into the training. And, you know, there's always stuff we can reconsume and you know, tweak our knowledge on and things like that. So right now, that's the only place that we have announcements for time changes and notifications. What happened here? Oh, look at this. You got a little link in your profile, Mike. Very cool, man. Yeah, so, yeah, I know. I'm kind of with you on that. And that's one of the reasons I've been trying to figure out a better solution or a better option on that. But right now we don't have one. So maybe I can figure one out before Sunday. I'll scratch my head on it a little bit, Mike, see what we can come up with for you. Because I know, especially with international folks, that time changes and schedule and keeping track of I can't keep track of what time it is here half the time, let alone trying to, you know, keep track of things halfway around the globe. So I definitely feel your annoyance on that. Janet, Mike, how do we get your picture to show up in this thread? Did somebody sign up via Google Plus? My picture usually shows up in correspondence whenever it is within the Google platform. Oh yeah, Mike's doing some tricky good stuff here. He's an SEO guru. He's got all sorts of good stuff going on. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to tune out. I'm going to stop the recording. Between then and now, if you've got any really pressing questions or anything administratively, you can hit me up on email or in the Facebook group. And then aside from that, we'll plan on seeing you all again on Sunday. Okay, guys, just got things started up here. A minute or two late, but I've been doing a site redesign, and I wound up kind of burying a page that had all the links on it that everybody was directed to, so I had to kind of jump over there and get that fixed and remedied. So got my sound turned up until I make sure that my sound is coming through on the broadcast. After that, I'll turn it down, and we'll get going on coaching for the day. Okay, guys, just got things started up here. All right. Pardon me. It sounds like sound is working. So, all right. Yeah, TJ was on a session from previous, like last session or something like that. So, yeah, in case you guys didn't pick up on it, I'm doing a few different things here on this website. It'll continue to look hopefully better and better and be easier and easier to figure out where we are. But it's kind of a project halfway completed at the moment. So you'll be able to find our sessions each week in largely the same way that you did before. But I'm building this out in a little better silo structure so I can actually do some things with it to rank for some keywords that I want to go after anyway. So, all right, yeah, Glenn's on, TJ's on. I think I saw Mary, Jeremy, Philip. Yeah, a pretty good crew. Yeah, we're kind of getting ramped up for more coaching sessions per week. I don't know if anyone didn't pick up on it, but Mike's actually going to do a coaching session as well. And all that information, as it always is going to be available to you guys in the members area on omgmachines.com. It's kind of in the news feed. David takes care of posting all that information. So, let me make sure we get a backup copy on Camtasia here. Okay, built-in mic, don't need system audio, don't need camera. Okay, and then this is for TJ, the info you sent me. I actually got something kind of worked up, but it didn't quite make as much sense as I wanted it to. And I want to kind of use it as an example for others as well. So I'm kind of still working on that, but I hope to have it done today sometime. So I'll likely be able to get it over to you later this afternoon or this evening. And that's in reference to the kind of multiple social profiles that I'm using for authorship and or social signals. TJ had some questions about it, just making sure that he wasn't causing any kind of weird footprints or anything like that. So, Michael K just jumped on. Mark was on too. Very good. Actually, you know what I'm going to do here? I mentioned this last session. I'm going to. Let me see. Yeah, I was going to try to do that dictation, Dragon dictation, but it looks like it's a little glitch in the software, so I'm not going to try that today. TJ said at least it made sense to me. Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of a convoluted, you know, when you try to talk about too many abstracts, it's easier to just give an example with a picture. So, Glenn, have you worked on fixing over-optimized anchor text? Can you just blast URL or branded links to correct this? If you don't have access to go back and, you know, change the anchor text, so if it's something that was a result of a link building tool or something of that nature, Glenn, yeah, it's going to be based on percentages. So what you're going to have to do is try to get the anchor text percentage down, and one way to do that seems to still be fairly safe is naked anchor, or, you know, branded anchor text, which would be like the website or something like that, you know, website.com or whatever. So that would be one way to do that. It's not something I've had to do currently, just because I've been fairly conservative with my percentages on anchor text, and I haven't done anything that required me to go back and do that. But that would be one way to bring the percentages back down, especially with what YouTube rolled out recently. I have a feeling that there will be several people who are looking to kind of rescue videos that got demoted to the you know, 5th or 6th page or something like that. But you could just try to hit them with more links and bring that anchor text percentage down. Philip question, it's a real boost getting these extra sessions every week now. The new members are lucky to get such a running start. Yeah, I agree, Philip. I think these coaching sessions are a great way for people, you know, whether they're new to SEO and online marketing, or whether this is just kind of a new venture for them. It really helps, I think, acclimation and getting a feel for not only what we do, but kind of the way we look at things and the way we kind of analyze problems and go about, you know, attacking different markets. David, greetings, Fletch. Will Mike's office hours be recorded and replay on the main site? Yes, I'm sure it will be, David. We for all of our office hours, we record all of them. I've got a couple different recording. We usually have backups going as well. So they usually get posted within a couple days of the session. We try to get them up the next day, but sometimes it just doesn't always work that way. But Mike's session will be recorded and posted, I'm sure. George SF. I got used to saying SF George, and you're throwing curveballs for me. Fletch, I'm using host 9. Do you change the speedy DNS URL name servers? I only see one URL to match to a name server and not a second. Yeah. You can, I'm trying to remember exactly where it is in there, because I've been doing this all week. Yeah, when you add a second name server, so if you've got like, ns13.joshuafletcher.com and then ns14.joshuafletcher.com, if that's what you're kind of getting at, to get two different name servers added there. I'm trying to think exactly where we do this. I'd have to click over and look on that to see exactly what it's called. But yeah, you'll be able to add two name servers if you're in the right place. Custom name servers, whatever you're trying to build. All right, Stephen Toomey, I had an error when I submitted for Google authorship. I set it up according to the directions, and it showed my picture in the refresh bar, but said error occurred. Yeah, sometimes if you do like that test for the rich text snippets, Stephen, you'll get multiple errors depending on what it's actually looking for. But there are kind of several different layers of that rich text that you can add to your site that will do different things in the search results, the SERPs there. And whenever I submit, I just try to look to see whether it's confirmed that my picture shows up, because that is what Google needs to see to be able to add that authorship picture. Some of those other things would have to do with like star ratings or video thumbnails or things like that. So you don't have to have them all green to have authorship show up. Ted, Fletch, I'm building out a new money site, and I always struggle with using pages or posts. I made the first article as a post, but not sure how I should proceed. Any thoughts? An affiliate site. Yeah, Ted, a post is meant to be kind of a news item and something that has to do with a moment in time, kind of a recent development or something else that comes out. A page is really meant to be more static in nature and describe things that are more constant as far as information or books or reviews or things of that nature. You can put a post in place and try to rank it, and they rank fine, but they tend to not stick around as long if they're a post. So if it's really going to be one of the pieces of content that you want to stick around and that you're going to have kind of constant on your website, I would make that a page. I've got many websites that have 70 or 80 pages and really maybe one or two posts, and the pages rank really well and the rankings stick. With posts, my understanding, and this is information that I got from Sue, I believe, is that the posts tend not to have as long a lasting of a ranking effect. And I don't know too much about the differences, HTML-wise or whatever, within the WordPress CMS. But for the most part, the content that I build for sites is going to be put onto pages. Okay, KF, hey Fletch for Host9 Reseller. What's the process of putting up a PBN? We have the same name servers. Yeah, you can create custom name servers. That's the question that SF George was asking about. You don't have to, first of all. It's another level of security that I like to take, but it's something that is just kind of another, it's another thing that you want to get good at, just because it only takes a couple more minutes and it's a little more safety and security. So you can set custom name servers up after you get your separate IP address, your separate C-class IP. You can go ahead and set custom name servers up for that website, and that's what I recommend doing. Okay, Jeremy, Fletch, are you ranking Web 2s? I know that you're ramping up GSA efforts. If so, how are you positioning them in your overall structure as PBNs? Oops. As PBNs, as supporting money sites. A combination of the two. I've kind of started evolving my PBNs to higher and higher quality, which one of the reasons is that if you haven't already experienced this, a lot of times you guys will get a good, powerful PBN and put an article on it, and you'll wind up ranking that article because that PBN site has such strong domain authority. So to remedy that, I actually just turn the PBN into kind of a secondary money site. Not really to do any direct selling, but I'll try to drive traffic from that PBN over to the the actual money site that I have. So I'm doing that same type of thing with my Web 2.0s. So it is a kind of a hybrid PBN site and money site all wrapped into one as part of my network. Okay, Luke B. Hi, Fletch. Regarding domain choice for SEO consulting, there are lots of options, but given a choice between SEO My City and My City SEO Expert, is one of these better when trying to rank for My City SEO? Yeah, order of words is going to come into play there with this, Luke. Even though this is the exact 3 words, you've added another word on the second option. This order is going to give you a little more oomph. The expert term is something, just really think it through. Sometimes people are looking for that and they want to find that. There are other types of people who might look at that as a potential, kind of tooting your own horn type of thing. But the fact is, if you're ranking for it, then so what? But yeah, of the two, if you're trying to rank for My City SEO, I would opt for the second choice there. Whoops, that one. Okay, Glenn, you mentioned some videos losing their rankings. Would you discuss that? Yeah, Glenn, I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago. There were a lot of people who said, oh yeah, YouTube ranking's dead. You know, they've changed the algorithm. We can't rank YouTube videos with spam links anymore. Blah, blah, blah. Sky's falling kind of thing. It was for a lot of people, but what had happened is that Google updated its YouTube algorithm so that it started paying more attention to the percentage of anchor text that's used. So we can still use very low quality links on YouTube to rank videos, but they need to have a much more conservative anchor text percentage. I usually keep mine under 20% on that, on the submission side. And I haven't had any trouble with it. Everybody I know of that has been conservative with their anchor text percentages for YouTube videos has experienced the exact same thing. I would also imagine, if it hasn't already, that would continue to roll out to other types of properties, not just YouTube. So if you're looking at trying to rank directory listings or Web 2.0s or things of that nature, I would make sure that you have a decent variation within your anchor text percentages. Okay. All right, Luke B, regarding website graphics, where do you get the graphics for web banners, e.g. Chrome Dome, on your milehighplumbing.net site homepage? I don't even know what's on there right now. I'm not sure if I've looked it up. Let me go. Let me check it out, see what you're talking about. Most of the graphics, I actually kind of like doing graphics myself. If you're talking about that guy, that's just stock images that comes with that actually came with the skin. This dude that's in here. I think that's the only image I have here, so that must be probably what you're talking about. So I tend to like, I make all my own stuff. It's kind of a skill that I enjoy, and so it's not something I've really farmed out much at all. If I got to do like a custom logo, I'll outsource that on Fiverr. But making sure I was back on the right page here. Creating banners of the right size and all that kind of thing. I use a software called GIMP. I'll type it in here if anybody doesn't have it. It is essentially a free version of what do you call it? Photoshop. It does everything that Photoshop does. And it, like I said, it's free, it's lightweight, it actually performs really well on my Mac, on my laptop. And I've been using it for a better part of a year, and am a big fan of it if you do any kind of work with graphics or anything like that. Okay. Oops. That was Luke's question. Okay, Steven. All right, I've got an affiliate site producing a little income, and I want to know, should I buy another PBN link and throw it at that money site, as I don't have much of a PBN built up myself yet, or point it to a DUI site that I'm building out that is not producing money yet, just looking for a direction? Depends on how much money is still on the table with that affiliate site, Steven. If you're like kind of at the lower part of the first page or something for some money keywords and you're producing some income, I'd get another link to it. There's a massive amount of difference in the number of calls and traffic and sales that you generate between like position 8 and position 2 on the first page. It's like it's a factor, it's like a logarithmic, exponential increase. It's like 10 times as much, my experience. So I would look at doing that and getting that one site to produce, a better chunk of income, and then use that income to expand your PBN. Because with the DUI site, it's likely going to be more money per month, but it's also probably going to take you even more work. And you'd essentially be kind of, I don't know where you are financially, but you dig more of a hole before you get the really, the money coming in to expand your PBN. Whereas if you just improved how much money that one affiliate site was making, you could get more cash flow positive and put more money back into expanding your own PBN. It's just my thoughts. Luke B, video marketing, can you put a URL in a YouTube video page which links directly to a product page like ClickBank? I think that's against the YouTube terms of service, Luke. I've heard some things about it. I never do that anyway. I like to use YouTube as not only a traffic generation, but I use it to rank, I use it to generate traffic, but I also use it to point no-follow link juice back to my money sites. So I always like to point those links back to my money sites. TJ, what type of site are you putting up 70 to 80 pages for? Client, affiliate, CPA? All those, TJ. When I build, I'll actually kind of give you guys a little, this is essentially what I've been doing for the entire last year. When I went through that series on the 60-day day job killer, and I talk about kind of having your big central homepage, or not homepage, but website that has all the stuff that you do as a company or as a niche, service provider. Those sites typically have somewhere between 50 and 100 pages on them. And then all the little satellite sites I build are usually pretty small. They're like 7 or 8 pages. So I typically combine all of those types of properties into one offering to a business. So I rarely do SEO consulting. I think that most people talk about. I'll do SEO consulting for a company, but it'll just be for like their website, and that will only be part of the project. The secondary part of all of my projects is typically lead generation, and those are done through smaller websites that I build as satellite sites that I own and control. Kay is asking about how to do custom name servers. The easiest thing to do is just to check out the tutorial videos with Host 9 about custom name servers, or do a Google search on it. It's a pretty simple process. It's just a few clicks. Once you've got your once your website's all rectified and shown out to the internet, you can just make a couple changes on name servers, and it'll give you a private name server there. Okay. I could go through it, but I'd have to kind of have that set up because it would show you, it would show everybody here all my PBN sites. So we could maybe do a video on it. I might go through and do that. I'm going to take a note and make sure that we have that. I actually haven't looked to see if we have any videos on private name servers yet. Like I said, even if you don't do that, you're still safe if you're on a separate C-class IP, because there are going to be literally millions of sites on those name servers. It's not a big deal, but yeah, it's just another measure of safety. Cap. I don't even know what custom name servers are. Just you guys talking about it. Yeah, honestly, I don't either, but I know it's kind of one of those things that Greg says do it. Todd says, yeah, it's probably best practices. So I kind of follow the lead on that. Yeah, so I don't know, the smart chat box. I might just buy a different, the full version of it and see if we don't have any, or less snags. Actually, let me go check my email real quick and make sure that nobody got locked out today. Yeah, looks like we're pretty good. Yeah, we're in good shape. Okay. Let me go back down here. All right, Stephen Toomey, for Nashville SEO YouTube videos, the video showed that the keywords were just listed. Is that not okay to do anymore? Are you talking on the description, Stephen? So their video just has like, you know, SEO Nashville, SEO Franklin, you know, just line after line after line. That's okay to do. That's fine. That really kind of comes down to the fact that Google still needs to see a keyword on a page to rank you for that term. And so by putting that list of keywords in the description, you're making sure that if Google thinks that you're okay to rank for SEO Franklin, you're not kept out of ranking for SEO Franklin just because it doesn't say SEO Franklin on the page anywhere. What we were talking about earlier is the actual anchor text that we use for link building tools that point back to that YouTube video. We don't want that to be way over the top anchor text percentage-wise. Okay, Mary, would you say there's a difference between setting up a customer site to rank and ranking your own money site? I guess I'm asking if I have a formula, can I just rinse and repeat it no matter what kind of site? Yeah, you know, for the most part it is, Mary. I've ranked a couple sites too that weren't WordPress. I'm certainly no HTML expert at all. I try to not have to mess with it in any fashion. So there are a couple people who had sites that were kind of simple and they were clean and they looked good as far as just not being over-optimized URL structure-wise and title tag-wise. And so I essentially just sent some PBN links to it and it worked fine. So yeah, it's kind of rinse and repeat from my understanding. If you have an existing client site, though, what you need to do is go through and make sure that they're not over-optimized with their title text and their URL structure. Aside from that is just really getting your links to it. Okay, Tom, if I was considering a domain name for HVAC and I found HVAC.net was available versus HVAC My City, which would be better to rank given more searches will be for HVAC versus HVAC My Site, which I think means city. And the IP addresses used will drive the people. I hope this makes sense. Yeah, I think I know exactly what you're talking about. So if you have a search term that will trigger a Google local result, like if you're looking for, if you just do a search for carpenter, or a drywall company, for instance, you're not going to return national results because Google is evolved enough to know that if you're looking for a contractor or a certain type of service provider, you are likely looking for somebody in your city or your area who can do that. And so I think kind of what Tom's getting at is the fact that you can optimize for like HVAC, and want to be shown up only with HVAC and your city, if you live in Seattle or something like that. I have found it, pardon me, I've actually still found it easier to get the longer domain name on that, Tom, to rank, even if somebody's just typing in HVAC. If they're in your city, this is still going to have a very easy time in ranking. And I don't know if it's because Google actually just finds out where your IP is and attaches a city name or a couple city names to it and runs the query that way. I'm not sure how they do it, but my experience has been with a site like this that it's still very easy to rank for a search term that doesn't have the city attached to it. This would be just fine though too. This is actually probably more valuable long term if you wanted to build out a really, really large site. But you know, more and more often I'm not finding those huge directory sites that are ranked as well as they used to be. So I would tend to be a little more specific with it. Maybe go with that. Okay, Michael K. There are small images near the links on the right for Mile High Plumbing. They are thumbnails of the videos on each page. What program plugin do you use to do that? That's vSilo plugin, Michael, from Network Empire. It does that automatically for you. So you're talking about these little thumbnails next to the menu items. There's a setting in the dashboard for, I'm going to click in and show you guys exactly what he's talking about. This, no, that's not it. Any short codes. Actually might not be a, you might actually have to opt out of it instead. That's videos. So import, so on that. That's style, that might be it. Nope. I just missed it here. Yeah, it must automatically do that for you. I know there's a way to get to opt out of that, but I'm not sure exactly where it is. If anybody has this help menu that they have, it has all the videos embedded here on how to use it. And I'm pretty sure one of these videos talked about how to turn that off or on, Michael. But it's, yeah, it's vSilo Builder from Network Empire. I just got a message for somebody. Hang on 1 second. Grab that link real quick. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to get somebody into the coaching session. A couple people at the same time, looks like. Okay, there we go. Alrighty, back to the questions. Tom, what does a no-follow link back to my money site mean? Okay, so when we're looking at, let's go ahead and open this up. Oops. Okay, so when we're looking at this is, JoshuaFletcher.com, so where you guys are. So this no follow link here, certain websites designate the fact that you can only leave no follow links on them. So this is actually from Law of Implication. I posted a comment, kind of testimonial to Law of Implication there, and it turns out it's a no follow link. You get stuff from Alexa, for being in the top 300,000 sites and everything. Those are no follow link. This is a regular follow link. So they say either no follow above them or nothing. If they say nothing, it's a do follow link. Do follow links tend to pass more link juice. It's not that no follows don't pass anything though. They actually do. They're good to have. I'll put it that way. Don't avoid them by any stretch of the imagination. They're just not quite as valuable as do follow links for what we try to do. So if you post a link in the description on your YouTube video, you get it is a no follow link. Okay. Where were we? All right, Michael K. About a month ago, you mentioned you were sending me a zip file plugins. You said were valuable. They were mentioned here a month ago. You could send those to me. I was wondering if you could still do that. So it's not about installing the silence screen. Yeah. Refresh my memory. Send me an email, Michael, on that to refresh me on exactly what those were. With the stuff that we have, The license agreement that we have means that I need to be the one installing it, just so it doesn't wind up on 70 different websites without somebody actually paying for some of the licensing themselves on it. But yeah, just hit me up on an email there, and I'll get it back to you if we can, something like that we can. TJ, if I understand correctly, you're currently using the same strategies described in the 60-day series, multiple websites, client, large central core site. Absolutely correct, TJ. Yeah, I'm actually just, I got a new project that's it's been one I've been working on for quite a while. That is, it'll be my largest project to date, and it's set up that way. So I'm doing SEO and build out of their branded website for their company, and then we also have an ongoing pay-per-read contract in place that are all the satellite sites that all own and operate and run. Bob L, there are pretty clear instructions of custom name servers in the videos. Oh, thanks, Bob. Yeah, I figured there were. It seemed like I'd seen them, but it's something that I already kind of knew how to do or figure out myself. So I just hadn't seen it specifically. Glenn says that's the same as well. He actually has a link to it. Very good. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so George, you guys' name switched around. Oh, man. Alright, hang on a second, guys. I might have to close some applications here. I got a memory overrun error. And for whatever reason, it paused Firefox before it paused anything else. So I'm just going to close down all the other applications I don't need right now. It's wild. Okay. Alright, I think I got it saved. So close some applications here. Yeah, it looks like we're still going okay. Alright, Fletch, there are videos on GoDaddy regarding name servers. Host 9 seems to be a tad more convoluted. Change browser to get back to SF George. Yeah, yeah, each hosting company has its own little, unfortunately it's certainly not, there are no standards, it doesn't seem, within that type of thing. Once you start picking up websites on all these different hosts, I would strongly recommend you guys kind of go through the first time you do it, figure out how to do it, take notes, and maybe even make yourself a tutorial video. Because if it winds up being a month between, setting up a new, a new registrar and getting your hosting dialed out, you tend to forget some of those things. And so if you've got your own little tutorial video, you can just breeze right through it. It doesn't become complicated. It's also something you can use for outsourcers to train. So that's what I do typically. And then I just stick all those videos in a kind of tutorial file for myself, so that next time I have to go back and do something, I can just grab the video, watch it, and unless they've updated their website, it definitely saves me some time of relearning that type of thing. Fletch, I'm not sure if you were telling me to purchase HVAC.net or HVAC My City. I would go with HVAC My City, the EMD on that, Tom. I might buy this as I buy a lot of domains, even if I don't have a clear need for them. For something like that, you can always use it as a test or as a different strategy on it, but I tend to still go after very specific EMDs and do well with them. But it kind of depends on what kind of website you're building. If you're just building one out for kind of a local contractor or local lead generation, this HVAC My City, or something with like branded HVAC. Like I did with Mile High Plumbing. Well, Mile High City, Denver, the Denver Plumbing Company, right? So I do things like that too, which is kind of a PMD, what we call a partial match domain. I like to do those quite a bit. Silo for the sidebar is in the widgets. Oh, yeah, that's right. So this is back on the Mile High Plumbing site. So in the widgets area. This is what this DWS Advanced Silo is what you have to drag over here into your widget area on the sidebar. And this checkbox here to show thumbnails is where you designate whether or not you want those thumbnails to show up. So you can turn it off and on just like that. Yeah, good catch on that. Is that Glenn? Yeah, thanks, Glenn. Okay, Chris, the VStyle option to turn off the thumbnails is under appearances and widgets in this widget setting. Yeah, thank you both on that one. TJ, Fletch, the VStyle thumbnail check. Oh, yeah, you guys all are on top of it, man. You know where these things are better than I do off the top of your heads. I said, George, FYI, you all may know this, but I found out I can create a Google ID by enrolling in Google Plus first without phone verification. This used to be true on YouTube, but lately ran into new IDs needing phone verification just in case others. I hope Google isn't watching. Yeah, as far as I know, we don't have any Google spies. I think they're all busy enough with what they're trying to do. Oh my gosh. Hey, I think maybe it may have been you, TJ. Were you talking about like a stand-up desk, or was that somebody else that I had in one of my coaching sessions? I've been looking at maybe getting a stand-up desk. My posture's getting to be atrocious since I've been sitting down for the better part of a year now. My back hurts all the time. Question from Glenn about the Mile High Plumber site. Mile High Plumber site is up to about I think somewhere like 40, 50 people a day maybe, which is actually really strong for a local lead gen site. The thing is, though, it's kind of hard for me to know how many of those people are, potentially coming from the group to check out that site. I can go by location, and by location, everything within Denver it's over 20 a day, which is probably good enough to monetize. I just haven't yet. I want to do some more to it before I try to do that. And it actually is one of the reasons I did that site. It actually kind of comes into play with this big project that I've been taking on. It will wind up being kind of one of the peripheral sites for lead generation for this outfit. Yes, if George is saying there's a chair specifically designed for bad backs and computer use. Yeah, I got a good back. It hurts. So it's bad in the way that like you smack a dog for being bad. It's strong as all get out, but it just doesn't like to be sitting in one location for these long periods of time. TJ had a stand-up desk for a while, but had to get rid of it when I moved. Take a look at Fix My Own Back Pain. Get you a copy. Yeah, okay. I'll check that out, TJ. Thank you. I'll write that down, actually. I'm leaning on the mouse. Yeah, Philip, it's one of those things. I mean, I try to get up and move around every hour at least and do something, but I just need to be better about it. It needs to fit into my schedule better. I'm actually going to, this site that we're on here that I use for coaching, I'm going to turn into, it's going to have reviews of the stuff that I use. So if I wind up getting some products that I like, I'll put reviews of the products on here. Turn it into make a little affiliate money on the side, on the site. Look at this, man. I got everybody helping me out. Thank you, guys. Josh, your stand-up desk, buy a second monitor and stick it on the wall. On a cheap $30 arm. It's cheaper. Yeah. I need to get a secondary monitor anyway. I do most of my work now off a laptop, It's a new laptop. It's got a lot of power, but it's got a small monitor. So I need a secondary monitor anyway. That's a great idea. There are two options for back. If you're on a chair without back and legs, growing your seat, or a Tempur-Pedic seat pad. My correct choice. I actually had one of those no back chairs for a while. They were kind of cool. All right, back on topic here. Michael K. Is the primary linking the Mile High site from PBNs like KLKS, or have you used another form of linking strategy? Right now, the only linking strategy I've used, I think I've hit it with a couple links, Michael, and social. So I wanted to get kind of some social activation going. I don't have any profiles attached to it, but I do have mentions across about a dozen different social accounts, on some Facebook feeds, on some Twitter feeds, on a couple Google Plus profiles that I have access to, things of that nature. So they're not any really, high-powered static links, but it is kind of indicative of, oh, people are talking about this site online. So that's all that I've got going to it right now. I think 2 links from fairly weak PBN sites, and when I say fairly weak, I mean pretty dang weak. I haven't hit it with anything powerful at all yet. I need to kind of brush it up a little bit and clean up the actual, not content, but the arrangement of the search terms that I'm going after on each silo. Okay, TDL, newbie question. After I've completed WordPress, what do I do to get Google to find my site? Is this called indexed by Google? Yes, it is. Do you need to do a press release? No, you don't. I see Magic Submitter was mentioned in the training videos. Anyway, need to elaborate on things. You would do. Thank you. Yeah. To get it indexed, my biggest trick or tip is to just go grab a YouTube video that's relevant to whatever your site is going to be, TDL, and just embed that on a page or a post on your website. That's the quickest, easiest, cheapest, and safest way to get your site indexed. Typically when I do that, I will get a crawl within a day, if not quicker. If you have the ability to mention it on any of your social profiles, like Facebook or a Google Plus page or something like that, that's also a very good way to get it crawled and indexed. And so once a site's indexed, it kind of sits in Google's list of sites that it sends its bots out to check on things, and then come back and it builds the database that it uses to do the algorithm for ranking. So yeah, you can use, the easiest way to do that is just to embed a video or to mention it a few times on Twitter or Google Plus or things like that. Pretty easy. And great question, by the way. I've actually noticed quite a few people asking about indexing and using things like pinging or indexing services and things like that. I don't use indexing services or ping, anything like that. TJ also have a great tool for home decompression called Newbacks. Worth $300 to have one at home. Oh yeah, I might check that out, TJ. Thank you. TDLC Google Toolbox. Yeah, that's a Webmaster Tools thing. There's also some tools in there, I think. I don't use Webmaster Tools that much, personally. I have it installed on several of my sites. I'm not in the dashboard very often. Okie dokie. Graham says, screwed up time zones again. Did you get my question on email? I'm going to miss that answer. No, I wasn't able to get that answered yet, Graham. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I might be able to answer it here. Oh yeah, I see. You sent something this morning. Okay, let me read. I'll just make sure there's nothing that's too secretive. Okay, so question from Graham. I've been trying to rank a money site for my search term. It's only 260 searches a month according to the keyword planner. After 22 blog network links, I'm still only number 7. Okay. I've been looking at the anchor text used for these links and wonder if I'm missing a trick. The main keywords are my product name, so I use a lot of anchor text where the product name is in the phrase wholly or partially. Okay. These phrases were not keywords with volume in their own right. Okay. According to Keyword Planner. In relation to anchor text for PBNs, should we always use a phrase or keyword planner, a phrase from the keyword planner as anchor text? No, not necessarily, Graham. That's not something that you need to do. So that is anchor text has potential traffic. No, you don't need to do that. And will using these help us rank more for our main keyword? If you use only anchor text that shows a volume in Keyword Planner, you're not going to rank necessarily more for the money keyword you're going after, but there is a stronger likelihood that you will rank more for some of those secondary keywords, Graham. So that might be something that you want to take a look at. It depends on a lot of things with that, how tight the niche is, how not only strong the competition is for a single keyword like that, but also if there's like an authority site that's ranking really strongly for 15 keywords that are all very closely related, you can kind of run into that. So you've got only kind of, you've got your pinpoint competition, you've also got, kind of a shotgun competition. And both of those things will kind of come into play for you there. There's a lot of factors that come into play. It sounds like 260 searches is not enough that usually gets a lot of attention for people that are doing pretty strong SEO. 22 blog network links is actually, that's quite a bit for anything with this low of a search volume, from my experience. I usually am ranking better than that, especially if it's a local term at all. Number 7. It depends on your time frame here too, Graham. Make sure you're giving your links kind of enough time to do what they're going to do before you hit them with something else. I tend to be a much slower link builder, I think, than some people kind of get in and they're hitting links pretty quickly, pretty regularly, and I tend to go much slower in my link building. And that you may just need to wait a little longer between your links, or give it a little time to do some stuff, and then hit it with another link. Anchor text is something to look into, though. TDL question over to SF George. Okay, Nathan B. I've got a client with a lame company branded website. Okay. Plan to focus on making a lead generation site using the EMD and worry about fixing their lame site later. Okay. What are your thoughts about this approach? What's good? What's bad? Thanks. Yeah, great approach, I would think, Nathan. You can put an EMD up, and even multiple EMDs, depending on how big their services are. If they offer a lot of different services, you could potentially even make several different EMDs to generate leads for them. And have those all kind of semi-branded type of things, so they're not really their main website, but it might be their company name, that asphalt shingles, or their company name, PEX repipe, or depending on what they're doing. But yeah, you can build a lot of different types of sites to generate leads for a single company. Still got a question here from one of our members. Oh, yeah, he's using the wrong password. All right, hopefully that'll work. Okay, then Philip, this is so great with fresh blood contributing ideas and stimulating discussion. I wrote for the Fl1Tch channel to be permanent. It's good to hear, Philip. Thank you. Yeah, I certainly like doing this. This is one of the high points of my day usually. Rob, I'm feeling really stuck in buying domains for my PBN. I bought one last week on GoDaddy for $100, paid 35 or so, PR2. I think I was ripped off, but I want to get started. Yeah, Rob. If you know, the thing is that you can be very patient and build out a PBN on a very, very conservative budget, and you can get sites, you know, for $35 that do some good, that you're going to be able to get some use out of. But it's kind of just like in business, you know, you can have it, you know, what is it, good, fast, or something else. There's like three things, right? So if you want to build out a PBN fast, you're likely going to have to spend some more money on it, just because you don't have the time to wait around for those bargains. You know, Greg's in a different part of his career right now where he can really wait for the bargains to come by. I'm kind of in between those two. You know, I look for the bargains, but I'm still in a, you know, a growth phase. So, you know, there's times when I just need to go buy a domain and I got to spend, you know, a few $100 on one if I want a good one quickly. So I definitely, you're not alone in having that be one of the things that is, I won't call it of concern, but something that's very, I don't know, maybe it is of concern, but it's something that causes some frustration to a lot of people. I'll put it that way. So yeah, it just it kind of comes with the territory with PBNs being as valuable as they are for people who know how to use them. And quite frankly, I see a lot of people still overspending. And the thing with that is, Rob, they're going to continue to buy sites and, you know, use their budgets up too quickly. It doesn't sound like you're too out of whack. $100 on if it's a PA35 with a PR2 depends on the links, of course, because those numbers don't always give us a full picture of it. But you may very well have gotten a really good site for that. So follow up with Rob, spending hours on registered conference HREFs and MOS. What amount would you say you spend for PAPR domain you like, and how much time do you usually spend getting it? Boy, there's a lot of fluctuation, Rob. And there's a lot that goes, like I said, I was just saying, you know, there's a lot that goes into looking at the links and understanding the quality of the links that's not clearly displayed in the page authority and the page rank and the domain authority. Domain authority is probably the easiest thing to kind of correlate to the quality of the links going to it. I have a feeling I probably spend around, I don't know, an hour, I don't know, probably an hour per site that I get. But that also includes, sometimes I just go in and I'll buy 3 or 4 cheapo sites that are not great, but they're not horrible, that I use because some of my local contracting sites really don't take much. And so I just know that some sites like that in my PBN are worth it. But for good sites, I spend an hour plus probably for every site that I wind up winning, maybe an hour or two. It's actually probably closer to 2 hours for decent sites that I get. And you know, I'm saying decent just as a real generalization. Don't take too much into it, but like for a PR3-ish, you know, PBN site. Okay, Graham, thanks for the insight text. Catch the rest on replay. Oh, great to have you, Graham. Yeah, thanks, bud. Jeremy, I'm chasing my tail, trying to update and curate content for social profiles, which is the most effective tool for social content syndication. I'm actually looking at a tool right now that I have not implemented yet that will do this very effectively. Costs money on a monthly basis, but it's scalable. So if you're small with the number of sites or pieces of content that you want to syndicate out, it would be very scalable for you, Jeremy. But I've not used it yet. I hate to mention things that I've not used currently, but right now it looks good. The things I have used are SYNND, send, and then also if this, then that, IFTTT. Those are the 2 programs that I've used to syndicate my content across my own channels. I think Send, actually, you can buy subscriptions to get it onto other people's networks as well. But I actually haven't used that for a while. The IFTTT is what I use to syndicate across my own channels. The program software that I'm looking at now will push it out to other people's profiles and networks to get a much larger footprint, social footprint for syndicating our own content. SF George TLD, Oh, this is a response to a question he had. Have you started using pages in post, place, or both? Okay, I'll let you guys have that discussion back and forth. Michael Cave, what is the link for the Google Plus sign up? Checked a couple different links, and it has usual request for phone. So phone verification. Okay. Dave, hi Fletch. Do I need a link? Do I need to link my money site post pages with my home pages? Does it matter what anchor text I use? Or should it just be relevant to that page or post? Yeah, for interlinking on a site, Dave, I haven't been doing it as much as I started out. More recently, I let my menu items do a lot of the linking across my site, especially now that I'm starting to use some silos. You really need to be careful about where you're linking to on your site, because that whole concept of silos really needs to isolate those verticals from each other. So if you mistakenly put a link from one silo over to another silo, you're kind of defeating the purpose of having a silo. With smaller sites, little microsites and stuff, yeah, interlinking is still good practice. You don't really need to worry about it too much anchor text-wise. It's mostly just letting Google see that you've got relevant content across your site that relates to itself, and you do a good job of helping people navigate to the content that they want to see. So that's really kind of the concept behind it. If you follow those guidelines, you'll be in good shape. TL, thanks. Okay. That's to SF Georgia was helping out on a question. Janet, hi there, just joining now. Quick question about content. I know Greg stresses the importance of quality, unique content. Is there a role for quality curated content, either in PBN or money sites? Yes. I am a big fan of curated content. When you think about most of the way we learn and most of the way we relate information to each other, very little of that would be truly unique. If we quote someone else, if we tell a story that we saw on TV, if we tell somebody that 2 + 2 is 4, that's information that came from our teacher. That teacher taught us based on something they learned. And in that way, what we really need to get at is making sure that we provide valuable information to people. I think that the concept of unique info or unique content is a little bit misleading, because the fact that it's unique is not what's going to make it valuable. You can add to the value of it by putting your own spin on it, by putting your own twist on it, and you want to do that, especially with curation. But the core elements of what you're talking about or wanting to share with people does not necessarily have to be something that you just sit down on a computer and type up or have a content provider do for you. Curation and then syndication, which is our content going out. There's a very big desire for Google to have that kind of thing. So I'm certainly not trying to tell you to go out and put the exact same content on 20 different pages on the same website. Google's going to say there's no value there. But start to consider what the value that you offer is going to be within your pieces of content, your pages, your Web 2.0s, your videos, everything. That's what we're providing. That's why we get paid, by adding value. And the more value you can add easier, the more you're going to get paid, the more you're going to be able to scale up. So I would definitely start to consider ways that you can utilize and make the most out of curated content. Good content you can curate, you can add some of your value to, you can add your spin on, and do things like that. Okay, Kia, would you prefer PR5 44432 going to an expired domain with PR1 with domain authority 27 be good? Check the links, look pretty good, no spammy, form send links. Yeah, that's a great link profile right there, Kia. There's no problem with that at all. Make sure that, especially if it's a PR4 or above link, I check the source code, make sure it's still on the page. because those are actually powerful enough that if I'm going to spend money on them, I want to make sure they're still in place. But yeah, that's a great looking site to me. Anything with PBNs with reciprocal links? Not a big fan. There's too many things that can go wrong. Too many. If they've got a bunch of reciprocal links on them, it's likely that they have been utilized for, well, for SEO purposes. Somebody was trying to do something SEO-wise with them, which is kind of what we try to. It sounds weird, but we kind of try to stay away from that, just because there could be a lot of things in place that we don't really like. You know, if Open Site Explorer is not showing a bunch of links that, you know, potentially are spammy or negative, you can get into some trouble there. So yeah, just you know, if you see stuff like that, you may want to go check Hrefs. They show more links and tends to show more spammy links, I think. But that original site you showed looked good to me. TDL. I find the most difficult part as a newbie is to find a local business to market. Okay. I come from a 95 IT background. How do I find a local business to market? Oops. How do I find a local business to market? Could you give me some suggestions, insights, things? If you're in IT, it depends on what part of IT you're in. I actually kind of was in IT for a while, like after grad school, but it was I did computer-based maps and databases, which is not really managing people's networks of any sort, but one of the things I could do, and I've actually thought about doing, is what I used to do was GIS, Geographic Information Systems. I knew a lot about it. I still know a lot about it. But that industry is technical enough. Sounds strange. Their marketing, and specifically their online marketing, is typically horrible. So if someone were looking for a GIS consultant or GIS firm to work with, a typical place to find something like that they don't work with, you know, day in and day out. It's kind of a specialty thing that when you need it, and that's the only thing that works. But when you don't even really think about it. They would go online and look for something like that. So I would tend to try to focus on businesses that do not typically have a day-to-day relationship with a customer. You know, plumbers can be one. Irrigation, you know, landscaping services can be another one. You know, when somebody moves to a new house, they need to get a new landscaper. You know, house painting, something that doesn't happen that often. Roofing. With IT, I'm sure there's a lot of things that fall into there that I just don't know off the top of my head. Car repair can typically be one. You know, windshield repair. Some of these niches that are just like, man, when something happens, most often somebody's going to go on the internet to look for a company that can help them out with it. So I would kind of start there. And if you've got an IT background, unless you just hate it and you want to get away from it as fast as you can, I would start to think about other companies that you know of in that industry, other contacts you have that might be, you know, contractors or service providers that worked with you in different projects in your past, and start to look and see what they do, their scope of work, what their marketing looks like online, and if there's a good fit. I always like to see also companies that are paying pay-per-click, because it means they have a marketing budget and they are willing to spend money online to get new customers. That's usually a consideration that I take into account too. Okay, Glenn, have you noticed a trend of under-optimizing to see site rank? I have expired URL with the new 0 PR. Okay, I'm just gonna. I think this is probably PR8. Domain authority 22. Oh, 22 page authority, 8 domain authority, 0 PR. Okay. Okay, so pre-week site expired, and 1 page of content ranking 7th for SEM Omaha. Ah, that's not a trend that I've noticed, Glenn. That might be a good catch. You might be kind of onto something. Yeah, that's certainly a site. I mean, you can get to that level with about 2 links on it, and not even strong links. That's very interesting. I hadn't noticed that. No, kind of news to me. Glenn's site has no links, actually. Yeah, so it just has the domain authority from the content that you have on it, and from, you know, potentially getting some traffic. Very interesting. Huh? I might have to play around with that a little bit. I haven't heard anything from Greg about it either. or any of the other people in the group that share stuff like that. Interesting. Hey, Dwayne's on. Good to have you here, buddy. TJ, are you using V7 Builder on your small site, 7-8 pages? It seems too thin for silo structure. And if that is true, are you using a simple multi-page structure for those small sites? Yeah. So most of those sites are only gonna be like one layer deep. It's gonna be the home page, and then like maybe 6 pages under that. So it doesn't really fit with silo. I usually don't use silo structure on it. Doesn't mean I won't go grab a video and embed it to try to get it indexed quickly, or let Google see that I'm trying to do some stuff with it. But the silo plugin per se, I don't use on those type of sites. TJ. Michael K. is a very good explanation of curated content. Oh, great, Michael. Yeah, it's something I've been a big fan of for a long time, and I think it's becoming a little more, I won't say commonplace. I think people are still very much set in their unique content concept, but it works very well. I'll put it that way. For Google, and it seems to be working better and better, which is nice to see because I think it fits with the natural way that we communicate as humans. SF George Fletch, check the source code. Is that using hrefs? Oh, yeah. Go to the page and view code on that SF George. Yeah, so like on this page, this is a Firefox. I don't know what will come up if I pull it up. Like on Firefox, if you go to Tools and Web Developer, and then click on Page Source, it'll pull up a little, pop-up window that lets you see what the HTML code for that page is. And in that HTML code is where you're going to see the code for a link. And that's what we want to make sure is in place with when we're going through our expired domains. And it happens quite a bit. I'll find a site that looks really good, and it turns out that 3 or 4 of the more powerful links are just not there anymore. Which, if people don't take that extra step and research it, they think they're working with a pretty strong site, and they're willing to pay $300 or $400 for it, and it's really only worth about $100. So they overpay, and then they also get frustrated with how much good that site does when they start linking out from it because it actually does not have as much power as they thought it did. Rob was told by a big IMer that even if there is spammy links to stuff like Viagra, etc. for PBN domain, as long as the new content is not Viagra, etc., if it's different content, that is, there is no Google penalty. Well, so there's a bunch of different types of Google penalties on that, Rob. A Google penalty, the penalties are most typically associated with ranking for certain keywords. So if you've got a ton of spam links about Viagra going to a website, very strong likelihood that you are not going to be able to rank for Viagra. But you still may be very able to rank for the Gold IRA or for a roofing contractor in Texas or something along those lines. So there's a couple different layers of things, and it's easy to get kind of crossed up on the concepts. A penalty is usually associated with the ability to rank for a keyword or a set of keywords. So even if that penalty is in place to rank for Viagra, you still might be able to rank that specific site for some other keyword. Now, that is not to say that having all of those types of spammy links with 100% anchor text going to an expired domain is something that we look for to buy as a PBN, because quite frankly, you can do that cheaper with GSA or with Magic Submitter than trying to buy a site that's just got a bunch of those links in place. So that's there's two different concepts, and they're related, but they're not 100% the same. Hopefully that it may kind of help you understand my way of looking at that. What he said exactly is actually pretty accurate, but it also would potentially make someone think that you can buy sites like that and they would have a lot of inherent value, and I still don't see that they have much value to them unless there's some really good links in place and then a bunch of bad ones like that too. So that's kind of the way I would look at that. I think I got maybe another email that came through. Okay, Shane. When buying domains for PBN, is it okay to buy expired? Or should we only do auction? Oh, okay, as far as the type. I got you, Shane. Also, if SEO Moz is showing 30 to 40 for page authority and domain authority, and there are no to few links, is that a red flag? Okay, so there's a couple different layers here. So first of all, either one of these are fine, Shane. When we transfer domains, if it's gone to auction, it has expired. If we can get it, it's expired already, which means that the age gets reset. It will still essentially have been registered the entire time, but it's not like you're working on a domain that's been continually operating for 12 years or something like that. So either one of those is going to be fine, not a problem. You still want to make sure that the links are in place. The longer a site sets expired, I think the stronger likelihood there is for links pointing back to it, for whatever webmaster is managing those, to find that and say, oh, that site's not there anymore. Let's get rid of that link. So the longer it's been expired, you just have to do more due diligence on making sure those links are in place. So anyway, hopefully that answers it or addresses that first part. Also for this, so 30 to 40 is typically indicative of having some decent links going to a site and some decent content. But keep in mind that your domain authority and page authority, if you run Open Site Explorer on that root domain or that www version, if you run it on the root domain, it's going to pull up domain authority for that root domain, but it will only pull up links that are pointing to that root domain. So what you might be looking at somebody who has set a site up and all the content up on a subdomain, and they've got links going to a subdomain that are not really shown very well or very clearly what the full picture is in Open Site Explorer. So I wouldn't say it's a red flag, but I would be a little more wary of it unless I knew exactly where that site was and what was going to it. Because if you've got this showing and you don't know what the links are that are doing that, it's not worth going after, for my money. Okay, Mary. Glenn Becker's touting over-optimization or under-optimization in the latest service he is promoting. His 10 steps to ranking, and under-optimization is one of the steps. Yeah, Becker's always got something going on. He's quite a dude. I like him. Anyway, TJ, for the curated content, are you posting on your site or creating blog.site.com, subdomain, or depends? Yeah, both. Yeah, the folks at Network Empire are big on making your blog a separate subdomain. I've not done that yet. Most of my sites that I've taken care of are still on the looks like we had somebody that was not able to get in. Okay, sorry. So I usually put all of my content on the same subdomain, www version of it, or the root. So yeah, the curation has nothing to do with that, TJ. I'll just put it on kind of whatever I'm using, even Web 2s and things like that. Except George, regarding view source code, Control F often opens up a search window to search for the words. Yeah, you can do that too. And Michael R., is there a way to check when a domain changed hands to prevent buying a made-up site? You might be able to pull it up in the Whois record in the history, Michael. I don't know if that shows all the time. I don't do a lot of that. I've done it a couple times, but it's been a long time ago. We're also getting we got about maybe 10 or 15 minutes left here, so if you guys have some questions you want to answer, try to get them in that chat box for me. And where were we here? Michael's question. Okay, Rob. When buying PBN domains, sorry, that's my main focus. No, not a problem at all, Rob. How important is age of domain in your factoring if you like it? It's it's lower down my criteria, Rob. It's nice to find old ones because there's a stronger likelihood that links will have been in place for a long time and will stay in place for a long time. That's really why we like looking at older domains. Other than that, there's not a lot that comes into play there. It just gives us a little better shot at finding some decent stuff. And if you've done much shopping around, you know how many sites are up there. So if we can, tighten our focus a little bit, it's usually helpful. Okay, Fletch, hoping you could help with a good current video submit software and service. I know GSA doesn't have the good video sites. Do you use any tools like that? You know what? I don't, but that's I know what you're talking about, and I like it. Joe Marfolio may be doing some stuff with that. You might want to hit him up. I'm not sure. I talk to him all the time. I could ask him just as easily as you could, but I'm trying to think of who I know of that's really doing a lot with that type of thing. You know what? Ryan McKinney. He's a member in NHB in the Facebook group. He and his partner at I think Daredevil Marketing is what they're called. They do a lot with video. He might have some options for you too. You might want to send him a PM in Facebook. It's Ryan McKinney. He might have some good options for you there. I'm not sure. But I don't have any off the top of my head though, man. I'm sorry about that. Michael K. I thought that getting Asian Chinese links was a bad idea. However, Greg mentioned that the link juice is still there. Does he mean it's there, but not a good idea to use them for PBNs from other sites? I'm actually not. I buy sites. I actively buy sites with foreign links. It's certainly not going to be my bread and butter, but a lot of times there are sites that look good to me, and I'll go through and I'll look at all the sites. I don't understand any Asian language. I think I know like 3 words in Vietnamese, and that's it, and I couldn't spell them for my life. But the fact is that links are links. And really what we want to try to look for are a ton of spammy links with the exact same anchor text. And even if you're getting, Asian characters, you can tell whether every single anchor text is the exact same. I stay away from that site. If it's got some mix and it looks like there's a diversity of sites, and I click through on the sites and they all look like they're, halfway decent, they're not all written in, red and green and white script like so many of them are, I'll consider buying it. So the biggest thing there is just that it's more challenging for somebody who doesn't speak those languages to figure out whether it's a good link or not, or it's coming from a good site. That's the biggest thing. So, if you're bilingual or you know those languages, you have a huge leg up on PBN buying, because most people in the Western languages don't speak those languages, and there's a ton of sites that come up, as many of you probably know, that are primarily Asian links. A lot of them are spam, but I'm sure some of them are not. Mary, I'm seeing quite a few attractive potential PBNs. They've been used as SEO sites in the past. Are they mostly for sale because they haven't been used up and they have no more juice? Or why would somebody sell these sites? Because it seems unlikely that they lost every one of their customers. I would not be so certain about that, Mary. There's a lot of people over this last year, a ton, that were SEOs that knew about PBNs and don't have a clue about anchor text. And because they didn't know about anchor text and over-optimizing their money sites, they rode their rankings all the way into the ground and said, well, I'm just not going to renew all those sites. I know what you're talking about. I've seen a bunch of those myself. They're not used up. They still have good links in place. But I think a lot of people just didn't know where to go after Panda and Penguin and over-optimization stuff, even if they had PBNs available to them. You can have great PBNs in place, and if you screw up your URL structure, your title tags, and your anchor text, you're not going to rank if you go too aggressive with that type of thing. So TDL, I learned that NHB created software called PBN Sniper. Yeah, Chris Morris did that. He's actually here in the Phoenix area. I think he lives in Mesa. Have you used it before? Should I look into that or just use the tools Greg showed us in training videos? Thanks. I actually played around with that a little bit. Yeah, TDL. It's cool software. It can save you some time for sure. It's not my product. I don't make any money whether you decide to buy it or not. But yeah, if you're getting into PBNs, it's a nice little piece of advantage, potentially for you. So have a look at it. I try not to recommend buying things that distract us kind of from the core of what we're learning. But a tool like that is so specific to PBN buying, and PBN buying is such a core process that we need to become good at in depth, that's not really something that's too far abreast from the focus that we want to have. So it's something I would definitely consider, TDL. Dwayne, thanks, Fletch. Nice. Man, thank you. Dwayne, Google Translate is what I use. Yeah, just drop the links in the translators. Yeah, you can use that kind of thing. It does take a little extra time, but again, you're then shopping in a pool with maybe 3 or 4 other people that are willing to do that extra work, which, tends to help you out and get good prices and things. Dave, I noticed seeing a lot of backlinks on some auction sites look like this URL cut. Yeah, with the links you usually indicate spam or attempted SEO links directly. The links usually indicate spam or attempted SEO links directly. I'm not sure what does that, Dave. It's usually a filter on the... Oh, yeah. Yeah, so URL cut is what this stinking software does. I was like, wow, that's weird. If OpenSite Explorer is doing the same thing my chat box is doing. Yeah. Website name, links. Yeah, that's going to be a page that somebody put together and is selling links from, usually. If I had Joshua Fletcher and, I'm a top 200,000 site on the internet, and I put a page that says links, and I let you put a link on there for $5 a month, and I get 200 people to put a link on it, it's $1,000 a month. Decent money, right? But because there's so many links on those pages, you lose a lot of the juice that they have, each of them. So just because it shows that doesn't mean it's bad. Click on the page, but if it's got 50 links or more, yeah, you kind of, I would discredit the amount of juice it's going to pass. Yeah, David says use Google Translate for that type of thing. What's up, George? On WordPress and vSilo sites, we embed silo comments. Okay. But should we turn off other contents or other comments? I typically do. I mostly turn all the comments off on all my sites for the most part. I may decide to stop doing that at some point in time, depending on whether or not I can actively manage a conversation. But it just takes a lot of time to stay on top of that, because you're going to get all sorts of weird trackback spam, things like that on your site if you don't, if you're not on top of it all the time. So I typically turn off content or comments as much as possible. Oh, Graham's asking the difference between PB and Sniper or PR PowerShot. I've not seen or used PR PowerShot, Graham, so I do not know. Maybe somebody in the group has used both, and they can flesh out some of those details. Okay, Greg, thank you so much for all your input. Worth a million. Have a great weekend. Yeah, guys, I really want to just say thanks for everybody in the coaching sessions that not only show up and help me, learn more about what you guys are, working through or you still have questions with, but also all the help you are to each other. That's a huge benefit, and I'm actually really proud to be a part of this community because of that. It really seems to be kind of a beacon for people who are kind of tired of misinformation and people who are, not sharing and open and helpful. This is a pretty cool environment to be part of, so I wanted to thank you guys for that. Oh, TGL says, he meant to say to me. Well, yeah, I want to thank everybody, though, so thanks for that. Yeah, absolutely. Glenn, TJ, Jeremy. Yeah, you guys are all awesome. I'm glad you're on here. It's always a good session when we've got a good crowd that turns up with some good questions. All right, guys, we're kind of winding down. I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording. If you've got any last-minute questions here, try to get them in that chat box. But we'll go ahead and wrap up in a minute or two when the video kind of catches up with where we are at the moment. And save this recording real quick on Camtasia. And you'll be able to get this over to David for the replay. All right. All right, guys, so I'm going to go ahead and check out now. SF George, Rob, Glenn, Mark, Luke B. I think Mary was on here someplace too. Yep, there's Mary. Thanks again, guys. We'll wrap this up, and I'll look forward to seeing you all on Tuesday, hopefully. And until then, we'll see you in the Facebook or LinkedIn groups. Take care, guys. Talk soon. Okay, guys, looks like we are rolling. We'll get our backup recording started here. So it looks right. Okay, I think I still need to double screen share. Yeah. Open that up. Okay, I'll wait for the little lag time to catch up here. Make sure the sound is good, and then we'll get going. It looks like Mary's got a couple questions posted I'll get to just as soon as I check sound. Alright, sounds good. Okie dokie. So, where are we here? Just a couple questions from Mary. The first one is, number one, can you tell me what kind of Fiverr service I should order if I want juice going to a Yelp listing for a customer? Okay, I was looking at C0Ach's offerings and nothing looked quite right. Yeah, Yelp is something that we'll be able to shoot links to that are kind of spammy, so C0Ach's offerings would probably work pretty well for you. You want to make sure that you've got your anchor text still, dumbed down a little bit so you're not over-optimized with the recent changes that YouTube has rolled out, but that's something he's probably up on. I'm not sure actually, but yeah, any of those offerings he has with I actually haven't been on his page for a while, but anything that we would use to rank a YouTube video, we would be able to use for Yelp as well because of the domain authority of the Yelp listing. The first time I read your question, I thought it said to keep juice. Well, you kind of did. You said you want juice going to a Yelp listing. If you want that kind of like long-term drip kind of thing, I don't think he does anything like that. As far as I know, his are just kind of blasts that he gets out, and it's kind of a one-time deal. So he doesn't offer anything that's long-term ongoing. But otherwise, you should be able to use pretty much anything that he does, and it will work out pretty well for you. Anything that you would use for a YouTube video, for instance. Oh, that's me, Philip. Just listen to Mike Long, David Hood. Really great work. Yeah, Mike's been doing a bunch of amazing stuff lately, content-wise. That interview series with David Hood, I'm actually excited to go check that out myself. I was talking to Mike about it the other day, and actually talking to David about it too. And they were both really excited about that side of things, which has a lot to do with client pricing and acquisition and things of that nature. David's been really killing it the last year. He got on board about the same time I did, and he's really been crushing it with local client consulting. And I would definitely recommend anyone who is interested in that type of offering to check out that video series that they got posted. Thanks for mentioning that, Philip. Glad you enjoyed it, bud. Okay, Mary, follow-up question. How does Yelp determine which of the many companies get pushed to the top of so they're visible when Yelp turns up on page 1? Is it how much money they spend with Yelp? Yeah, it is, Mary. I actually have a really good friend who works for Yelp. They have a branch that's based here in the Phoenix area over in Scottsdale, and their internal ranking structure has nothing to do with Google, obviously. It does, from my understanding and from his understanding that he passed along to me, have a lot more to do with the ad spend that they have, as well as some on-page features. You know, if they've got a lot of photos posted and good reviews and things of that nature, those are going to help push them up. We really can't control if any of the Yelp listings show up on the what do they call it? I'm kind of drawing a blank on Yelp right now. It's been a while since I was on one of their pages, but kind of the business type listings. What shows up there is totally according to Yelp. Has nothing to do with Google at all. Now, whether or not a Yelp listing shows up is something that we can help kind of control, and that will be done with what you were asking about in the first question. So that's kind of where Yelp falls in the deal. It's kind of its own little monster, just because it's not owned by Google, it's not controlled by Google. So what they do with their site is different than the algorithm that we are used to, and it has a lot to do with ad spend and things of that nature. But we can utilize what we do to push business listings, specific business listings, up in the Google rankings, not necessarily what listings will show up on their business or service type pages. All right. Ted's question, do you outsource any parts of your local client business? If so, which parts? And thank you. Let me think if I do or not. Not really, Ted. Most of it is handled 100% by me. I played around a little bit with having a salesperson, and it wasn't driven by a business need for me as much as it was by someone who I've worked with in the past that was looking to get into this line of work as opposed to what they were doing before. And it just didn't work out that well. They didn't know enough about my business to be really truly helpful with it. So I kind of discontinued that. My local client business is almost all the clients I have right now are a combination of SEO clients as well as lead generation clients. So I do kind of a hybrid business model with my offerings for that, and I'm able to manage all that myself. Michael R., do you have any opinion on social adder for social signals? It's not one that I've used yet, Michael. The two that I have used, I don't know if we talked about this last session. I've used Send, S-Y-N-N-D, I think. It's spelled kind of funkily. It's like syndication. It's like the first part of that word. And I can't remember what the difference between Send and... I think Send is a subscription service, which means that you actually have to spend some money on a monthly basis to get your signal out onto other people's profile pages. It's kind of like a share network. And then if then that, IFTTT. I actually really like IFTTT. It automates the process of syndicating our own content across our own profiles, but doesn't really get them out there for the larger world and on their profiles at all. As a replacement for Send, something Network Empire's been doing recently is called WP Social Explosion, and I have not had a chance to use it yet, but it looks really strong. If you're really interested in that, I would suggest taking a look at that. It's on Network Empire's site, but like I said, I haven't used it yet, and I usually don't like to recommend using something until I've done it myself, but if you're interested, that might be worth taking a look at for you, Michael. Mary, question 3: if Company A and Company B are showing up on a Yelp citation on Google, say position 2, is it possible to push Company C to position 2 by itself? In other words, take over to the spot Yelp had. by pushing company C into that spot with span links. Okay, let me reread this real quick. Company A and B are showing up on Yelp citation on Google. Okay. Position 2 is it possible to push company C to position 2 by itself. Yes, that is possible, Mary. I think I understand what you're asking about. You essentially want to put company C. You want to push company C above A and B in Yelp's ratings, which you can't do. What you can do is take company C's actual profile and let it show up above A and B in Google's listings. You can do that, but you won't. What I don't think you'll be able to do is by itself, by what we do, push company C above A and B on Yelp's listings. That won't happen. But what you can do is push C above A and B on Google. Yeah. Okay, Janet. Good to be here. Glad to have you on, Janet. Do you recommend using Moz's Open Site Explorer or SEMrush? I know David Hood said he strongly prefers SEMrush and rarely uses LSE. Yeah, I use Open Site Explorer for my expired domain research, as well as Ahrefs. That's the other link research tool that I use. Greg shows videos with both, I believe. I know most of the videos that we have are Open Site Explorer, but the two that I like to use are Open Site Explorer and Ahrefs. David definitely knows what he's doing. With things like that, it's there are different benefits to using any of those services. You kind of get used to using some, and you wind up liking them, and it may be for various reasons that you find are more important. For what I do, Open Site Explorer fits the bill almost all the time. Ahrefs is a little quicker graphical representation. If I'm doing anything in front of a client, I'll usually pull up Ahrefs just because it's got some cool looking graphs and things like that. But for the most part, Open Site Explorer is what I use most of the time. Michael R, do you use only PBN links? Not which other links do you generate? Yeah, I build a lot of links with GSA, Michael, that I use to rank pretty much anything other than my regular websites. So I'll send links to YouTube videos and Google Plus pages, very conservatively with Google Plus pages, but YouTube videos, YouTube channel, any directory listings, any business listings that you can get, like Yelp. We were talking about Yelp just now. So those are primarily the two types of things I do. I actually, the very first part of last year when I got involved with OMG and started trying to rank local sites, I had really limited resources, and I actually did some really kind of high level article writing for expert websites in the niche that I work in primarily, which is kind of home improvement stuff. Because I've done that in the past, I actually wrote articles and got them posted and syndicated across a couple different networks to get backlinks that way. That worked really well, but it eats a lot of time. But it was good links, and it was ways to get links to my website that you really can't get any other way other than paying monthly to get links posted on somebody's website. Mary says, yeah, that's what I had in mind as a follow-up to the question on Yelp. Yeah, Yelp's pretty, just, a side note here. Yelp looks at itself not as a search engine, but as a decision engine, meaning that people will do research on, air conditioner companies in Phoenix and find a few that they like. And then Yelp believes that before someone actually gives one of those companies a call, they will go to Yelp specifically to determine which companies are good and which ones are not good. So Yelp really is it's not trying to do well in the Google results pages. What it's trying to do is to become a resource for people, much like Angie's List would be. for people to go and check out the reputation of companies. Because it does offer, and actually is really heavy on paid advertisements on their own site, I think they're kind of getting a little farther away from that model than like Angie's List is, but that's really what they're kind of set up to do. And this is coming from one of their inside sales people. So, but yeah, they definitely are a pretty decent, a strong force in the local directory market. You know, they definitely get a lot of traffic, and I think people do pay listings on Yelp quite a bit of attention when they show up on the first page of Google. I'll look real quick and see if I've got anybody that has sent me any messages for not being able to get in the group. We typically have a few every session, so let me check it out real quick. It looks like we're good so far. Okay. All right, Janet, in the New Beginners OMG Facebook group that Mike recently set up, there are some of us trying to create a list of all the essential tools and services needed to really get going, realizing some tools and services can be added later. Would be curious to hear your list if you were to create one. Yeah, Janet, I certainly don't want to take away from what Mike is doing. He's got great plans, and I'm sure that David definitely is behind that. I haven't really been involved with that too much, but at the same time, it's something that I'd be more than happy to share with you. And just also just kind of what I'm doing with my own website here with JoshuaFletcher.com. This is not to sell you guys stuff, but I figured I would put the things that I actually do use and feel are valuable on my website, do a quick review, how I use them, all that kind of thing, along with affiliate links. They're not even set up yet. So if you just check out the online marketing tools on my menu here, it'll show up in the video once this highlights. You know, I'm going to cover what I use for my web hosting for the virtual private server, my books, the MacBook Pro is the computer I use, Dragon Dictation is the software I use to dictate articles. This is a GSA search engine ranker training. OpenSite Explorer is here. Register Compass is here. OpenSite Explorer, of course, is the link research tool that I use primarily. Register Compass is the expired domains software that I use. Camtasia is what I use for screen capture software. And then I've got a couple different microphones that I use because I do so much with these live groups. Upgraded microphones over and above what I use. This really is all I have as far as a year in. This is all I have bought. I have some web hosting and a VPS that I run my GSA on, and then the rest of these are just kind of things that we cover within the group. But this is pretty much everything that I have that I make use of. Like I said, the reviews aren't there. There's no links to any of it, but that will continue to get fleshed out here. And I'm not trying to sell you guys anything. These are things that you guys, if you want to use, are definitely tools that I would check out if I were you. And I don't want to take anything away from what that Facebook group for the kind of beginners is going to be about, because I think it's going to be a great place for people to really get going once they jump on board with OMG. Okay, where are we here? Okay, Michael R., do you think it might be worth it to build a few Web 2s, for example, blogs, WordPress, Blogger, to use as additional link options or as a buffer layer between PBNs and money sites? Absolutely, Michael. I think that is a great idea. It's something that I do. It's something a lot of the other OMGers who like to have a diversity of types of links. Web 2.0s are kind of a cool thing because of how they're positioned. Web 2.0s can actually become something that we can use to rank for the keywords as well as pass a ton of link juice along to our other money sites. So I definitely, wholeheartedly would say that you should check those out. And if you're not utilizing them yet, I would try to incorporate them within what you're doing. Because like I said, you can use them to rank as well as use them to pass link juice along to your money sites. Okay, Stephen, spending most of the revenue on PBN links from OMG already. I have a client about ready to write a check for $600 a month and wanted to know if I should take that money and invest the first month into buying PBNs or buy the links to start. Boy, that's a tough question. My strategy, the one I used when I got started, was to actually buy the sites. Two things happen. You not only can manage your long-term costs that way, but you also get better at understanding what to look for and what to optimize for within SEO. So, you can totally position yourself as, kind of just a salesperson, really, within OMG even, and have most of your actual work outsourced and just work on, getting clients lined up and making sure that you meet their needs. Perfectly legitimate way to go about doing things. But if you're really looking at expanding your SEO aptitude, really, and growing an SEO, like a business where you're the one doing the fulfillment, I would recommend looking, well, with $600 a month, if you're looking, yeah, you can still pick up and build a halfway decent PBN with that money. I would look at trying to acquire some PBN sites. Even if they're not super powerful yet, you'll get better and better about knowing what to look for, and your long-term costs will come down, and your ability to rank multiple clients or multiple websites will also increase, just because we can put so many links on a single PBN site. A single site will have the ability to rank 10 to 15 other sites by itself. Well, not by itself, but in conjunction with some other sites. If you have 5 or 6 different sites, you can rank 10 or 15 websites with that pretty easily. So I would look at doing that if I were you. Like I said, depends on your business model. But all right, Stevens, I'm worried about showing progress, and if I go with PBNs that I buy only, then it might take longer. Your thoughts? Possibly, Stephen. You're going to have to learn some things if you start learn and implement. I don't know where you are in the training. I know you just jumped on recently, but getting new sites set up on hosting and getting content ordered and posted and all that kind of thing can take a little time. A couple weeks down the road, you're gonna have everything taken care of probably. But if your model allows for your pricing model and your turnaround time and all that kind of thing to let kind of somebody else set you up with PBNs, you're kind of renting links from them. You might be fine to grow that way for a while until you get to kind of a certain size, at which time, definitely I would look at building your network, building your private network up. But, yeah, like I said, that's something that it depends on what you want to do and how quickly you want to do it. They can both work. Scott's asking what the name of the beginner's Facebook group is. Scott, I'm not 100% sure. Like I said, I actually only heard about this over the last few days. I was talking to Mike, and he mentioned it and was really excited about it. But I don't know what the name of it is. I'm sure you could email Mike and get an invite to that if you would like one. Shouldn't be trouble at all. So, yeah, Mike's email address, you can check it, is omg@omgmachines.com. I'll just type it in here. I'd ask him about that. I'll do that myself just so I have that information moving forward, but I don't know what it is off the top of my head. Josh, while you're on the subject of programs, my free subscription for Moz is about to expire. Thinking of trying Scrape Brokers, big saving, and a bunch of tools available. Yeah, that's something I see come up in the group. Every couple months it seems like, Josh. There's Scrape Brokers is kind of a membership by group site, from my understanding of it. It's not something I've used. I have ethical reasons for that You know, I'm not going to sit here and tell anybody what they need to do, but it seems to me that those offerings are kind of a little against the terms of service or what those membership programs are set up to provide people, and I think it kind of undermines the value of it. But at the same time, if you need those to succeed and to get to a point where you can, you know, go about that on your own, totally valid. And I know a lot of people in OMG have done things like that. So, yeah, like I said, I see new offerings, pardon me, new offerings from them every once in a while that somebody within OMG has posted. And with those, I think you get like Open Site Explorer and HREFs and a whole bunch of other stuff. You know, maybe even some scraper programs or something like that for, like, I don't know, $30 a month or $40 a month or something like that. It's pretty cool. Oh, OMG Beginner Acceleration and Support. Hey, thanks, Paul. Definitely good to know that. And then Janet says, as a follow-up, Mike requested people to friend him on Facebook, then send a message requesting to join the beginners group. Very cool. Actually, just got a message from Mike real quick here. Let me check it out and see what it is. Oh, yeah, it's just, it's one of his dispatches just came out. Okay, another question or comment from Janet here. I noticed you didn't have Magic Submitter on your list, and I believe I recall you saying that you stopped using it because it seemed to replicate much of the GSA activity, and it takes time. So, for us starting out, when is an optimal time to add in GSA? That's actually a really good question. It comes down to what you want to rank, Janet. If you're ranking mostly websites, meaning that you're creating websites as the basis of affiliate marketing, or helping to rank local clients that you're taking on, or creating websites to do lead generation from, GSA actually has very little utility to help you do that specific task. The links that we build with GSA need to go to very high domain authority sites, meaning YouTube or Facebook or Twitter or things like that. We can't actually send the links from GSA to our regular money sites because they're not, those regular money sites are not strong enough to withstand those spammy links. They will actually get degraded and not have as much value. So it depends kind of on the types of things you're ranking. You could actually start out with GSA and not even go the PBN route if all you wanted to do was to rank YouTube videos, because it is a very strong tool for doing that. But really, if you were to go that route, you're limiting yourself because you will have very limited ability to rank normal websites. So it kind of depends on your strategy, your business strategy, and what you're doing. You can, I actually used Magic Submitter last year for the things that I needed it to do, which are very similar to GSA. They both do pretty much equally the same things. But it was not really the main part of my business. I actually probably didn't use it more than, you know, shoot, maybe 4 or 5, you know, times a month for the things I needed it to do, just because that was not really part of the business that I was doing. I was ranking a lot of small websites, and for that I did not need GSA, so, or Magic Submitter. So it kind of depends on what you want to rank and what will work for that. All right, not getting a ton of questions, which is totally fine. You know, sometimes people get a lot more out of just kind of coming and hanging out and watching, see what other people are asking about. So if you guys don't have questions, we've got 2 options. I'm here, and I am more than happy to try to do some things to kind of liven up the group. What are you guys currently? If you had like an option between, let me think here, maybe 3 things. If we were looking at like buying PBNs, or on doing keyword research, or what else could we do? Trying to think. Analyzing competition in a market, SEO competition in a market. Which of those topics is of most value to you guys with where you are currently? I'm not even sure exactly who's on here. It'll tell me who's on, but or how many people are on, but not exactly who they are. Oh, got a question from Michael here. I'm hesitant about using GSA or other linking tools, mass linking tools, I think, probably, because I have the feeling that Google will crack down on those, even for YouTube videos. And if it's a video on my channel or linking only to my website, what would stop Google from flagging me? Definitely, you know, something to be aware of, Michael. Yeah, we can actually use our PBN links to rank YouTube videos. We can use them to rank Twitter feeds. We can use them to rank all sorts of good stuff. The amount of link juice that we get coming from those really good quality links is definitely much stronger on our PBN than it is from those link building tools. Okay, Janet's saying that that buying PBNs and analyzing domains would be most valuable for me. Okay. Analyzing competition, Michael's saying. Okay. Yeah, if you guys want to, I guess we can kind of go this route a little bit and see what we can do here. This is something I really haven't done in these coaching sessions before, so let's give this a shot real quick. All right. Anything do we need to use proper articles for PBN sites when launch jacking? What do you mean by proper articles, Joshter? On your PBN site, yeah, you need to have some relevant content that link is going to sit in for your launch jacking. That's going to give you the most relevancy coming from that link going to your website. So that would definitely be necessary. Certainly advisable for that type of thing. Yeah, regardless of whether you're doing launch jacking or local client consulting or ranking lead generation sites or anything like that, using decent content on your PBN sites is definitely recommended. So he says focus on PBN and analysis and backlinks. Okay. Comment for Welton here. I was watching Becker's webinar this past weekend, and he mentioned ranking things differently from Greg. Do you know what Becker's doing and how that is different from what he's doing? I think by Greg. He seems to be doing less EMDs, more ranking these larger sites. Do you know how he's doing that? Yeah, I mean, Becker actually learned, and this is not my comment. This comes from Mike, and it comes from Becker. Actually, Becker learned most, if not everything, that he knows about SEO and ranking from OMG and from Greg. I'm sure he's got his own little tweaks, and Becker, he's great. I'm certainly not taking anything away from him. He definitely does what he does very well. He's a great marketer, and he's entertaining to listen to, which means that most people like to listen to him, and they learn from him. So, you know, the fact that he's able to rank these larger sites, that has nothing to do with being different than Greg. Greg's, you know, KOKS site has, you know, 400 or 500 pages on it, from what I understand. And Greg's got a lot of bigger sites than that. I do too, quite frankly. Those larger sites are not as different as you might expect, because all they are just a non-over-optimized large site. You don't need EMDs to rank, but you can also still rank with EMDs just fine. Well, it just has to do with making sure that you don't get crazy trying to over-optimize a site and kind of run across a line or two and get yourself in hot water with Google. As far as what Becker's doing specifically, I don't know. I watched one of his webinars, just before the live event, just because I knew he was going to be there and talking, and I wanted to see what he was all about. And yeah, definitely he's got some good info to listen to. But I would not try to think that he's doing things that differently than Greg, though. I would just kind of put that out there. I could be wrong, but like I said, I haven't talked to Becker, probably, I don't know, 3 months or so. We spoke kind of the first of the year. Yeah, Paul's saying, yeah, it censors anal analysis. Anything was a typo. Yeah, there's all sorts of, this little program gives us all sorts of funny little things. Keyword analysis would be great. I hate Google's notion of dirty words. Yeah, it's got kind of crazy things. Competition. Okay, we're actually getting people kind of all over the place. Not all over the place, but you know, all of those topics. I kind of knew they were just because of the themes of these office hours and these coaching sessions. Show some stuff myself. Oh, good to know. Yeah, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that at all, Josh. As long as it's relevant content and it's about what you're trying to talk about, that's totally legitimate. That's actually really, really good content. Yeah, definitely use that stuff. Jen says if there's a way you could go over Register Compass and show us how to navigate, filter, sort, that would be great. I've been going through the videos, but the process still doesn't seem to flow very well for me. Yeah. Well, here, I think what we're going to do, just because the rate of questions this session's a little slower, you know, it's not a problem at all, but I'll try to throw some value at you guys, and do kind of a little live over-the-shoulder thing here to see if we can't add some value to the coaching session today. Okay, so this is Register Compass. This is what I use to do my link or my expired domain research. It's an auction site, and I'm sure you guys know this already, but I'm just kind of covering it just in general. It's an auction site that gets expired domains that come from a bunch of different registrars and posts them for auction. Now, there are a bunch of different types of auction, and I'll kind of go over those as we kind of go through here, but we'll just kind of start with the easiest one to understand and the simplest one to usually get turned over and in your own hosting account and things like that. Easiest one to use. Okay, so I'm not going to talk about all these lines. I'm just going to kind of show you what I typically do, and it's the easiest way to go through and set up and start looking at these things, and you can kind of tweak it from there. If you pick GoDaddy, GoDaddy's a real easy registrar to work with. I would use public auctions. Depending on how often you're on here, if you want something to expire in the next like 3 days or so. That'll give you the ability to check, back a couple times a week and not miss stuff. Domain authority is a big thing that we're looking for. You want to make sure that your site is indexed, which means that there's more than 0. It means that there's at least one page that's indexed, which means that Google still thinks it's a legitimate site and worth crawling to give your links power. That's really about all I do to set this up. And then depending on how many results come back, I can tighten it up. You just hit Find Domains. It'll run a search for you real quick. So 636 domains came back. We can actually raise this up to get it to get that list smaller. 140. That's actually a pretty good number. That'll give you the ability to kind of look through quite a few things. So if you click on that, it actually opens up all the sites that are available right now on auction. So you can sort this list by all these factors. If you want to look at the most powerful, I guess, sites first. Another thing I did not do was the domain age. Greg does that. I think it's worth doing, but I'm not going to go through that right now. So if we kind of go top bottom on the power, see this is a domain authority of 60 site that right now is going for $10, and it's an adult. So it says porn blog rabbit, I think is how that is. Yeah, we typically don't do much with adult sites, just because they're usually spammed out and they don't have a lot of link juice that we can make use of. Another one that's adult. So Eco Driving USA right now is at $810. Still got a day left on it. That site will probably wind up going for $2,000 or more. If it's still got a day on it, it's already at $800. It's got a lot of attention. So, unless you're kind of in that ballpark of shopping domains, I just move on to something else that fits your guys' budgets a little better. This site's kind of new. So I probably wouldn't look at that too much. 510. So what I'm doing here, I keep forgetting because I do this so much on my own. I don't talk through it. But so like Eco Driving USA, the reason I didn't check on that is the fact that it's already $800 and there's a day left. The site's going to go for well in excess of $1,000. I typically don't spend that kind of money on a website, on a blog network site. It's going to get way too expensive, and I don't want to mess with bidding against people that have that kind of money to throw at a single site. The Duke SSA site, what I'm looking at right here, everything looks good coming across. $25, that's cool. 17 hours left. That's likely going to stay $100 or less potentially. It's got a PR2, which is fine. It's neither here nor there. But the fact that it's a kind of a new site means that the links that it does have going to it don't really have a track record of sticking around for a long time. Whereas if you have a site that's 2002 or so, you would potentially think that some of those links may have been in place for 4 or 5 years, and they're going to probably stick around for 4 or 5 years. Does that make sense? Hopefully so. I'm actually going to click back and forth over here to the question box every once in a while, just to make sure that we don't miss some questions. I'm going to go back and forth here. As Janet's comment, Michael says, didn't realize Greg had such large sites. Looking at gold RA sites, it seems so sleek and manageable. When would you advise a large site? When a sleek one? They both work fine. Most of my sites are small. Most of the sites I make money with are small, Michael. And when I say small, I mean like less than 10 pages. It's pretty easy to do at that size. One of the things that's challenging with large sites is keeping them on topic enough. So, SF George, Fletch, one of my URLs for PBN is getting a feed text and link 3 to 4 times a day. Should I block this or let it post? Text and link 3 to 4 times per day. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying your PBN is getting. Is this something you set up, George, or something that was already on it that seems to still be getting content posted to it from someplace, or what are you asking about here? And then is this like slow drip feed links that you're getting, or are you talking about actual text or content that's getting posted 3 to 4 times a day? Let me know kind of on those questions. I can give you a better answer indication. Paul, I could use a bullet point list of steps to take to rank a site. I'm currently building PBN, but it's slow going because of funds. What else can I do? What should my priorities be? It's a good question, Paul. Yeah. Adam's on. Sorry he's late. Hey, no big deal, buddy. I'm glad you made it. I'll answer these questions and kind of hop back over, and I'll get to the bullet point question too. Next, when setting up a new domain on a site, I plan to rent. I've set up who is guard. What do you suggest I write as the owner of the site in the footer area for site owner, address, company, terms of service, privacy, etc.? Once I get it rented, I'll change the info, but what should I do initially to get it ranked? You can make whatever. You can make it up, Welton. That's that connection to anything that's actually in existence. No bearing at all. You can say it belongs to, Marvin Martian at 123, Outer Space Avenue. All rights reserved for extraterrestrials, and Google's not going to say, "Oh, well, that's not legitimate." I'm not going to rank it. It doesn't matter. Those things have a lot more to do with sites that are monetized, that are representing legitimate businesses, to kind of keep people's expectations of what that site indicates as far as reality in check. So I wouldn't worry about it too much there. Okay, Paul, getting back to Paul's question about a bullet list. One of the reasons that we don't do a step-by-step, Paul, and it may take you a little bit longer to understand and wrap your head around what we do as far as all the different kind of moving pieces that come together to get us to build a site and rank a site. I could sit here with you at my desk, and I could go through and I could show you the exact step-by-step to rank a site that I use, but that's going to be different than, quite frankly, it's going to be different than everybody else in OMG. And the reason that's different and that it still works for everybody else is because we all base our processes on principles that work all the time. So what we really focus on teaching and training in OMG are the principles that we pay attention to. So understanding anchor text, understanding over-optimization, understanding the power of a good URL structure on a website, and things of that nature. So while that type of thing could initially be somewhat helpful or make it seem easier to get that kind of process under your belt and get rolling, Michael and especially David are very very firm in the belief and the understanding that long term it does not create as much value for everyone in the group, and it creates less potential for them all to grow within their own knowledge and their own ability to get money. So we really try to stick with teaching the fundamentals and the principles and those building blocks that we can all then put together once we understand it all. And that's why we don't teach everybody do this exact same thing all the time. So hopefully that helps you understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. I know it's not that list or the checklist that you were maybe hoping to get, but it is also kind of along the lines of really what we're about and how the law of implication comes into play with how OMG is built and Project X is built. So that group, oh man, somebody else help me out with the name of that beginner Facebook group. It's down here, and I don't want to scroll through the whole list. There's a Facebook group that's specifically set up for people who are just getting going with OMG, and they want to have a little extra, I guess, relationship to other people that are just getting going as well. I would highly recommend getting involved with that, because it will also put you in a place where, those kind of light bulbs go off for different people in different ways, and sometimes just having a lot of people in your exact same situation or your exact process that you're working through that say, oh, hey, I was looking at this, and it never dawned on me that this was really one of the big important parts that I needed to pay attention to, and when I got that, it let all these other ideas flow. And then posting that is what will, in turn, potentially get your light bulb to go off too. So definitely try to get involved with that. Spend time not only with our training videos, watching them and rewatching them, but also getting involved with those social groups. It's huge, huge value. So, yeah, Scott helped me out there. The Beginner Acceleration and Support Network Facebook group. So, Paulo, that's okay. Your explanation, you reminded me a bunch of other things that I need to do. Okay, good, Paul. Hopefully that works out. Yeah, I'll click back over here and kind of go through a little bit more on these domains until I find one that I really want to look at. So, I actually spotted one just, what was it? Yeah, so this one's jumping out. It's a bunch of garbly-gook here, which a lot of times isn't great. But I'll go over and check out the links on it. It's PR0, which isn't, doesn't jump right off the page at you for being like super powerful. But it's got a domain authority of 50. It's from 2001, and it's $12. So we're going to check it out just to see what's going on with it. So I'm just copying the domain name here so I can open a new tab and put the URL into OpenSite Explorer. It's from previous to 2006, so likely was built on the www version. Wait for this to kind of open up here. I'll just get a login real quick. It's going to be foreign links, so this isn't going to give us a great indication of what we do. But essentially what we do, we go in here, open this up, and we group these links by domain, filter this out. Still kind of chewing on this process. If you want to go through and translate all these anchor text, I mean, I can just tell right off the bat that the anchor text is different for these first three links just because they're a different number of characters here. So this has got different symbols and stuff on it, so it might not be that bad. I don't know what these are, but they're coming from domain authority sites that have, decent domain authority. Yeah, it's kind of loading up still. So, yeah, it's only got 4 links, but I'm actually going to just go find one that's going to have some stuff that we can actually analyze. So yeah, with this particular site, M White and Juice Plus, I guess. Not sure what that is exactly, but I'm going to go look at it. It's already at 350. The day left, but it's PR5. It's kind of a new site, but we'll check it out anyway and see what we have here. Because I think a lot of people they don't really have as much trouble finding a site that they want to throw into OpenSite Explorer and look at, but they typically do like to see a little extra understanding of what we look at here. So quite a few links, not bad for the domain authority and page authority that we have. So it just means that there's probably been pretty heavy amount of SEO done on this site. I can already tell that there has been. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about when I run this real quick. Okay, so the first thing that jumps out at me is this link anchor text is the same all the way down, right? Now, on a natural site, is that likely going to be the case? That every one of the top 20 most powerful links, 25 most powerful links on this site have the exact same anchor text? No, that's typically not something that is going to be the case. Now, if that were not the case, what we then do is open these up in, well, did I take off this plugin? I think I can do this. I had a weird situation where I had a plugin that would not allow me to open these up in new tabs. Anyway, so we essentially open these up in a new tab and then check out this site. Check out all these links on the side here. This might be a PBN site. I don't even know. It's definitely a site that somebody's using to take advantage of links and all this kind of thing. So these links, even though they're coming from this fairly powerful site here, are definitely heavy SEO. There's not going to be as much link juice passing through them because there are so many links on this site that's getting, spread out. And quite frankly, you guys can achieve this exact same thing. You just built it yourself. So why spend $350 on a site that you could just build yourself, in 5 months or something like that? You could build 50 sites like this. So that's why we don't really typically want to get sites that have had a lot of SEO work that's obviously done to them. Okay, so there's that quick little lesson. We'll check out the question box and see what we've got going here. Scott W., you will not find the Facebook group by searching on Facebook. Send Mike an email, tell him to join. Yeah. Okay, Adam, probably an obvious question. If I buy a domain with good ranking, can I use that juice for more than one money site using linking methods? So when you're talking about good rankings here, Adam, I'm not sure if you're being very specific with that terminology, but the fact that it has good ranking can indicate that it's got a lot of good link juice that we can use to rank our websites. But it also might just indicate that there's no competition in the market, that it is, I could try to rank a website. This is what kind of high-level SEOs do to test their methods, is they will rank a website for a term like, like this, okay? I just typed it in the chat box. This is not going to be anywhere else on the internet, that term, that combination of terms. So what they can do is isolate the fact that their methods work regardless of competition, meaning there's not going to be any competition for trying to rank for this keyword. And so they can build two different sites and use different methods to try to rank for those sites and see which one ranks higher in Google. That is, in a nutshell, the way really good SEOs test all of their methods, and Greg is included in that. So the other thing that we do is we actually look at the sites that are ranking for a niche that we want to get into and see what it's going to take to rank. Okay? I'm going to walk you through that process here real quick too, because that's actually something that's very valuable for you guys. And that kind of goes into another question that we had earlier, so I'm going to get into that too. Welton just sent you an email. Can you answer it here? Oh, yeah, it just popped up. Let me check it out, Welton, real quick. Then I'll get into kind of some of that analyzing competition stuff. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep niche information confidential for you, Welton. First question we have is still recommending vSilo. I like vSilo. I like vSilo for building out sites very quickly. It's not the most ideal situation for building out a money site, because a lot of times we'll want to have different content on our pages for conversion purposes and branding purposes, but it can build out a website very quickly, and they still do very well. His second comment or question, are your videos that you mentioned here done? Can I see them? Yeah, I'm just reading this real quick just to get a good overview of this. Do you think? I'm just kind of looking through this to get the rest of the background on this question. Oh yeah, I remember your URL structure and all that stuff from before. Well, yeah, your URL structure was good from when I looked at your site earlier. I'm just, I guess I'm looking at the email I just received, and it almost looks like there's more information that's not included in this specific email. I'm actually having trouble getting all the information I need to answer these questions properly. So, yeah, I guess I need some more information for this. We already answered the question before from it being over-optimized. Over-optimized, the big piece of the puzzle that you may not, that I haven't looked at, and that may be over-optimized would be anchor text, depending on what kind of things you've done with links. And then any suggestions you have on this? Yeah, send me some more information on that exactly, Welton. I'll answer it via email after the session wraps up. I don't really like to get a lot of questions that way, but I think in this case it might work better. Okay. Okay, James, got here late. Do you have preferred software for tracking YouTube video rankings? Oh, that's the fun one. So, no. Short answer, no, I don't. With YouTube videos, I've tried to use microsite masters. It works sometimes. You can't track YouTube for the video. You have to track the exact page that video comes up on. You can use microsite masters for that. I typically don't, just because it eats up a lot of my account, and I'd rather track websites for rankings than videos. You know, when I go after ranking a video, getting it on the first page is not challenging usually with the local niches. So I really don't track it that well. Quite frankly, unless you're tracking or building, you know, hundreds of videos, you know, going to check rankings on that one-off is not that big a deal. So I would kind of use just kind of the manual process to check YouTube videos personally. That's why I don't really have a YouTube video rank tracking software that I use that much. Adam, sorry, I referred to SEO Majestic, Trust, and Citation. Oh yeah, I don't pay a lot of attention to that, the trust and citation flow. It's not something I really. I just don't think that there's a reason to pay a ton of attention to that when we can look at some other metrics just as easily. That's kind of just a quick way of determining the quality of those links, which I want to do one-off anyway for the powerful links. So just be kind of more information, and it probably doesn't not going to help me out that much. I'll send the question later. Oh yeah, thanks, Welton. Okay, so going into like if we're going to go check, what kind of, well, I'll leave this open just in case we come back to it. So if I were going to get into some kind of, all right, so okay, so acupuncture Kansas City. This is a search term that you could go out and find an acupuncturist or a clinic that does acupuncture, and they may want to rank for this. And you may want to say, well, what am I going to have to do to rank on the first page of Google for this search term? Okay, acupuncture Kansas City. So we've actually got a few people who are listed here above the local listings, which is cool. It probably also means that they've actually had some decent SEO done to their sites. Otherwise, the local listings typically pop up above them. So looks like there's some people trying to do SEO here, because we've got some people that are building exact match domains. I'm actually from a town just south of Kansas City, so that's the reason I just threw it in here. So let's just check out this Mary Zhang. What I do when I check out competition here is to use hrefs. It gives me a little quicker picture of what's going on with it. So you just put website in there. No, I'm not signed in. Sign in here. Okay, so hrefs typically pulls back more results than Open Site Explorer does. So this is showing 59 backlinks with 35 referring domains. In case anybody doesn't know, these backlinks, those are going to include, a lot of times, I'm not sure exactly if hrefs does, I'm sure they do though. This also, backlinks are on-site backlinks, so cross-linking between pages and things like that. So it's not a lot of links on this site, but it does have links coming from 35 domains. That's reasonable to look at. Doesn't mean there's a ton of really crazy SEO done on it though. But what we're going to want to look at is, yeah, so 49 do follow, 9 no follow. Yeah, it's got 7 site-wide, things like this. Yeah, so strangely enough, yeah, most of the links are coming from traffic CTLD. I'm actually not sure what that's showing there. It's kind of crazy. Mine doesn't do that typically. Yeah, most of the links are coming from .coms, but it does have some BizOrg, some .au links. Doesn't have any government links, doesn't have any military links, doesn't have any .edu links. So this also will show you what the anchor text breakdown is for this website. So acupuncture is at 14%. Mary Zhang Chinese Medicine Clinic Inc. is at 14%. Mary Zhang with the HTTP on it, visit website, some totally random crazy thing there. An iceberg, interestingly enough, I'm not sure if that has something to do with acupuncture. Chinese Medicine Clinic. So this has got actually a pretty wide variety of links coming to it. But you can see, not that many. What we could do is to check where each of these links were coming from. Where is that? I don't use hrefs that much to get kind of detailed information on it. So if we look at the backlinks report here, I think that's where it is. Oh no, that's a different thing. Oops. What the heck is going on here? Yeah. So if you just look at the external backlinks, this will tell you where these links are coming from. So it's got a Groupon deal link, DMOZ link. Just means it's a site that's been up for a while. Those are actually pretty cool to have, but it's not probably worth going after. Another Groupon, Yellow Pages. Yeah, see, these links are not. This is some kind of a big, heavy domain. It's got a subdomain built into it. 5 Elements Theory. Healthy Kidneys. Yeah, some short code there. Yeah, see, these links are not that great. So if you were going into this niche and you wanted to say, hey, I want to rank for this search term, number one, you can go into hrefs and get pretty good breakdown of the anchor text that you want to start using to rank for this term. This is already what Google says it likes because this site is on first page. And result number one. But then you can also look at these other factors to tell how difficult it's going to be, what kind of quality of links you're going to have to build to overcome what they've got in place here. So hopefully that makes a little sense to you guys. Where are we here? Yeah, there we are. Okay, cool. All right. Oh, yeah, Jeremy's on. Good to see that. All right, so let me know if that makes any sense to you guys. I know it's kind of disconnected a little bit just because I'm trying to actually look at it and talk to you guys about it, teach about it and things like that all at the same time. But that's usually what you could do. Like I'll pull up, this might be just, overkill or something like that. But if we were going to look at, so this is my site. So you can see there's no results found. There's no links, to this site. So, let me see, maybe, yeah, no, still not coming up. Yeah, because there's no sites, there's no links built to it. If I pull up Mile High Plumbing, the other site that I had, what is that, a .com? I think it's actually a .net. Yeah, so you can see here that, I just built a site, so, it's starting to get, a couple links popping in here recently. You can see what they are down here, milehighplumbing.net, milehighplumbing.net. That's all the only links that are showing up are, the actual naked URL. So that's how HRES works. And what I typically use it for is to just check out what's ranking in a certain niche for certain, couple keywords, and then figure out what I'll have to do to rank in those niches. I don't get into a ton of new niches anymore. I kind of have the ones that I work with, and I already know what I need to do with them. But for people just starting out, that hopefully gives you a little more insight into kind of some of the processes I take on the front end to have a better idea of what it takes to get into a niche and rank well for it. Oh, Janet says that was helpful. Okay. Hey, great. Yeah, definitely, Janet. I probably, well, I would like to do more with that type of teaching for these office hours. I actually may set up one of the sessions a week to do just this exact type of thing, so that we can get back and forth questions about it, and also, just open dialogue with what I'm doing and why I'm doing it and things like that. Okay, Welton says, great info about HRES regarding competition. This would fit in with your Google search process, where you look at the top 10 pages to see how many competitors you have. Yeah, exactly, Welton. All these ideas kind of come together, and this is what we talk about. While we don't do kind of a step-by-step list, is it's kind of, once you understand what we're looking at and what we need to think about, these ideas all just naturally kind of fit together. They fit into the frame that we've built to understand SEO, about what ranks, why it ranks, and what we can do to rank better than what's already out there. So, all right, Jeremy's got a comment here. Fletch, I'm planning to use a high domain authority expired domain for SEO money site. Would it be okay to redirect it to a branded new domain, mycompanyname.com? How does it affect the flow of link juice? Redirects work. They work pretty well, actually. I don't use them that much for expired domains as an entire domain redirect. That's just not something that I typically do. Redirects for what Link Juice Keeper does as far as a plugin on a site to redirect certain pages back to your home page, your money page. And so I use redirects that way. But as far as an entire domain redirect, I just don't do that much. I'm not sure exactly how well it works or how long those situations stay in place. But they are a legitimate way. I mean, the reason they have redirects and they work are because companies take on new identities, they acquire other old companies, and they want to keep the links and the traffic coming from those old links in place and things like that. So it's not any kind of black hat or anything to do things like that. So I would imagine that it would be a pretty decent process. It's just not something I've done personally, Jeremy. Oh, yeah, an hour late. Yeah, we started about an hour 15 ago. Yeah, I'm actually going to have to jump off here in another 5 minutes or so, Jeremy. But we've got another session scheduled for Thursday, and it will actually be, it will start an hour later than the session today started. So if that helps you out with scheduling, that that'll be kind of where we are for Thursday. Janice says that would be great. You kind of set up a short sort of curriculum schedule with your office hours, typical Q&A always included too. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I'll definitely run that by David. He, you know, I've got a lot of leeway. I can kind of do what I need to do on these office hours, and it seems to work really well. Yeah, I'll run that by David. Make sure that there aren't any weird, you know, conflicts that I didn't think about with that, and then yeah, we'll kind of go from there, Jenna. Well, I think it would be great format for office hours to present on a topic per week, answer questions on other days. Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about. Well, you know, and even when I do, you know, a presentation, it will just be kind of a topic. You know, we can talk about, like what we just showed with HREFs and analyzing competition, or we can look at, you know, finding expired domains, or we can look at, you know, anchor text variation and making sure we're not over optimized, or, you know, things like that. Might be cool. Oh, Ted says he likes that idea too. Yeah, I'm glad you guys got some info out of it. Like I said, I hadn't really ever tried that before. Actually, it's funny. The computer I had up until about 2 months ago was an old, like, I'm seriously talking like a 6 or 7 year old computer. It was a Mac that I had from forever ago, and it was what I built everything I did last year on. I was definitely kind of miserly with my money and didn't decide to upgrade my computer until just recently, after the first of the year. And my old computer, there's no way it would handle anything like that. It could keep up with, you know, a couple tabs here, but if we had too much going on, it would just bonk out. And my internet connection, I recently upgraded as well, which lets me do a lot more with this kind of multitasking online. So, yeah, okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and wrap up. If I don't see any more questions here in the next minute or so. Yeah, otherwise, definitely appreciate everyone's time. Hopefully everybody got some good information out of this. It was kind of a smaller group today, so I think the format that we took with kind of going over a few things live seems like it was very helpful. So I'll probably start to do a little bit more with that moving forward. It's always, once you kind of get up and get going and get, you know, the routine, it's a little tricky. Doesn't seem like it really should be, but it's a little tricky to kind of shift gears. But I think that something like that would not be that difficult or challenging. So, and it definitely would be kind of high value stuff. We'll look at trying to include that maybe starting next week as kind of a carrying forward of what we did today. Sylvia says, great idea to present a topic per session, Q&A next session. Yeah. Yeah, and what we'll probably do with that, Sylvia, is to not really have it be a static like presentation, but just kind of an interactive presentation like we had here, where I go talk about some concepts, come back over, make sure the chat, you know, there aren't questions about what I'm covering, and then kind of go from there. So that way everything kind of is fresh with that type of thing. James, absolutely, man. Thanks for being on. Welton as well, Jeff, Sylvia, Nancy. Okay, we're going to go ahead and stop the Camtasia recording. This hour flew by. I mean, it seemed like it was like 20 minutes in. And anyway, neither here nor there. But go ahead and get the Camtasia wrapped up. All right, everybody. Yeah, hopefully everybody can come on Thursday. I've actually got to jump over on another little webinar right now that I've got scheduled. So hopefully everybody got a lot out of this. Oh, George got a last-minute question here. Fletch, one of my URLs for PBN is getting a feed text and link 3 times a day. Should I block this or let it post? Missed your answer. Oh, actually, I responded to that question with kind of some more questions with exactly what you were getting at there, whether it was drip-fed links or content to keep that PBN fresh. Either of which would probably be fine. I would not worry about that too much. I think those are actually probably decent things to keep your network live and dynamic to a degree, if that's what you're talking about there. I would not worry about stopping that necessarily. Okay, Mary, thank you. Michael, thank you as well. We'll go ahead and stop the broadcast, and I'll look forward to seeing you guys all again on Thursday. Take care, and we'll catch you soon. Okay, just getting ready to go live here. Just wanted to make sure our sound is good. I'll do a quick little sound check and then we'll get rolling. Okay, had to go sign for a package of diapers real quick from the UPS man. Sorry about the hold up. Everything muted here. And we'll do a quick backup recording on Camtasia. Start recording. Okay. Okay, we're good to go here. All right. Okay, still sounds good. Who do we have on today? All right, Adam. Okay, Adam's saying that his main two problems are, at the moment, properly analyzing domains to purchase. So I assume expired domains for money sites, but most likely for PBNs. And then also understanding niche keywords. Okay, very good to know, Adam. Depending on how many people we have in the group today and how many questions we have, we may jump over and start to analyze some of that stuff. So it's very good to know. Okay, Welton. Love that Barter post in the Facebook group today. Good stuff. Oh, good to know, Welton. Yeah, in case I was wondering what what Welton's talking about here. I made a post in the Facebook group today about barter. Pardon me, my allergies been horrible. One of the things that has kind of queued me up to finding new niches and new things that I could work with is actually what I need to have done in my own life. And Walton's commenting on a post that I made in the Facebook group that talked about finding niches and companies to work with that I was actually looking for to have services done in my own life. So yeah, hopefully people actually picked up on that and will kind of start to pay attention to the things that they need done. Yeah, I'm glad that worked with you, Welton. It got quite a bit of attention. So yeah, hopefully people are gonna, start expanding their search parameters outside of just keyword research. Yeah, we got Michael on, Sylvia. Very good. All right, Sylvia, question. Once we select an expired domain from Register Compass, we analyze it with Moz, OpenSite Explorer for the site's backlinks. Why do we need to use hrefs to analyze the site again after we've checked the expired domain with Moz? Yeah, it's not necessary, Sylvia. If you've gone through the Moz Open Site Explorer research protocol and looked at the quality of the backlinks to make sure that the site, sites that the backlinks are originating from are good and high quality and have decent PR, domain authority, and things like that, you don't need to go on and check it with hrefs. I mean, it's kind of an either or at that point in time. Moz and hrefs do pretty much the same thing. So, yeah, you don't have to check them both. All right, we got Dan on. Yep, doing good today, my friend. Let me go ahead and queue up I've got Ted jumping in. Very good. Yeah, we're starting to fill up pretty quick here, so I imagine the questions will start to kind of pour in. I'm going to go ahead and log into my Register Compass, my Open Site Explorer. That way, if we jump over and do some over the shoulder, we have those running. Question, comment from Welton. Were you able to read my email sent the other day? I don't know if I saw that, Welton. If you could resend that, that would work. Let's see if I... Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like it might be about URL structure. A question from Welton. I bought BizBuilder Hosting. Todd Spears is the guy who owns that. Is it possible to use Russell Silo Structure software and set the site up with all of the URL structure that I've included here? If not, I'll do it manually, which is not bad since I can learn. Once the site structure is up, I'll just put my phone number and call to action. Yeah, well, no, I'll get back with you about site setup and stuff like that after the fact. For the most part, you're responsible for site setup, but I can get you pointed in the right direction as far as getting that taken care of the right way. So yeah, I'll get back to you after our coaching session wrap up, and hopefully we can get that moving forward for you. Not a problem. Okay. Right, Michael K. Have you used X Sniper yet? Oh, the PBN Sniper. Yeah, that's I think Chris Morris. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's his software. Are you going to stick with Register Compass? You know what? When Chris sent me a version of that a couple months ago, and I tried it out, and it looked really, really slick. For the most part, between now and then, I've used Register Compass by itself, but everything I've heard about that software is that it saves a ton of time, and it kind of pares your list down significantly. So I'm actually going to jump into that probably this weekend and see how it works for getting me pointed in the right direction for expired domain purchasing. Yeah, Chris, the guy who developed that, actually lives here in Phoenix, and at the live event, we turned up on the same flight from Phoenix to Tennessee, so we get to kind of meet each other, and then, of course, kind of caught up and met each other at the live event as well. But yeah, I'm actually kind of excited to check that out and see how it works. Question from Shane. When building PBN, money is, say, loans. Okay. Would you make the PBN about loans as well? or should they be more generic, say about car loans, home loans, or whatever? Shane, I actually like to have a decent mix. I like to have some of my PBNs that are very much tightly themed, which would mean that the entire theme would be about, or the entire PBN would be about loans, or even in a little broader sense, like payday loans, or mortgage refinance, or something like that. Whatever you're going for, and then a decent percentage of the other links are going to come from PBNs that I do not have a theme on, that are just more general. An example of that would be somebody that was just going to put up a blog and talk about the things that were important in the last 12 months of their life. And one of those things might have been refinancing their house. And so the post is actually about how they chose the company that they were going to work with. That would give a link to a payday site. Another specific post might be about a deck that they built on their home, and that would be a link that goes to a deck building company's site, or a deck building lead generation site, and things of that nature. So hopefully that makes sense. I actually still like to have a decent mix. If you've got some themed out PBN sites, I also like to have some really general PBN sites, to the same degree that when we look at the link diversity coming to a site, we want to have kind of a natural breakdown, and so that's one of the reasons that I still like to have different types of PBNs that I build. Okay, Nathan B, is there a good example of an effective My City SEO site that I should emulate for content on my own site? There are certain videos I should watch. Nathan, Mike's done a really good job of opening up and sharing with everyone the Nashville SEO site. Not only does it rank incredibly well, but it converts well in addition to that. So I would still use that as an example to emulate and pay attention to. Okay, Josh, when you get articles written for PBN sites, do you give the worker a list of keywords to include? Yeah. Part of the instructions I give my writers are the title of the different articles that I have or that I want written, as well as the keywords. Usually those are pretty close to the same thing, but yeah, I usually give a title and the keywords that I'm going after for the article. Those are the two stipulations, as well as number of words in the article. Those are the three things that I give for articles that I want written. Okay, Charlotte, when I set up my PBNs with WordPress and plugins, do I need to put the post on them so there's some decent or some content on them? Or is it okay to leave it empty until I'm ready to link out to a money site? Yeah, no, it's okay to leave it, pretty much empty until you're ready to post some posts that link out to your money sites, Charlotte. I like to make it look natural, so I'll put like some kind of placeholder and say, hey, getting ready to, show the world what I think about whatever. If it's a themed site, or, share the things that are important in my life. If it's a, kind of a random mixed content blog. But until you actually have a money site that you're ready to link to, you don't have to worry about content on your PBN that much. For the most part, a PBN is not, it's special in what we do with it, meaning that it's special in how we use it to rank for our money sites, but it should just, as much as possible, look like a normal website that somebody puts up. So yeah, we've had a lot of questions about that. And part of it is just because, we're using it for a special purpose. It's very specialized in the way we utilize it. But for the most part, the way to leverage that is to make it the most natural looking website that we can. So part of that's going to be, put some content on it and let it, kind of do its thing before we link out hard to our money sites. And hopefully in so doing, we make the most use of the power of the links that that site already has. So, okay, where are we here? That was Charlotte. Okay, Dan S. I'm working on ranking a keyword for one of my clients. I have created a dedicated page for the keyword within the silo. Currently, the home page is ranking number 10 for the keyword, and the top of the silo is ranking 14 for the actual dedicated page. And the actual dedicated page is way down. Would you continue with the dedicated page or send PBN links to the home page to rank all three over time? Yeah. I would try to rank all three over time, Dan, because the entire purpose of building a silo site is to make the most out of the links that we send to a site, not necessarily just to a page. And so what we want to eventually accomplish is to have all of our inner pages ranking for their respective keywords. Now, we can many times accomplish ranking for a specific keyword that we really want to get and build a silo site to accomplish that, but really what a silo does is it actually spreads the link juice out in the most natural and appropriate way for ranking the entire site or the entire silo structure that we're working on linking to. So your least frustrating route to getting rankings that you're looking to get on that, Dan, is to look at sending links to the entire silo structure naturally, as far as kind of a relatively natural link pattern, going to a couple of the inner pages, maybe one at the top of the silo, maybe one of the home page even. That's going to get you the most results that you're looking for. Okay, Edgar J. I'm in the Caribbean islands since February and want to know if I should use some kind of IP masking to do some SEO in Miami or Chicago. What do you suggest? I wouldn't worry about it too much, Edgar. When you're setting up sites and PBNs, they should be US based if you're looking to do SEO in Miami and Chicago. But as far as the way you interact with the internet yourself, I wouldn't worry about using some kind of a VPN or anything like that. I just got a couple of emails here. Let me see if somebody's kind of stuck on the outside trying to get in. Oh, yeah. Okay, looks like they're good. Okay, Nathan's got a question here. Thanks, Fl1Tch. What about samples of sites that generate leads for construction type services? The two sites I would have you have a look at, these are sites I have kind of on display just because it's what I do and my ID's on it anyway. That's my actual construction company, Nathan. I just put a link in the chat box. You can check that out, see what I've done with it. It for the most part, just has a phone number on it and good content. It's not optimized in any way. This is not an SEO example, so please take that in consideration. But what it is an example of what my sites look like for the most part, as far as the way they're laid out, what I've done with Google authorship and the phone numbers and things of that nature. So this is more of a conversion example, Nathan. So anybody who's watching or listening or wants to check that site out, please take that into consideration. This is not an SEO example. It's one that I actually is a poor SEO example. If anybody's listened to any of my kind of webinar exposure in the past. This is a site that I built that was not doing well SEO-wise. Did not get any traffic before I joined ONG, and I really haven't done that much to update it or improve it. But it does actually, when I get people on the site, it gets them to call. So that is what that example is about. No, okay. Ted is saying, Fletch, can you please explain about how a CPA site would work? Is a CPA offer just posted on your main blog? Yeah, absolutely, Ted. There are different types of CPAs. CPA just stands for cost per action, which means that our payment gets triggered at a different point than most like affiliate offers. An affiliate offer typically pays you based on a sale. A CPA offer typically pays you on somebody hitting like submit if they offer up their information, like a phone number or address or email address or whatever it might be, or whenever a phone number gets called. So like pay per lead is essentially a CPA offer. It means that you don't get paid based on whether or not somebody bought from the end company. You get paid actually when that phone rings. I just had a couple more emails here real quick. Let me check this out. I'm going to direct people over to the website here real quick. Hang on one second, guys. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so that's the difference between CPA and affiliate. It really has to do with when you get paid in the whole lead generation process. So follow up to that is a CPA offer just posted on your main blog? So it depends on the type of offer it is, Ted. If it is a situation where you get paid based on a phone call, the site that I just put up there is an example, EcoBuilt Group. You could look at that as a CPA offer that I get paid on when somebody calls. You know, pay per call is the same as a CPA. And that's actually how that site's monetized currently. The phone number on there actually goes to one of my salespeople, and when that phone rings, they get kind of an invoice. Not every time. I actually invoice that like every 2 weeks or a month. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but that is how that site's set up. So hopefully that helps you out with understanding what a CPA offer is. There's a bunch of different types of CPA offers. Some of the CPA offers actually have to do with data submission, meaning that if somebody puts their personal information in there, an email address, and they hit submit, that's when you get paid. That's a little different, but for the most part, what you're really trying to do is to get somebody to take action on your site. And so at the end of the day, what we're looking at is conversion to that. So hopefully that helps out some. Well, saying Harvard dropouts really catchy like Zuckerberg or Bill Gates. Yeah, well, that was me, so I figured I'd try to make use of it. That refers to the EcoBelt website. I think it was like energy saving secrets of a Harvard dropout or something like that. Well, yeah. Yeah, it converts pretty well. It's a pretty good site. Okay, Mike SLC, since it is slow, can I ask a V-Silo question? Yeah, absolutely, Mike. Not a problem. All right, Mick Shaw, speaking of silos again, so from our 1PBN, we link to one link to our silo naturally and nothing more than that, almost like filling up top cup and watching the link juice flow down. Yeah, Mick, for the most part, you can do that. So the PBN that you have, that can also link out to other money sites. So you can use that PBN to power 10 or 15 different websites in that way. You can send more than one link from that single PBN to your money site, but I would limit it. I would keep it to 3 or less. For the most part, I only like to send a single link from a PBN to my money site. But yeah, for the most part, when you send that link over to your money site, what it does is that link juice spreads out and it helps us rank the sites that are attached to that silo. Not only the single site that we link to, but also the other sites, also the other pages within that silo structure. So yeah, you've got it absolutely right. Okay, TJ, for CPA sites on separate C-class IPs. Whoops, jumping around here. Well, that comment from TJ just disappeared, so maybe he's modifying it a little bit. Wait till it pops back up again. Okay, Edgar J. I believe I can use my PBN until I reach about 100 links to one particular niche site. Then I should repurpose it, point it to another niche. That's correct. How can I repurpose it if it is still feeding clients instead of my money site? Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking here, Edgar. I believe I can use my PBN site until I reach about 100 links to one particular niche. Yeah, if you can clarify that question or comment, Edgar. Yeah, I'm actually kind of interested in what you're getting at here. For the most part, we don't put more than a couple links to a single site from each post, and then each of those posts, we don't have more than a couple posts to a single money site. We can have up to maybe 15 or even 20 posts, but then you go to different money sites. So depending on how many money sites you have, that will determine exactly what the post structure on your PBN looks like. So yeah, kind of, if that helps as an answer, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking though. The 100 links thing is kind of throwing me a little bit. Mike SLC, okay. Qzx300 builds a menu structure. I need to add one item. There's a link rather than a page to my menu. I want to be able to continue to add the silo structure through vSilo. How can I add a menu item to that menu if it has a link? There's two ways, Mike, I'm thinking of. If it's a top level menu item, Mike, So if it's like one of these items, like I said, these aren't great because they're drop downs. It's not what you need to have. If it's one of these, that's going to be affected by your custom menu within your theme. This is Genesis with dynamic on top of it. So that's just a custom menu item. You'd address that here. You go to Appearance and then Menus. And then this is the main menu items. You just add to this. Back out. If you've got a menu item that you only want to have show up within each individual silo, what I would do is follow Greg's example from Qzx300, where he creates a .php page, which is essentially a redirect page within his file structure and page structure in WordPress. So the link would be like, it would look like that, whatever your root domain is, with that as the end, and then the structure on the code on this site would be a redirect to whatever end link that you wanted to accomplish. That would be the most natural way to make it look. So hopefully that makes sense. You can check out the examples that Greg has. He does that a lot with his affiliate site, qzx.com or .org, I think it is. Okay. Where were we here? Okay, mix shot. I'm 1 PBN, 3 links to different parts of Money Site 1, plus 3 links to different Money Site 2, and Money Site 3. Yeah, for a total of 100 links. Yeah, that makes sense, Mick. That sounds good. Okay, Nathan B. Looks like my first customer is a dissatisfied web.com customer who feels scammed. Have you dealt with xweb.com or similar customers? If so, you have a general feel for how much an OMGer can do at lead generation. Yeah. No. Well. Okay. So specifically web.com, I actually don't know what that is. Let me pull it up and see. All right, so I have a feeling they're just like a big fulfillment company for people who want to build a website, and you come here and they build a website and tell you it's going to rank and all that kind of thing. So if so, do you have a general feel for how much better an OMGer can do at lead generation? Well, I don't know about this company specifically, but I seriously have reservations about any of these giant companies that tell you they can build a website and rank it and all that kind of thing. The companies I take on are lead generation wise. We can totally transform the business. We can easily double the number of leads that a company gets. As far as company-wide, generally what that turns into is a situation where we get 3 to 4 times the amount of online lead generation the company was getting before they started doing SEO work with us. So if they were getting 10 leads a month, we can very easily get them to 40. More often than not, it's even better than that, but that's a very conservative estimate. Hopefully that kind of makes sense to you. Let's make sure the video is still going here. Okay, Shane, I noticed with launch jacking it seems near impossible to just throw up a site more video and outrank people for some of these JVZoo WSO offers. Do you want to use PBN network for launch jacking? And if so, you wipe all content from money site and start fresh, or just keep adding pages. All right, Shane. So there's a couple different ways to accomplish rankings quickly to take advantage of launch jacking. Some of the things I know people are doing, they would potentially use a new website or one that's been repurposed and use PBNs to rank that new site, whether it's a newly registered site or more often than not just an expired domain that they would use to kind of hijack a launch. What you can also do is to build a site that's specifically going to be set up to do launch jacking and have a different silo structure potentially for each of the new launches you're going to take advantage of. So in that case, you would buy an expired domain and one that has some domain authority, building a new silo or potentially just different pages for each different product that you're going to try to sell off that site. Those are two different ways to accomplish the ranking goals that we have for launch jacking. Still making use of PBNs. Sorry, I got the hiccups. To rank that site as far as link juice goes. All right, looks like T-Travio, Tim, I think it is. I just saw you posting on the Google Plus page, so I'm glad you made it over. Not a problem at all. Newbie having a lot of challenges trying to get started. Yeah, not a problem at all, Tim. Just ask me whatever questions you have. I'll try to answer them as best I can, and we can help you get on the right foot. Off on the right foot. Okay, Janet, hey Fletch, just joining now. I have a bunch of questions about best practices using Register Compass. One, do you stay away from business-oriented sites or just less favorable? Continued. Okay, so business-oriented sites are not necessarily a problem. One of the things we really want to try to look at is how heavily they've been SEO'd, meaning how contrived the backlink profile going to that site is. This is something we just kind of covered in the Facebook group again. There were some posts about, somebody read some article about, it was on Moz, and it talked about things that are more and more important. You got to do this, you got to have content marketing, all these kind of things. It's not really the case. Hopefully I'll have a little bit of time here, Janet, I can jump over and do kind of a little over-the-shoulder research on Register Compass and show you kind of what I'm talking about. But I really wouldn't stay away from business-oriented sites, but I would stay away from sites that look like they have very unnatural-looking link profiles going back to that site. If you're looking at either an expired domain for a PBN site or a money site, either one. Follow-up question from Janet: how do you evaluate the link of no-follow links, or the value of no-follow links? I like to see them, Janet. I like to see them maybe even 25% of the time. They do pass link juice, but not nearly as much as a do-follow link. So I really don't take them into consideration as far as how much a site is worth. But I do kind of say, oh yeah, I've got some decent no-follow links here. It's kind of more of that thing. It's not something I weigh heavily on the how much I'll pay for an expired domain, but it's a situation where I like to see some no-follow links going to a site just because it's a little more natural situation to have some no-follows in addition to the do-follows that are what I base most of my valuation on. Hopefully that makes sense. Then number 3, is there a value to backlinks that go to directory sites? Go to directory sites. I've found bunches of those. I assume you mean come from, but yeah, there's nothing wrong with those. It's just the directory sites tend not to be as high quality, and they also tend to have a ton of links coming from them. So there's just less link juice to go around. If you've got 200 links on a single page, even if it's a PR6 site with a lot of page authority and domain authority, you're just not going to get as much stuff going through the link going to your site as you would if there were only 10 links on that page. So yeah, there's nothing really wrong with them per se, but you just can't you can't count them as highly as a link coming from a different type of site. Another question from Janet. I know you mentioned you use OSC to evaluate. Is your OSC running slow? Mine's been excessively slow despite other sites being fast. Yeah, it takes a little time, Janet, but it's not something that holds me up that much. You know, when I hit search on a new domain, it doesn't take more than 10 seconds to return results for me. So, then fifth question from Janet. Can you walk through how you use hrefs in your domain evaluation process? Yeah, hopefully I can get over to OSC as well as hrefs, Janet. We'll see kind of how the questions go. I like to answer the live questions that just need answers as opposed to kind of a walkthrough or an example process, but we'll see what I can get to. Alrighty. Oh, Tim, don't know what to ask yet. Yeah, not a problem at all. There's a lot of people who jump on, Tim, who may not ask any questions. They just kind of like the environment of being able to be live and get kind of feedback on questions and see, how they're explained, as far as an answer goes or a direction to head based on the question posed. Okay, Shane, so would offer.domain.com be better or worse or equal to domain.com offer? Okay, so you're asking about subdomains. Shane's got a question here about subdomains, and it's something that's a little more advanced than we typically think about at the onset, but it's a very valuable question, because what it really gets to is how we're going to design our sites and our URL structure. And what subdomains are is essentially it's a different website on the same domain. So you can use a subdomain to separate or enhance the security or credibility of a blog or a different type of offer or a different type of niche. If you're sending links to it, it will continue to build your domain authority on the regular domain, but it won't count against you for anchor text percentages and things of that nature. If you're not to this level yet, don't get caught up too much in what I'm talking about. But so getting back to kind of the question that Shane's posting here, the fact that domain.com or well, what he's talking about is having either offer here as a subdomain or offer here as a subpage. It depends on how big you're going to build the sites and how many links you have to throw at it, and how different these offers are going to be from one another, Shane. If you've got very different niches, you want to have this like domain being like reviews.com or something, and you're going to have like new cars and manufactured homes and cruise packages, like really different. I'd do it this way. If they're all kind of related or at least similar in their niche, I'd go this route, because you're going to get more out of the link juice and the ranking power. So hopefully that makes sense, Shane. Nathan B, web.com seen all sales and no know-how. I saw one flailing attempt by them to do a PBN-like backlink, but they were really relying on AdWords and AdWords for clicks. I just wanted to prep my new customer for how amazed they will be. Very, very, very much. It's a totally different situation, Nathan. I've taken over several clients that have even come from SEO agencies. I looked at the backlink profile, and they're all just like spammy links or junk. They didn't get any traffic, organic traffic at all. And they were very, well, are still very happy with the amount of traffic and leads they get. All right, Tim. Okay, where's the best place to start, i.e. to learn the vernacular? Yeah. When I got started with this, Tim, it's a whole new, world for me. I really was working construction. It wasn't like I was not marketing savvy or sales savvy or anything else. I didn't consider myself any of those things, but I did understand, the process of marketing and sales and all of those things. But getting into SEO and web design and online marketing, I very much had to learn the language before I could figure out how the concepts fit together and all that kind of thing. And in that, I guess, realm, I spent the better part of probably 2 weeks to 3 weeks just learning what all these things were. It took me forever to understand the difference between domain authority and page authority and page rank. And quite frankly, I still am not 100% sure how those relate to each other. But you don't have to know exactly what these things are. You do need to know how we use them, how we utilize them, how we leverage them to generate ranking and get traffic to websites. So yeah, the first thing I would do is to kind of get a handle on exactly what we do as far as ranking goes. So at the end of the day, you don't have to be, well, this is kind of, it's hard to explain. You have to be the best technical SEO to generate a ton of money for your clients. But what you do need to know is what you need to do to get rankings and how to communicate that to your clients. And I think that's maybe why I was very successful early on and have been this entire time, is because I didn't get so deep into understanding the vernacular and the verbiage and the technical aspects of SEO, and then tried to communicate those things to my clients, that it got kind of caught up in this really techie conversation that we were having back and forth. I learned enough about the SEO and I knew how to do it, but then the communication that I had with my clients was very much based on marketing and lead generation. So hopefully that helps and can kind of give you an impression of what I think is important when communicating with clients. You're going to try to sign up. It really doesn't have to do with your ability to communicate the technical aspects of SEO or even online marketing or marketing at all to your client. What you need to do is convince them of the value of getting their message in front of valuable customers who are looking for the service. Okay. Mick, to piggyback off launch checking question, if we have one PBN and create a LJ launch checking WordPress site, should we delete the link after the offer is passed and create a new link to a new page promotion? This way I'm cycling my 3 links. Yeah, absolutely, Mick. Yeah, that's not a problem at all. Your content on your PBN site does not have to be static. If you create a post and point it to a website that you're trying to rank for a launch jack, after that launch has run its course, if it's not going to be an evergreen product for you, you can totally delete that and delete the entire post and put a new post up and link to a new launch. Or if the post is actually relevant to the new launch, you can just change the anchor text and the hypertext that goes to the new site. So yeah, very much you can. It's not like bullets on a gun that after they're shot you can't get them back. It's more of essentially like a laser would be. So you got like a battery, and you can point it at a site and rank it, and then if you want to repoint it, it will still rank a different site with that same amount of link juice. So yeah, you can definitely change the posts and the content on your PBN sites to rank different sites after a launch jack period has passed. Okay, TJ, Mr. Z is a persona who has Google Plus authorship and personal 2.0 sites, e.g. YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. He sets up a few CPA sites with some content on separate C-class IPs. Okay. Is his best strategy to use PBN links and vids first, then build out a relevant Facebook fan page and other relevant 2.0s to drive power if necessary. Yeah, that's totally valid, TJ. And I still am. I've got your question about the personas and the authorship and all that kind of thing, and hopefully I can get to it very soon. The best way to rank a site, in my estimation, is to make it look as natural as possible while getting a lot of attention and link juice and everything else flowing to it. So what TJ is getting at is the ability to, or the process of associating Google authorship and some Web 2.0 sites like this to a single or multiple even CPA sites. These would be money sites, and then also pointing PBN links to it and no follow video links to it to get it to rank, and then after that to build out relevant Facebook fan pages and other relevant 2.0s. So yeah, that's a very relevant strategy that would work very well. It's actually something that seems like it would fit very well with what I do, TJ. So yeah, I try to get as wide a variety of types of links and as natural a looking link profile as I can get, which means that most of the time I try to include social profiles, social activity and social activation, as well as PBN links and things of that nature, even no follow links from YouTube, to get a site looking very natural. In my experience and estimation, that's the best way to get a site to rank and to keep it ranking very highly. When you do all the other things that we talk about with making sure you're not over-optimized and C-class IPs, all that kind of thing, setting a site up like that, you're putting yourself in a great situation to rank for years, over a year for the keywords you're going after. So yeah, I would definitely do that. Okay, Dan S., I'm planning to move into the Genesis Dynamic for my new client websites. However, I have a new website to do, which is a showcase type website, interior design. So to make any good for this, I haven't found any templates that would be suitable. $7,000 website I need to build. Tough question, sorry. You've got a couple options with Genesis. You can do Genesis Dynamic with a skin on it, which there's actually more of the skins that I've seen are suited to interior design or art or real estate, I guess, than they would be for anything else, Dan, to my estimation, to my way of looking at them. Depending on how you want to display the information or the concepts or the pictures or whatever that you have, you're going to get into a situation with using like WP Slider or other presentation plugins. I actually think there's some really decent skins using Genesis Dynamic for that type of thing, but you can also use Genesis with another child theme other than Dynamic, And if you do that, there's hundreds of child themes that you can use with Genesis. So yeah, I still like Genesis. It loads quick. It's easy to work with SEO wise. I try to keep, for footprints and stuff like that. For PBNs, I'll use things other than Genesis for sure. But for most of the sites that I am trying to do a lot with, money site wise, Genesis is still my favorite, and probably will be for some time, Dan. Okay, so TJ is kind of extrapolating on or expanding on the question he had for each CPA site or niche. Yeah, you could very much do that for each different CPA site or niche, TJ. Okay, Welton, there's a definite distinction between learning how to rank and speaking about it with clients. I think you, Fletch, explained it well in your 60-day day job bids. I still go back to those bids every day and admit I don't understand everything about them yet. Yeah, thank you, Welton. That was one of the real purposes of doing that. And, David and Mike and myself all thought it was valuable for people, especially who may not have a lot of experience with SEO or kind of client consulting, to start to think about the way we communicate what we do to our customers. And with Day Job Killer, local client consulting, your SEO is your skill. That's really what you're going to do to deliver. But it's not the most important thing to make the sale. To make the sale, what you have to do is relate that value to the customer. And that was one of the big things I wanted to kind of relay in that series, and we'll probably expand on, moving forward with either more videos or in these office hours and things of that nature. So understanding what SEO services mean to one of your customers is going to be what sells the project. It's not really going to be what delivers on the product, meaning it's not going to be what makes you rank it or generate leads or anything like that, but being able to communicate it is a separate skill, I think, from ranking it itself. And that really comes down to understanding what SEO means to your customer. It usually does not mean SEO. It means more customers. It means more reliable monthly budgets. It means beating their competition. It means not worrying about seasonal ups and downs. It means a lot of different things. So when communicating this kind of thing to your customers, really start to think about that kind of thing. And so that was a great segue into that kind of explanation I had there, Welton. Thank you for that. Okay, JC, hey Fletch, new here and got in late today. Glad to have you aboard. I'd like to start with local directory site for services like plumbing, electrical, tree service, etc. There's a small area, less than 40,000 people with multiple suburbs. What to do this instead of building one site per niche? Your thoughts? Yeah, you can definitely do that, JC. With an area that size, I think it's actually more valid on these kind of smaller areas than it would be in a city. In a city that's larger than that, you're likely going to have more SEO competition, and because of that, you're going to have a harder time ranking across various different niches. But smaller areas like this, you can still do a directory site with these very disparate service types. Electrical and tree service are not related at all, but because you're probably not going to have even very, very decent websites that are trying to rank for those different types of services, you can build a directory site and likely rank for those very different service types. So yeah, that would be my thought on it, JC. As long as you stay in a small, very low competition geographic area, that is probably a decent idea. Once you move into larger areas with more SEO competition, I would build out different websites. Okay, Janet, for me the real challenge and my current hurdle to really get some momentum is going is purchasing domains. I'm spending hours daily on Register Compass to find domains. Haven't had much luck yet. Any tips? Just more and more practice and time learning the ropes. Yeah, Janet. We're kind of slowing down on questions here. Let me see what time. 6 o'clock. So we got half an hour still. Yeah, I'm gonna click over real quick and get a search going on Register Compass. Kind of like what we did last time. I really haven't formalized this yet, but I think it's not saved. What am I doing here? I think it's probably valuable for a lot of people who are getting going and want to kind of see somebody else doing some site research. So hopefully I can get better and better at communicating kind of what I'm doing here. So we're going to do a GoDaddy public auction. Okay, we're going to have at least one page indexed by Google, and I'm only going to look at sites that have a domain authority above 25. Okay, and I also want sites that are older than, let's just start with 2008. Okay, we're going to have it find domains. That'll do its thing. I'll keep clicking back and forth here between the what I'm doing over on Register Compass and the question box and answer questions as we kind of go through this. Oh, okay, so JC's asking how you silo out a site like this. There was actually a question earlier in this segment. I can't remember who asked it, but it was talking about the difference between using a sub-page and a subdomain. With something like that, JC, you might actually get the most out of using a subdomain and set up each of those service types as a subdomain on the main website. That way you could purchase an expired domain as a money site and build a subdomain on each of those service types, and then build that out as just a silo within that single structure, that single service type. I'll type it up for you and kind of show you what I'm talking about here in a second. Dang it. Yeah, we should be okay. I can probably do that. I'm going to click over Register Compass before I talk about that too much, JC. But yeah. Okay, Edgar K. Fletch, you did actually answer the PBN question I had earlier with the laser for link juice. Okay, used in launch jacking, then deleting it. I must have associated PBN linking with Greg, mentioned the 100 link example on the update, March 19th. Okay. PBN number of links are not really an issue. Or not really the issue. Yeah, well, the number of the total number of links, the reason we say 100 is just because it's a reasonable amount of links for a site with about 20 posts with outbound links going to different things that we're trying to power and make look natural. So hopefully that makes sense, Edgar. The 100 links don't have to stay static, meaning once you put a link in, it's not something that cannot be taken out or repointed. I guess that's the biggest takeaway there. So, okay, Open Site, well, not Open Site Explorer, Register Compass. So, yeah, so it did its search. We came back. We returned 679 results. We just click on that. It opens up a new tab for me here in Firefox. I usually like to sort by domain authority, meaning that the sites with the highest domain authority show up first. Just like last time, these auctions are still going. There's an adult site, adult site, adult site. This is kind of a random blog from Italy website. It's at 4:35 with 5 days left. It's actually quite a bit of money for the amount of time left in the auction. I would probably just skip past this. It's not showing really any PR, even though it does have a decent domain authority. Just the fact it's already at 4:35. This other's at almost $1,000 with 5 days left. 200 with 5 days left. I'm not going to look at that really. This is 10 days for PR3, $12. It's a .info. I do sometimes buy .infos. It's not really preferable for me, but I will pull this up and look at it right now, actually, because it's a 4-letter domain .info that was originally registered in 2003, shown a PR3, which is neither here nor there, but it's not a bad thing. And it's also still at $12. So, look, I copied that. We're going to put it into. I'm going to put it with the www version because it's a site previous to 2006. Let me just do this login real quick here. Okay, so what we're getting here, we've got a ton of links. What we're probably, okay, yeah, so right here off the bat, we see a site that has been used for SEO purposes. I'll show you what I mean. We're going to sort this by domains, but because all this anchor text is coming up with these Oakley sunglasses, we've got a decent, mixture. They're not all exactly the same, but discount Oakley sunglasses kind of is the main theme here. I would stay away from this site. Somebody's obviously tried to take this site and use it to sell Oakley sunglasses or power some kind of an affiliate sales, venture. So I just kind of move on. So 2003, be active store. The fact that it says store there leads me to probably surmise that the same type of thing has happened with this. So I'll do a quick search on it anyway, but yeah, we've got credit counseling here. And Nike Air Max. Yeah, again, not the greatest situation for us to purchase. Things like this, I'm just not going to spend time during our coaching session on it. All right, I'm going to go back over and check on the question box and see if we've got some more questions coming up. Okay, JC, regarding silos, I was thinking something like this, areapros.com, suburb 1, silo plugin keyword, okay, area, suburb 1, tree service, yeah. Hey, JC, since you're new here, you probably are not maybe aware of a site I put together. I haven't done much with the site, meaning it's not monetized. It really is more of an example of silo structure than anything else. So just take this for what it's worth. But it's one that I put together a few weeks ago. And you can check that out and see what I've done with it. Now this is only one niche, meaning it's only the plumbing niche, but it is a local directory site for all intents and purposes, meaning that it is set up silo structure with multiple suburbs and multiple, I guess, service types, for lack of a better term. So you can kind of see what I've done there, and hopefully it will kind of point you in the right direction for keeping your silo straight and your topics segmented. The thing that you're going to have trouble, or not trouble with, but the thing you want to be mindful of is that if you've got a bunch of different types of services or leads that you're going to generate, what you could potentially run into is a situation where you're kind of fighting yourself, meaning that you're kind of trying to tell Google that your site is about electricians, and it's also about tree removal, and it's also about landscaping, and also maybe roofing companies. Really, that's kind of what Google's trying to determine when it uses its bots to crawl your site, what your site is about. So if the easiest you can make it on the Google bots to figure out what your site is about and have it organized properly, the easier job you're going to have of ranking that site for those types of keywords. Okay. Okay, Mick Shaw here. Janet and other folks, I joined this class recently as well. If you folks want to do a group by Open Site Explorer, let me know. You can find it. You can find it in the Facebook group. I have yet to try them out for free. Just suggestion. Yeah, there's some group by stuff that's on the Facebook group. I think that's what Mick's talking about here. Michael K. Okay. If you're adding a maximum of 20 posts to each PBN, do you set up WP reading settings to show more than 10 posts? Yes, Michael. Yeah, that's exactly what you do. Some themes actually limit that, and those are themes I do not use for PBNs. So as long as the theme allows you to set your number of posts and to make sure, one of the other things I do is to make sure that the entire post will show as opposed to just an excerpt, Michael. So that's one of the other things I make sure that the theme allows me to do. If not, the link juice from the initial 10 posts would send less juice. Right. Yeah, absolutely. You're exactly right on that. Yeah, if you don't, if your blog roll actually winds up not posting the blog to the homepage, it will not pass the link juice that we try to pass in those situations. All right, JC, okay, thanks. Sounds like subdomains might be better than keep things more organized. Yeah, it might be, JC. Depends on how big a site you want to build, but to my way of thinking and my experience with stuff like that, if it's more than just a niche, I'll use subdomains. So even though it's maybe a small geographic area, you're still potentially going to run into some trouble kind of fighting yourself on that stuff. All right, let's see what else we got here. So this was TheoBCS. Let's see what Open Site Explorer has for this. How old was this site? 2003. Okay, so we might need the www version. Okay, again, you know, I see right off the bat here, Louis Vuitton Online. Somebody has used this as some type of a sales site. I would probably just go ahead and move on. Unfortunately, it was probably a decent site before they got a hold of it. You know, we've got edu links and some decent stuff going on here, but we've got these kind of mixed in. Oops. And that's kind of what I don't like to see. So also a ton of links, 11,000 links. It's not a problem with, you know, 1,000 domains in this domain authority. That's about right. But you know, the fact, see, Oak Brook Christian School, that was actually probably Oak Brook Christian School, the OBCS. Yeah, okay, so that's what the site was originally. Somebody has, in fact, added these links to it. We can do a quick little search here, but to show you what a decent link looks like, this is going to be a decent link, I imagine. It's illinois.gov. Yeah, okay, well, so it's a great link, but it's on a page that has so many links, we're not going to get that much juice from it. This is one that was built probably SEO purposes. This is a link that was built with probably some type of tool. You can tell it's on a forum, all that kind of thing. It's also on a foreign website. At any time considering, I observed Chanel types traipsing down Karl Lagerfeld's country western runway October of previous 12 months. It's either a spun article or somebody who does not know English well. Super low quality content. You can tell all these keywords in the article. This is what links look like when you use a tool the wrong way, a link building tool. Even though it's on a decent website, you know, the quality of this link is just junk. So, yeah, and then in addition to that, they added all these links to it. They're trying to power a whole bunch of different types of sites from that one post. So we definitely do not like that. That's junk. So, and there's a lot of those kind of. This is the anonymous link. Again, this was most likely decent. This is berkeley.edu. So this will be a good link. I would almost bet you. We'll see if we can refresh. It may just be an old page. Yeah, that's okay. So it's something that expired. It was a no follow anyway, but so that's going to be probably a junk link. This is going to be oh, this is just an open Berkeley blog. Yeah. Anyway, that's the site that's not going to work for us. I'm just going to skip all these garbly-gook because they're most likely junk. Is that Nordega? Check this out, see what it looks like. All right, we'll click back over to questions, see what we got going here, answer a few of these, and then come back over. Okay, Michael K., if you have a minimum 100 links per PBN link, oh, is this one I just... Yeah, so this is a question we were talking about. If you have a minimum or a maximum of 100 links per PBN linking out to money sites, and I think you have mentioned not linking to more than one money site per post, so a total of 100 posts per PBN. Maybe I heard that wrong. Yeah, you can have more than one link coming out from each post. I definitely would not go over 20. I'm usually more conservative than that. 10 to 20 is probably a good range of posts per PBN site that you have, Michael. I would not go over 20. Edgar J., that TCCC info would have had one.edu or .gov link. Would it be a waste of time since it has been used for SEO purposes? Yeah. I'm not saying there's not value to it, Edgar. If you picked that up or you had a site similar to that, you could probably still make some use out of it. But what I'm trying to do is to help people understand what we really are looking for as the most valuable types of PBN sites that we can include when we buy them. So I'm not saying there's no value to it or there was not any value to it. What I am saying is that it's not one I would spend a lot of time looking into and certainly would not spend a lot of money on. Oh, Michael K. said, did you say blog roll earlier in regard to links? Yeah, on a blog roll, if we go, we want to set the blog roll to show more, than 5 or even 10 blog posts on our PBN, Michael. So if you're going to build 15 posts on a PBN site and link out to a bunch of different types of money sites, you want to make sure that those posts actually post to your homepage. So that's a setting in WordPress. Jen saying this walkthrough is really helpful. So you may find what was a good site and people added lower quality content, SEO backlinks content. These you just pass on. Yes, that's true, Janet. Unfortunately, for the most part, I pass on those, even though at one time it may have been a decent site. Depending on what people do with them after the fact, they can kind of junk them out. It'd be like taking a classic car and putting a bunch of aftermarket parts on it that take away from its value as a classic. So even though it still has kind of got the good stuff about it, it's kind of been, you know, degraded to a degree by what people have done to it after the fact. And Jan's saying, is there a certain number of junk links that make you want to pass on a domain or any junk? And yeah, there is, Janet. You know, a couple, it's not a big deal. But like the ones that I've gone through here have been really, there are enough of them that it starts to weigh on the value, the good stuff. So, okay, this Nordiga is going to be foreign. I'm not saying it's bad, but it's not one I can really use as a example website. I'm going to pull up the non-www version and see if it's got something else that we can kind of, yeah, it's still going to be, well, and again, so this anchor text is, you can see they just repeated themselves 3 times. This is definitely an SEO'd site, so again, one I would not start bidding on. These are the same. Let's just go on down here. I'm going to go deeper. Hopefully we can find a couple things that look decent. So I just clicked on page 5. So we can tell here that the domain authority is lower. We're in the 40s now, which is not, that's still a great site. America Explained. One of the first things I look at, and this is directly from Greg, is looking at the domain name to see whether or not it sounds like something that somebody was using to sell stuff on the internet. America Explained doesn't really sound like something that somebody was using to sell products. You know, it just doesn't make sense. It's not an EMD or some kind of thing like that. So that's got no links. We'll try the www version. Still waiting to come back. Okay, this is a website that we saw that was for sale. It's just one that I remember. That so this is actually, this site is part of some kind of a network that somebody just let go. Because of that, I would tend to usually kind of pass on them. But the fact is, all of these anchor text being kind of naked URLs means that it potentially would be a good money site. I have a feeling what we're going to do when we open these up is we're going to find a lot of sites that are expired. I'm going to do this real quick just to kind of show you what this looks like. I could be wrong, but I've seen enough sites that are kind of, they start to do this, and somebody's network that they just let go of. Yeah, obviously an SEO site trying to sell leads for American Express. Yeah, this domain expired. And just a junk site, not worth anything. Again, same American Express, junk site. Same thing. Yeah, so, yeah, unfortunately, this is not going to be a site that is really worth anything to us. Now, the thing is, it's got good links. It's got a decent amount of root linking domains. It's clean for the most part. What probably somebody was doing, just based on those offers and stuff that they had posted, American Express, that kind of thing, they were kind of trading on that. If we do this, let's see what comes back. These are not great links, but this is, and the fact that the anchor text is halfway okay probably means this site is worth a little bit, but I would not say that much. So what's it going for right now? $3.15. Yeah. Somebody's just not taking that into consideration. That site's not worth $315 for what we use it for at all. StormX site at $10 from 99. This might be something that we can look at here. Let's check this out. Let's see what comes up. We're going to need to dub it. 100 domains, 444 links. Okay, so far we're looking good. This sounds like a much better. Yeah, so this is a Linux technology website, evidently. We can see that there are a couple different variations of anchor text here, even some form, but not in a bad way. You can tell this is probably, you know, Linux is going to be something that's international anyway. I can kind of already tell by the link anchor text and stuff here that this is going to be a domain that's worth looking at. Okay, so I'm going to open up. When I find a domain that I really like, I'm not saying this is yet, I got to check this out, but I'll check out 20 or 30 links on it just to get a good idea of what's going on. I had to turn off of my PR toolbar here because it chunks up what's going on with the tabs and the tab browsing I have. But you can tell this is actually a halfway decent. You know, it's a technical article. It's got some links on it, and things like that, but it's not crazy. This is a content article that's cool. It's good. Again, same kind of thing here. There's a lot of links on this page. Actually, a lot of links on this page, but the content is good. I have a feeling we'd find out that this has some decent PR too. Not a lot of links, but stuff like this is, you kind of have to get some experience and understanding kind of what these are. So this is actually kind of a link directory, but it's not one that's totally junked out. It probably actually does have some value. It's not just a bunch of links that somebody sold. It's just related stuff. So Storm Linux evidently was some kind of a project. So yeah, there's a link to it. Commercial distribution based on whatever. Yeah, so that's the whole content of the page. Yeah, so this is a decent site. I would definitely look at the PR on it. It's got a lot of links, or a lot of posts and links both. But this is a much better link profile than what we've been looking at before. So this is one I'd definitely look into. And I think I saw that StormX.com was like at $10 still. Yeah, $10. 4 days in, you know, it'll go up from there. But that's a site I would definitely take into consideration. You know, so hopefully that helps you guys out. I'm going to try to answer some questions here real quick, and then we'll wrap up. We're about an hour and a half in. So, all right, Kea, 2 PR6 domain authority 30 PBN. Is that fine? 2 PR6 domain authority PBN. Is that fine? Yeah. Yeah, those are both good sites, it sounds like, yeah. You definitely want to kind of, the reason we say 10 PBN, or 10 sites in a PBN, is because that's kind of about when we can start masking our footprint, and that's something we definitely want to take into consideration when we're doing this. So, yeah, just keep that straight, but those sites sound like they're pretty good. Okay, Michael, it's amazing KLKS.com at a PR0, but it had great SAPA, which is why it works so well. I guess PR really doesn't matter. That's what Mike mentioned on the webinar yesterday. Yeah, absolutely, Michael. And I'm pretty sure, well, I have a feeling that when Greg picked KLKS up, it was during the period of time, well, it still doesn't matter. Last year, the toolbar PR did not update for like 9 months, and so we were in a situation where PR was not important because it was not relevant. It was actually not accurate. PR changes, you know, day to day, and Google was not reporting any changes in PR. So we were kind of having to find other ways to determine the strength of a site, and we came up with, Greg came up with all these other much more valuable ways to determine the site's value. And that's that kind of came in during the time when the PR toolbar was not updated. So, okay, it's talking about trust factor, majestic, and domain drops. Not really. Okay, I'm not saying they're not valuable, but it just, you can kind of get into a situation where there's so much information that you're looking at that it slows you down more than it's worth. And I would kind of consider like trust factor and things like that for majestic just a little bit more than I look at. I'm not saying you can't find good sites that way, but the way I do domain research does not include that stuff. Michael K's great domain tutorial, Fl1Tch, thank you. Absolutely, Michael. Wow, it's hugely helpful. Thanks so much. Absolutely, Janet. Yeah, well, you're to blame, I guess, for this one. So, thanks to you on it, because yeah, you were the one that was kind of prompting this session, and I'm all too happy to do it. So, these sessions are for you guys. This is not strictly a Q&A. It very much can be. But if you guys want to see like demonstrations and over the shoulders and stuff, I want to cover the questions, because most of the time those questions are what's holding people up. But if answering those questions requires a demonstration of some sort, I'm more than happy to do that too. So just keep that in mind, guys. If we need to kind of go over some things like that, Mike's sessions are very much structured around money getting. That's his huge talent, and he's amazing at that. Greg's are very much in, hardcore technical SEO, and that's really where his strengths are, and that's what most of his sessions are about. Mine are kind of across the board. So, keep that in mind for, the coaching sessions that we offer, and, where we want to take those questions, because, we kind of want to cover all the bases on, what we can show and what we can demonstrate and things like that. So. Josh is saying KLKS is a PR3 now. Yeah, I have a feeling it's probably decent. But again, it goes to show with all the rankings that site has, it is, PR is not all it's cracked up to be. TJ, thanks for session tonight. Well done as always. Thanks, TJ, for being on. Always like having you on. Edgar, just need to mention that reading Law of Implication has changed my mindset toward internet marketing and life in general. Thanks, Fl1Tch, for your personal input in the program since I actually started viewing videos the last 2 weeks, and it helps. Oh, that's awesome, Edgar. I really appreciate you saying that. As always, I hope I have, talked about, your guys' feedback and, really why I do this enough that you really do understand that I really want you guys to be successful with this, and that's why I do this. It's one of my joys and one of the things I really like to do. So I'm very much happy to hear that you guys are getting a lot out of this and moving forward. So thank you. Kaya, thanks. Big Bro Fl1Tch. Absolutely. Time again. See you Sunday. Thanks, guys. Register Compass session, always helpful. Thanks, Dan, James, Welton. Good stuff. Good lesson from Sylvia. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so Janet says, I've rolled out training programs myself, so if there's any way I can help you improve these sessions, incorporating for newbies perspective, reach out, happy to help if I can. Yeah, that's awesome, Janet. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the recording now. Again, it's one of those sessions I could just keep going and going, but kind of got to keep this somewhat fresh because it just it wears on me, and it's just harder and harder to find content in the recording. So we've got another session. Today's Thursday. I've got another session scheduled for Sunday. I'm going to be going and probably trying to make a move from Sunday to Saturday here in the next month or so, just kind of as a heads up. But for the time being, we're going to go Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday for me still. So my next session is on Sunday, and I hope all you can make it then. Great to have you on, and we'll talk soon. Thanks, guys. So, hello everybody. Sunday afternoon, we're going to get rolling on a coaching session again. I'm Fletch. If anybody's on for the first time, welcome. We do pretty much just a live Q&A session here. We've got the video on the left. We do have some lag time, so between the question and the answer, or between the question and the actual video feed, there's going to be some time. So pretty much any question's fair game, whether it covers SEO or money getting or on-page structure or competition research, monetization, kind of whatever we do. I'm going to do a quick sound check and then okay, we should be good there. Let me do a screen share. All right. Looks like we're in good shape here. All right, let me see if I missed any questions that came through while I was getting everything set up here. Okay, Glenn, Steve Toomey's on. Very good to have you here. Philip Fletch, when you run this Hangout, how can you see who's attending? Like a GoToWebby. My experience of who's on here is pretty much exactly the same as yours is, Philip. So, right here we've got, at the moment 21 people on. Other than who's actually posting questions, I do not have any other indication aside from my on-page analytics that tells me how many people are on my site and on this page to know who's actually on and who those people are. How many people are on and who they actually are. So there is a more limited amount of information that comes through running a Hangout like this than would come through doing a GoToWebinar session. There might actually be, if I had the paid version of this, I might actually be able to pull up and see exactly who has logged into the chat box. But my analytics tell me, they're both pretty accurate. So yeah, that's the information I have. All right. What else do we have here? Question from Steve. I'm looking at taking on a real estate client for a smaller segment of a fairly large city. The competition is mostly Zillow and Realtor.com. Are those able to be overcome, or am I just wasting my time? They're more and more challenging to overcome, Steve, but that does happen. Depending on the segment and the keywords that you're going after, those are going to be two of the factors that come into play that would give you an indication of how easily it would be able to knock one of those two sites out of the top position. And I'll give you an indication. I'll do a quick little search here. So right here we've got townhomes only, Trulia, Realtor. So in this situation we've got two results that are above Trulia and Realtor, which are two big sites, like you were talking about, that are being outranked at the moment by another decent sized site, but certainly one that does not have as much authority as the others did. I've got a couple people asking about. Let me see if I can get TJ over here. So for that particular keyword, yeah, this site by itself is ranking above it. We add this keyword in, so there's the paid listings. So yeah, they've got, you add for sale. Those both still come up above Trulia and Realtor.com and move to. So yeah, you can knock them out. It just depends on the keyword. If you're going to do something like that, then we've got Craigslist actually comes up top, number 1, number 2, and then Realtor. So a keyword like that looks like these are definitely going to be authority listings. These are all Trulia and Craigslist. So I would kind of shop around for keywords that give you experiences like that, where you're not getting, you know, the monster sites covering up the entire first page. That'll give you a better indication of whether or not you can knock some of those sites out and get those top rankings. Certainly not unheard of, but you might have to kind of pick and choose your keywords on that. Okay. I'm just helping a couple people get in. We're asking about some password information. Okay, so I'm back over to the question box here. I think we're ready for this GSA question. Let me check it. Okay, so yeah, that was Steve's question that we just talked about, keyword selection, and whether or not knocking out some of those really high domain authority sites is going to be possible. We've got Janet on. Welcome. Jeremy. Gord Chow is on. Good to see you. Okay, Graham. If I'm using GSA to rank a video and then add a few PBN links to help it, does the anchor text of the PBN links need to vary? Or can I just go for the main keyword? I'm presuming it's okay to use main keyword as the percentage of it will be so low. Yeah, you should be in good shape as long as your GSA campaign had a variation in your anchor text. That's something that the Google algorithm with videos and how it ranks videos has changed recently and become more conservative with anchor text percentages, which everything we've been teaching for a long time has told you to do that. But if you run a GSA campaign and you still have a 100% or really high percentage of money keyword anchor text that are all the same, you'll want to vary up your PBNs. But quite frankly, you'd want to vary up your GSA. So I'm sure you know that, Graham. But yeah, you would be okay with running a few PBN links at 100% money keyword because you've got so many other links going to that video that have different types of keywords in them that you should be okay with percentages. Dave is on. Steve, okay, Fletch, I used C0Ach on for a Fiverr gig, and two of my oops, there we go here. And two of my Fiverr gigs dropped off Google rankings completely. Any idea why that would happen? I just had to delete a video from a YouTube account and then re-add it. Anchor text percentage, possibly, Steve. C0Ach was and still may be great for ranking videos. I do not know whether or not they are or he is up to speed on recent changes with anchor text percentages. You could send him a quick note and ask him about that and find out whether or not those the gigs that he ran, what the anchor text percentage for the links that he was putting up were, and find out whether or not he's varying that up. That would be something I would like to check on. I don't know for sure. I don't know if he's changed that up. I used C0Ach service for ranking some videos last year, but I've not used them this year because I run my own campaigns now. Philip, okay, Fletch, then I guess we should greet you when we sign on. Oh, yeah, it's good to know whether you're on or not. That's great, Philip, thank you. Mike SLC, when using GSA, what percentage of each type of link do you use? Greg's got a great breakdown on that with anchor text percentages in the Sink or Swim videos. I'm pretty sure that's the segment of the coaching of his training that have that. So that would be this fourth segment. Yeah, this is his money kind of keyword there, or his money video for the Sink or Swim. I think he covers a little bit more in this as well. So let me see if there's a video session on this. Yeah, he'll talk about percentages here in this Magic Submitter. You can apply Magic Submitter training. He'll talk about anchor text percentages and things like that. You can apply that to GSA or SE Nuke, quite frankly, or Ultimate Daemon, or any other link building tool. This is just, when we shot this video series, it was with the official trainer for Magic Submitter, so that's what the technology is based in. But the concepts for keyword and anchor text percentages is the same, regardless. All right, where are we here? Okay, back over here. Oh boy, we got a lot of questions today. Awesome. All right, Graham Fletch, how can we analyze competition above us in Google? I use HRES, Moz, Majestic to look at backlinks, but is there anything else? I have people above me who have no links but who are ranking strongly. A situation like that, they may have better on-page optimization and may have more domain authority than you. Was that Graham? Yeah, that was a question from Graham. So those are the tools that I use, Graham. I look at HRES. We covered that a little bit live last session, looking at competition. Greg's covered it also in his videos. But HRES is usually what I use to look at competition, to see what it would potentially take, or what anchor text percentage is working for a particular niche if I'm looking to get into it. So yeah, that's the software that I typically use. Okay, Jeremy, is there any benefit to fire multiple links to the same money site from the same PBN? If so, should we change the destination page or anchor text? Yes and yes and yes. Pardon me. Yeah, you can get more link juice from separate links, especially if they're in separate posts on a PBN going to a money site. So if you do that, though, you do want to vary up not only the target page on that money site, but the anchor text to make it look as natural and relevant as possible, Jeremy. Keep in mind, that's really what we're striving to do with the variation of anchor text and the types of links and the multiple PBNs and trying to remain anonymous. We were trying to make our footprint look as natural as possible and also be as high a value as possible. So that's why we also add relevant content on our PBNs within those posts to point back to our money sites. So I just had a kind of a check myself to make sure I had everything recording and going right. Yeah, I think I'm pretty good. Okay, sorry about that, guys. That was Jeremy. Okay, who do we have up here? Okay, Bob. It's Bob Limley, if I'm not mistaken, but could be wrong. I live in an area that has a lot of small cities. The largest is about 300,000 population. The rest are 120 and down. It is known by a general name such as Valley Area. Okay. Should I brand websites such as Happy Valley SEO or Happy Valley SEO Services, or just rank for the individual cities? And then there's a follow-up. If this is going to be 2 or 3. Okay, it's just 2. If I use a larger area designation, should I use a silo for the individual cities to rank them individually? Yeah, that's what I've done on that example site for, and it's an example site specifically for URL structure. It's not ideal for a lot of other things. I really haven't done anything with it SEO-wise outside of giving you an example of what you would do in that situation. But that's exactly what I've done on a site. I'm going to go ahead and type it in here. So Mile High City, Denver, it's a plumbing site for Denver, but I called it milehighplumbing.net, and then there are silos for each of the individual cities, including Denver itself, and Aurora and Arvada. Those are the suburbs that are decent-sized cities, you know, of their own right. But the silo structure on that page is set up with a branded domain name, and then top-level silos for each of the individual cities. And then the sub-pages that support those silos are the individual service types. Site's still ranking very well. It's a structure similar to that is what I would use. Similar, if not identical. Depending on your city and the niche and stuff, of course, it's going to be different. But that works very well for including all of the money keywords that you want without too much redundancy and over-optimization, Bob. So I'd check that out and try to kind of emulate that as much as possible, or get some ideas from it at least. Okay, Scott, I have a question about over-optimization as I'm looking at a couple of my domains for this. Using Nashville SEO as an example, would this URL, which is real, be considered as over-optimized? If not, why not? Okay, Nashville SEO, Nashville SEO Company, Nashville SEO Services. So they've got repetition of Nashville SEO, Nashville SEO Company. Whoops. So yeah, they're repeating this 2 keyword phrase 3 times. That is the absolute top that, coming from Greg and other people that are in the know about, the testing and things that we do, that would be the absolute most you would ever want to repeat a 2 keyword phrase in your URL structure. So we've got 2 things that we always think about, Scott. One is, what's the right way to do SEO? And we always strive for that. So in a situation like this, I would probably actually try to break this up and get away, turn this into search engine optimization or something like that, just to avoid pushing that upper boundary. But then the other thing we always have to think about is all you have to do is beat your competition. So Google has to rank somebody number 1 and has to fill up the entire first page for this keyword. Now, if this entire site is set up in such a way that it's high value, that the on-page metrics that Google tracks are good, that the bounce rate is good, all these other things, even if this is kind of pushing that upper boundary on over-optimization, Google still is going to see this entire site, and specifically this page, as the best result to show for that keyword. So always keep in mind that we strive to be right, but in order to win, all we have to do is be better than everybody else. So sometimes when we're analyzing competition, what you're going to wind up running into is a situation where it's maybe a little challenging or difficult to figure out why a certain page is doing well when the rules that we know work and that we adhere to most of the time are being broken or compromised in some fashion. And in most of those situations, when I've continued to look into it, what has happened is, yes, that site is not set up in the best possible way, but it's still better than any other page that Google has to show you. So that's why it ranks well. So in a situation like this, because the rest of the site is doing so well, on-page metrics are good, it's got great links, it's probably got much better links and bounce rate than any other site in that market, then this page is still going to be what Google shows you for that keyword. Hopefully that makes sense, Scott. It is something else that I've always kind of, I won't say harped on, but I've always tried to remain very vigilant of understanding that this is a competition. I mean, competition, somebody wins and somebody loses. So in order to win, you don't have to be great. You just have to be better than everybody else. All right, Graham W. Is PR Web an authority site? They seem to rank very well. Yeah, they've got a lot of domain authority, Graham. That's been built up over years. Tons of content. Not all of it's unique, of course, but I would classify them as an authority site just because of their domain authority. I haven't done any analysis of them, but I would assume just from, I guess, my concept of them that their domain authority is fairly high. Steve Toomey, can you go and do a search for Sarasota, Florida homes for sale? Yes, I'll do that. Looking at picking up keyword for best realtor Sarasota, Florida, and real estate Sarasota, Florida. Try to see their backlinks and see if it is able to overcome. Having a hard time determining that. Yeah, let's go do that real quick. That sounds like a fun little example. I'm sure this is the kind of thing that a lot of people have questions about, Steve. So we've got the Sarasota homes for sales keyword. We've got 2 paid listings. And then we get right into some organics. The fact that there's 3 organics before these is usually indicative of some pretty strong results here. We got Trulia, Zillow, and Realtor.com. All pretty high authority sites. And I'm trying to just check on the... What I'm doing, like when I'm hovering over this in this bottom left corner on the page, I'm sure you guys know, it'll show you the URL structure. So Yeah, these are all three of these pages are pretty well optimized for this exact thing. It doesn't mean that you couldn't beat them, but it might not be worth it to do so. I'm going to do a quick little search for these other keywords real quick, Steve, because it was something like this. Really doing it the right way would probably take about an hour to go through and look at keywords and everything, but I'm kind of trying to get a better feel for this, and this is probably a keyword that is going to run the risk of kind of flagging some even potentially manual review for a keyword like this. So Zillow, oh, here we got Schimmel Real Estate has overcome this Trulia, and then Michael Sanders has as well. So if somebody's actually looking for an agent, you know, Zillow's not an agent. It's hooked up with people you can contact. You know, they make their money by referrals and things like that. But this is a keyword that, you know, potentially you can get in here with 2 and 4, it looks like, and then Yelp. Depending on who's going after that, let me look at this real quick, and then we'll go and look at some of the link profiles and see what's going on with that. Oops. Real estate. Yeah, this one's going to be one that probably is all authority sites. Yeah, Realtor, Zillow, Trulia. And then we got a full 7-pack here. Or is that 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7-pack on the local. Florida Moves is not a site. You know, it's a regional site. Homes.com, big site. Homes.yahoo, big site. Then Michael Saunders again. So that keyword best looks like the one that would potentially be most open to sneak something in. So looking at this, if I just go grab Open Site Explorer here and drop this in place, we'll have a look at the backlink profile on this site, provided that it's not masked. So if we group this, yeah, so they've only got a 14 domain authority, 25 page authority. It's a pretty weak site, all in all. Link-wise, their most powerful links are actually coming from on-site. I'm looking at this, and this is, you know, 4 root domains linking back to it. Only 2 of these links have been discovered in the last 60 days. It's a site that's not really heavily over SEO'd in any way, from the looks of things. If these numbers are really big, and you're only seeing stuff like this, they've likely got some kind of mask on the link, something like Spider Spanker, things of that nature. So, yeah, this is their web developer who's got a link back to the site, just showing some of their work as a portfolio. Seekon, 2352, Schimmel Property Group, Sotheby's International Realty. I would think that keyword, just looking at this, to get into this position would not be that difficult, Steve. As you can probably tell here, you know, if you can build a link profile better than what this site has, unless they've got a ton of really great social going on and a lot of traffic coming that way, you're going to be able to knock that type of site out. And that's a position 2. There's another position 4 that was a local site too. So hopefully that kind of gives you an indication of what I look at for competition and how I pick keywords that I'm going to go after for situations like that. So, okay. All right, Glenn, Graham, have you added SEO evaluation tools to Firefox and Chrome? This will show you the authority of any site. Your on PR Web is a PR7. Yeah. Powerful site. Janet, I have a bunch of domain finding questions. Greg mentions 20+ root domains is a good rule. You also follow this. So Janet's asking, when we're doing research here, like in Open Site Explorer, we have here 4 linking root domains on this site. If this were an expired domain that we were looking to pick up, this is not an expired domain I would buy. First of all, the links aren't that great, but this 4 root domains is pretty light. It's not something I would give a lot of I wouldn't pay a lot of attention to it. If I could pick it up for 12 bucks, I still don't know if I would. It just doesn't have that much. But it'd have 20 linking root domains and a link profile similar to this. It's probably worth 12, 15, 18 bucks, something like that. So that's question one. Question two, roughly how many backlinks do you seek in a domain you may want to purchase? It really varies, Janet. I've purchased sites that had 3 or 4 decent links, and I'm happy with them. I was pleased to pay $20 for those. Other situations might indicate that I'm only looking at sites that are going to have 20 to 30 to, 80 to 100 even potentially. But it just kind of depends on what the site, what they're asking for it, what I'm going to be able to pick it up for. A site that only has 8 good links on it, I'm not going to pay more than 20 bucks for the most part. If they're amazing links, then yeah, I would. But if it's got a lot more links, and it's likely going to be going for a higher price, just because most of the people are going to assume, likely, rightly so, that a site with more good links on it is going to be worth more than a site with a few good links on it. Oh, hey, we got Paul on. Welcome, Paul. Janet, continuation here to use OSC compare link metrics. If so, could you do a walkthrough of this since I am, whoops, not quite sure how to use this. I really don't. I've done it a couple times. What it does is it lets you compare 2 sites, and the link metrics, all the little quantitative measures of what the links look like between 2 different sites to show differences that potentially stand out when you look at just the numbers. I typically don't do that, Janet, so I mean, I'd be happy to learn it here with you, but since I don't use it, I don't know that it's as maybe as important as we need to pay attention to some of this other stuff right now. What do you do when and if you hit your OSC Pro limit of searches? Use proxies. I hit my limit the other day after lots of research. You know what? I actually did not know that I had a limit of searches on what I have available to me within the membership that I have here, which is Pro, I believe. 12 plus tools, starting $100 a month. Yeah, this is what I got. So it doesn't say that there's a certain amount of searches allocated. And actually, I didn't know that there was. I've never hit that limit. I don't know what I would do in that situation. You could use proxies, though, potentially. But, well, with proxies, it still wouldn't work, Janet, because it's going to be tied to your login credentials. So just because you are on a different IP address, you still are logged into your same account. Okay, and then since PR doesn't seem to hold as much relevance these days, is there a general rule that relates to DAPA to what the PR used to mean, i.e. domain authority, page authority 10 to 20 may refer to a PR run? No, they're different metrics. They have different things that they take into consideration. There's kind of rules of thumb. Yeah, typically stuff with the domain authority in the teens is going to be PR1-ish, but there are also sites that I've seen with, domain authorities of 40 that don't have any PR, and vice versa. So there are other things that come into play other than just the DA and PA, Janet. All right, Steve, using Fiverr for YouTube videos, they usually ask for keywords you want to rank for, usually up to 10. Should I be varying the keywords other than X life insurance, term life insurance, buy life insurance? No, you should be okay with just money words like that, Steve. You shouldn't have to tell them all the general stuff to put in there. You might want to think about throwing in some synonyms. I don't really know of any synonyms off the top of my head for insurance, but you should be okay with just money words like that. When I ordered Fiverr gigs, I just put in, money keywords like that. I listed them. Oops, whoa. It's temperamental today. Michael R. I have an offer from an internet media agency to do SEO for them. However, they will do all the content videos. Oops. Content. Where were we? content, videos, social, etc. I do the keyword and ranking analysis, link strategy, any ideas how to split percentages. I would, if you're responsible for ranking, I would definitely take more than half, Michael. I've never been in a situation quite like that, but my initial impression or thought about that would be this really isn't that different from you being responsible for doing all the SEO and just ordering content from somebody. Now, in a situation like this, it's likely going to be higher quality than we would get from a typical outsourcer. But at the same time, it's, you know, it's still within that kind of that realm. So I would kind of start with where you normally are and work backward from there. So if you typically are at a, you know, a 90% profit margin, you know, kind of figure out what content might be worth. If it's worth 20% or 30%, you know, you still wind up at about 60% of gross. And I would kind of think about things that way if I were in that situation. Okay, Grant, I use Host9 Reseller for my PBN, but I've heard that they're not the best host to use for money sites. Not sure where I heard that, but I think the concern was uptime. Yeah, I've heard the same thing, Grant. Is there a hosting company you like for money sites? IP control and reseller preferred. They're the only reseller account I have, Grant. All the other accounts I have are either SEO hosting type, where I have access to all of my IP addresses through a WHM, or they're one-off accounts. So you can set up Bluehost or HostGator or things of that nature as a one-off and have a pretty good situation with your money site that way. Or just like SEO hosting or Skynet hosting. Skynet has actually been, once I set my sites up with Skynet, I have not had one issue with hacking or registered any downtime to speak of. I've been quite pleased with them to this point. So they might be something you want to look at. I think it's skynethosting.com or .net or something like that. Michael, our site is ranking very highly without significant backlinks. Should I assume they are hiding some backlinks? And if so, how could they do it? Spider Spanker hides only outgoing, correct? No, well, Spider Spanker hides only outgoing, but Spider Spanker would not be on a money site. It would be on the link, on the site where that link is originating. So if they've got a PBN set up or some other type of, you know, a property set up that they're building their links from, Spider Spanker would not be installed on their money site. It would be installed on those secondary sites or tertiary sites, depending on how they have it set up. So the thing I would look at is run it through OSE or HRES and see whether or not the domain authority and page authority is matching up with the number of links that you're seeing and the power of those links. If there's a huge discrepancy, so like if this Schimmel real estate that we were looking at, if my domain authority here was 40, and I'm looking at 4 root domains, and this is the links that I'm seeing, then yeah, they've got some stuff that's not showing up. But considering that these are pretty weak numbers, these 4 links might indicate that we're seeing all the links that are really here that Google's looking at. So compare the metrics on domain authority and what you're showing up for your actual links, and see if those numbers kind of add up for you. If they do, I'd say it's probably accurate. If they're pretty far off, then yeah, they probably got something that's blocking those links from showing up in the link aggregators like HRES and OSE. Okay. Jeremy, for EMDs, what tools can we use for on-page to ensure we're not over-optimized, got a site stuck on page 3? I'm not sure what you're talking about tools, Jeremy. We talked about over-optimization a little bit a few minutes ago and trying to make sure that we don't have combinations of keywords, like if it's a 2-keyword phrase, repeated more than a couple times in your URL structure. URL structure is going to carry the most weight right now for on-page. Title tags is going to follow after that, and then description and other on-page factors and things. But your link profile is actually going to carry a great deal of weight. That's the part that you really want to make sure that you do not have over-optimized in addition to your URL structure, regardless of whether it's EMD or not. Bob L., would you recommend my city SEO or city SEO services? Better ranking, or possibly my city SEO something else. You can make them all work, Bob. It just depends on what you want to rank for first, what you want to rank for primarily, kind of how you want to appear to somebody who is looking, whether you're an agency or an expert or a service provider or a consultant. You could throw all those in, and they're just going to give a different impression of that for that searcher as to who you are, and what you do. So ranking-wise, though, they can all work just equally well. Shorter domain names are still, I think they're still kind of preferable, but long EMVs still work pretty well too. Since our last office hours, I have won 3 domains. Hooray! Very cool, Janet. It's not clear how the process works from here. I understand it takes a week to free up the domain. Yep, that's accurate. Give or take, it usually 5-6 days, something like that. Will I get a message when ready? Then I can DNS transfer. Yeah, so you get a message when they're ready. If you haven't bought a domain through those services, whoever you won them through, you'll go in and set up an account. You'll get an email notification for that. You'll set up an account. That domain will show up in that account, and then you can repoint your domain servers, your name servers, to wherever you've got the hosting set up, and it should propagate rather quickly, and you'll have access to install WordPress from there and get the site up and going. So that's kind of what to expect from after you win it, Janet. Okay, Scott, makes sense. Can you explain the bounce rate? Bounce rate is how many people would visit a website and then before doing any clicking or interacting with your site, leave and go back out to Google search or type some other URL directly in the navigation bar. That's kind of what bounce rate is. And Google can track that. If they did a Google search and went to your website and then they come directly back to Google search, Google will know whether that happened. So bounce rate is something that comes into play. Like I said, it's a secondary criteria and consideration, but it doesn't matter. So. With PR Web, best way to outrank them. Make a site that's more relevant to a specific topic, Graham. If you just have a single page, unless PR Web does not have a page that's specific to that, you're going to have a hard time outranking them. But if you have an entire site that was about dynamic gate switching and some new technology that just came out to improve the performance of transistors or some kind of crazy electronic thing, right? PR Web, even though they've got a ton of press releases probably about technology, they don't have an entire site set up about that topic. And so what you've got to do, my experience, what you've got to do to outrank the really high domain authority sites is to build an entire site then, a lot more support on your site for that single topic that you're trying to rank for. Still can be done, it's still not that challenging, but what you need to do is add an entire site and the supporting material on your website that will loft kind of your rankings up above for that specific topic that you're trying to be an expert on. The authority of a monster site that's got a ton of content and a ton of links is going to rightly influence a lot of different things. But it's not ever going to be the place where you go learn a great deal about a very technical, tight topic. So in order to outrank them, that's what you have to build. A site that has got a lot of expert type content about a certain topic that you're trying to rank for. Okay, Fletch, 2 guys in the woods saw a bear. When Paddock started screaming, his friend just smiled. Screamer yelled, "Friend, why are you upset? Can't you see that bear coming toward us?" His friend said, "Not worried at all. All I got to do is run faster than you." Yeah, it's a good analogy and joke for that type of situation. You just got to be better than everybody else. TDL, hey. Steve Toomey, Fletch, what's the best way to rank social pages like Facebook, Yelp, Foursquare? High domain authority, would a 5 gig or GSA be the way to go? Or do PBNs? I would use... Okay, so I'm thinking about 2 things. Right now, GSA, great way to rank those. I think it's going to be a great way to rank those for a long time. But one of the things that we have seen recently is the change in algorithm, Google's algorithm for what is going on with YouTube. And like I said, I have a different perspective, and I quite frankly have a different place within OMG. Greg tests, and he tells you exactly what's working right now. I do not have the capacity or wherewithal to do that same type of testing, but I do look for patterns, and I am very aware of what's working for me as well as what's working for the competition that I'm looking into getting into. One of the things I would make sure that you do if you are using a tool like GSA to rank these types of properties is to make sure that you vary up the anchor text, that you may even dump some of the low quality links and not include those in, even if you're losing half or more of the links that you're possibly going to post to. Just try to keep your quality high and make the link profile that's going to point back to that property as natural looking as possible. That's going to give you not only the best ability to rank now, but it's going to keep your position longest. Because the other people who, quite frankly, very few people even know how to rank those things. But if some of them do, and they're trying to use GSA with 100% anchor text or something like that, or all these low quality, super spammy links without thinking about how natural that link profile looks, when and if Google's algorithm does change and say, we want more quality links to these social profiles or Web 2s, you're going to be in a great position. You're going to be in a great position if you don't, because you're going to have, you know, a more natural link profile. So right now I would use GSA, but I would use it with, in the back of my mind, understanding that what you're trying to accomplish, not only a lot of links and a lot of links fast, but a lot of links fast that look as natural as possible. Hopefully that makes sense. Bob L., what if the expiring domain has only 8 root domains, but 1 or 2 of the domains were PR3, 4, 5? I'd bid on it if it was the right price, Bob. Situation like that, you know, that site you might be able to pick up for $40 or $50 even, and would definitely be worth that. Dave, would you put Spider Spanker on your money site? If not, how do you mask your links you don't want seen? Spider Spanker works by blocking the link aggregator bots. Link aggregator bots are still going to find the site. They're still going to hit that PBN site. But once they get to that PBN site, what Spider Spanker does is it tells them to go away or go back where they came from or whatever, as opposed to following that link and making the connection between your PBN site and your money site. That's how Spider Spanker works. So you can put it on your money site, but all you're going to do is block the link aggregator bots from knowing what you've linked out to from your money site. So, and this was actually, you know, certainly not, you know, being harsh on you, Dave. I actually did not know how it worked for a while either. I had to get into it and actually ask a couple questions to Todd to get a better impression of how it works. So yeah, you can put it on your money site, but you're not really going to do the same types of things with it on your money site that you are attempting to do with it on a PBN site. Dave's asking, where do you find details to rank YouTube videos? You can use, I'll show you. So if you go to youtube.com and let me see, you can do a search for this just to find a video that will likely have some links going to it. You have this Real SEO guy here. It's got he had 2 videos ranked. So this is his page. You're logged in, yeah, I'm logged in. So this particular page has 1 backlink, and it's coming. That's the anchor text. Tim Schmoyer. I'm trying to think if I've got any videos that I could show you that I don't mind you having a look at the link profiles for. I might have one. I can't think of it. Anyway, what you can do, what you want to do is grab the actual, you know, the actual page that YouTube video is on, and you can drop it into our link aggregator tools. And let's see if come on. Let's see if this shows anything. Yeah, so this doesn't show any links. The other page showed one through Hrefs. That'll usually populate if you've got somebody who has ranked a video because of links on there. Dave, was that Dave? I think. Yeah, that was Dave. Okay, George had to bypass the chat box login. Oh, well, I figured out who you are by now, George. I'm not sure why it's doing that for you, but I've learned to figure out whether or not your name exactly matches what it was last session. All right, Fletch hit that OpenSite Explorer message, and it turned out I forgot to log in. Okay, so after 3, I got that limit message. Suggest check to see if you're logged in. Yeah, I do that a lot. It for whatever reason doesn't cookie me and log me in automatically a lot of times. Hrefs does the same thing. All right, Dave, for an EMD website, would I put the actual keyword in the context of the main page, and would this not over-optimize it? No, you should be fine with that, Dave. You actually want it to show up like in the HTML somewhere along the lines. A lot of times that's going to show up as you know, anchor text, internal linkage anchor text, or even title tags and things of that nature. But you want to look at kind of the sum total of the occurrences of that keyword on a page. If you've only got like a picture and you've got 12 different subpages supporting a silo, and each of those subpages has within their title your anchor text, that your keyword, keeping in mind that you've got the silo menu and a sidebar, you're going to wind up with a situation where your anchor text percentage on page is going to be ridiculously high, even though it's not contextual within any content that you have in your content box. It's still going to show up as the anchor text, or it's still going to show up in your HTML for that specific page because of your menus and your menu structure. So most of the time people get into hot water nowadays with, you know, percentages of on-page keywords is because of menu structures. You know, we don't, you know, write garbledy-gook that doesn't make any sense because of the repetition of the keywords. But you can still get in hot water if you've got a couple graphics, a sentence or two, and then, you know, a bunch of menu items that have that anchor text percentage. Okay. Where were we here? Josh just says, yeah, Host9 sucks for VPS, in my experience. Yeah, I don't use Host9 for private servers. Steve, my SEO Traverse City site is SEO site. I have some larger SEO operations in my small town. Can you tell me if it will ever be able to beat them? My SEO site. I have some larger SEO operations in my small town. Can you tell me if I'll ever be able to beat them? Yeah, potentially, Steve. I'd have to look at that specifically to know what they're doing. If they're, well, even so, just because they're a larger SEO operation doesn't mean they do good SEO. In Phoenix here, I've got, there's some pretty heavy duty by heavy duty, I mean very large international clients. The SEO ad agency that does a lot of stuff for Pepsi-Cola is in town, and some other things. And they do SEO, they do social media marketing, they do a bunch of different things. They do SEO specifically as a service. And I've outranked them for some specific terms within a matter of months. Just because they're big and just because they have a huge budget doesn't mean that they're doing stuff that's really great. It just means that they have a lot of budget and have a lot of money to spend. They likely have a huge footprint. That doesn't necessarily mean they're great at SEO. So, you know, you'd have to look into it and see exactly what they're doing, what their links look like, you know, what the other stuff that they've got going on is. But just because they're big and they're in a, you know, I know Traverse City isn't a huge place, but that doesn't mean you won't be able to outrank them. Doesn't mean you will either. It just depends. George says, I hit that Open Site Explorer message. Turned out, oh, that was I already read that one. Dave, would you use Yelp to add local business into as one of the first steps after on-page optimization? Yeah, Yelp's not bad at all. It's a very legitimate business directory. I think people give it a lot of credence when they see a Yelp page. It ranks pretty well, especially if it is showing up, like following Jimmy Kelly's instructions on what you need to look for to see if Yelp is going to be a good way to create something you can rank. Google is not always going to give Yelp benefit of the doubt as to whether it wants to rank a Yelp page for a specific keyword, Dave. You need to kind of figure out whether they're going to do that or not by seeing whether they do already. But other than that, yeah, Yelp's a good step. All right, so George, FOI automatically 60-day lock on all domain registration. Yeah, so yeah, after you win your site, let me see. Oh yeah, he goes on to explain it. Yep. Yeah, you can host them, you can get them, you know, built out, populated, and everything else. You just won't be able to transfer them to a different registrar for the first 60 days. How do you dump some of the links? Is that in your PBN? I can't even remember what context I used that in, Bob. I apologize. Refresh my memory on that with what I'd said and what it related to, and I'll let you know what I meant by it. All right, Gordon Chow. Great to be here. Reference to Jake's questions. DNS transfer. Who is the domains when you take ownership of the domains? Yeah, I put who is protection as soon as I get access to them. Meaning when I get that notification from the registrar that that site, that domain name is in my account, you go in and that's when I put who is protection on it immediately, or as quickly as I can. There's a couple registrars that you got to do some weird stuff and kind of jump through a hoop or two to get who has protection on it. But as soon as I can is when I put that on there. Gordon. I said, George, I'm getting multiple comments, seemingly auto. Few 3 to 5 day from Adidas Superstar, subdomain, whatever. Okay. Is this something I should allow to post or delete all the comments, various topics from the same root URL? Oops, I delete those. Yeah, I usually turn off commenting on my blogs. Just not. To me, it's not worth finding, you know, kind of this, you know, comment spam. You know, people trying to do what we do for the most part. I just turn commenting off so I don't have to worry about it. You'll still get them that show up in your dashboard, and you can, you know, delete them all or whatever. That's how I handle it. Glenn, if you buy an expired domain from GoDaddy, do you keep domain age? It'll still show up as an older domain. It will reset its actual age when it transfers to you. But the actual age on it, how long it's been continuously registered, isn't by itself what the big piece of important the biggest quality that we're buying with that age. That age is going to show that it's a more trustworthy site, even if it switches hands. Google's like, oh, well, that's fine. You know, it's been around for a while. It's going to give us a better indication of how long some of those links have been in place and how likely they are to stick around long term. So your domain age, I believe, technically resets if it lapses and expires. I'm not 100% certain of that, but even so, it's not that big a deal, because it'll still, like, if you let it expire next year and it went through Register Compass, it would show up as another year older than what it was when you bought it. From my understanding of things, Glenn. George FS, would you grab the YouTube redirect link share or the original link, which is different? Yeah, there's two different links. That's what George is getting at here. So the share link here is a little different than what the actual link to this page is. So you can see up here as if I were logged out, it would actually be even another page here, but the address bar is going to show an address that's different than what you have in the share box. And then if I were logged into my account and had the URL for a video that I had posted, it would show us something, even a third version of it. They're all kind of related. Anyway, that's just kind of a little background on that question. I've seen a couple comments on it from people who do a lot more ranking videos than I do within OMG, and they typically will send links to both of those versions. So not just one, but both. My way of looking at it is that if it is a natural link, meaning that somebody has been cruising the web and they found a YouTube video on YouTube and watched it and they thought it was cool, they thought it was cool enough to, you know, go comment someplace and put a link to it, that it's going to be that watch link, meaning the one that's in the address bar, not the one that's in the share. So when I do a campaign, I usually will try to send it to that watch. I don't know whether that's preferred SEO-wise, but it works. So that's kind of my way of thinking about it. But I do know that probably sending links to all of those is likely the safest thing to do. All right, where are we here? All right, Grant, heads up, Skynet has an 8-year anniversary plan on sale for $15 off per month, 10 C-class IPs on their SEO hosting page. Sounds like a winner. Yeah, like I said, I've been really happy with Skynet. They've given me the least amount of issues when I first started, which has been a little over a year ago now. I got rolling with SEO hosting, with Skynet, and with who else did I get set up with? Oh, I had a couple different accounts with Bluehost, which I've kept. They were my construction websites anyway. So the ones with SEO hosting have been fine. They actually, I think, were a little cheaper, but they've been hacked a few times. They've had some downtime issues, just kind of various hassles. Skynet really hasn't, so I've been happy with them. Graham, can you talk a bit more about on-page keyword percentage? Hang on one second. I got to check an email real quick. Oh, we're still in good shape. Okay. Can you talk a little bit more about on-page keyword percentages? You mentioned we might get penalized if we have a keyword repeated too many times on page or used as alt text on images. I do this a lot. What is on-page percentage at the moment? Oh, like 3%, 4%, something like that, Graham. Let me think if I have a way to show you this as an example. Let's just, I don't know if any of these pages are they're not really over optimized for the most part, but hopefully I can show you kind of what I'm talking about. So if we were on Lakewood Plumber here, if I had a video, right, and I hadn't pulled any of the description, so if it was just a video sitting here, Graham, okay, and the page was entitled Lakewood, Colorado Plumber, and then all of these other subpages had Lakewood Plumber in it, like burst pipes Lakewood Plumber, and cleanouts installed Lakewood Plumber, and code violation Lakewood Plumber, and drain cleaning Lakewood Plumber, and drainage problems Lakewood Plumber. Looking at all of the actual words on this page, that keyword Lakewood Plumber is going to be a very high percentage because of all these menu items, especially in silo menus. You can tell, how many supporting pages we have here. The potential exists for Lakewood Plumber to wind up as probably 50% of the words on the page, which is way too much. But for the most part, even with all these other words and stuff, they've done some keyword, stacking and stuff in here, which isn't ideal, but whatever, not a big deal. You can kind of get the impression, hopefully, of what I mean by that. If you're just, putting alt tags in your photos, or even naming your photos with keywords as part of the actual file name, you're still probably going to be in fine shape. But yeah, just make it look kind of natural in situations like that. And if you have especially silo pages with very little, if any, content on the page, it's something you want to think about, because you get yourself into trouble that way. Over optimization issues, which is a term I have a hard time even saying. Over optimized, it's kind of like what optimized is optimal. You can't be over it, because then you're not optimized anymore. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. And the reason I don't like saying over-optimized, even though I say it a lot, it galls me. All right, Graham, can you talk a bit more? Oh, that was a question I just covered. Okay, so George, would you put the Yelp backlink on your site, or does that drain local biz SEO? Nah, I might. Yeah, especially if you've got a rockin' Yelp listing, got a bunch of great reviews and all that kind of thing. I might link out to it for my on-site, for my money site. Other than that, though, for just relevancy and stuff, I would probably not include Yelp as something that I wanted to link out to, because if you looked at those Yelp listings, you got enough distraction on your page trying to get attention to even other factors, paid listings and things like that, that I just don't like to send traffic over to them, if at all possible. All right, Graham, you said you mentioned watching Jimmy's video to see if Yelp was worth going after. What video are you referring to? Thought I'd watched all his and don't remember saying this. Oh, I thought it was in his section. Let me see. What am I looking for? I'm totally drawing a blank. Okay. Is the SEO setting up Yext? I think it's in this domination research video right here, Graham. So that's the fourth video on the domination main page. So that was Nashville SEO Social Series, and then the fourth video on that. Pretty sure that was the video that covers doing research on that to make sure that the sites and the listings we're setting up are going to be what we want to use for ranking those things. All right, Matt, the domain authority, oh, that might be Matt Borkowski. If it is, hey, how's it going, buddy? With the domain authority 48 expired domain, for example, Is there an upper limit of the number of subpages in terms of negating the positive effects of domain authority? No. So I think your question is kind of leading to the concept of, if we add a bunch of inner pages, is that going to dilute our domain authority? And that is no. Our domain authority is going to remain intact. Now, the amount of link juice that we have the ability to funnel or direct or redirect off of any of those inner pages is going to be less. If you've got a PBN site with a single home page and a bunch of posts on it, all the link juice essentially on that home page, and each of the, if you had just one link, it's going to send as much of the link juice as possible. Whereas if you had same domain authority and 20 inner pages, and you had a link off of each of those 20 inner pages going someplace, they are not going to push as much link juice as the other example. But the domain authority of that site is going to remain the same, if not grow, because domain authority also is affected by the interlinks on a site. So a bigger site with a bunch more interlinking on those pages, a link is a link, whether it's on our site or coming from somewhere else. So that's one of the reasons some of these larger sites have higher domain authority, even though they don't have a lot of backlinks coming from other places. So that's just kind of a little more explanation of how that works. Negating the positive effects of domain authority. I think that's the question you're getting at there, Matt. If it's not, help me out, and I'll try to answer it best I can. Oh, Bob says, can't remember the scenario about dumping links either. Yeah, sorry about that. If it comes to you, Bob, let me know. Josh, do you use XML sitemap in your PBN sites to get them to be effective? Yeah, I actually have tried to kind of go over the top on improving the quality of my PBN sites, Joshter. I definitely know what my money site is compared to what my PBN site is, but I don't want somebody else to know. I would love somebody to land on one of my PBN sites and say, wow, I wonder what they're selling here. Or I wonder what this person's all about and why they've chosen to add so much awesome content to the internet. So following that logic, yes, I submit XML sitemaps. I do pretty much everything that I would do on a normal money site, except for pay as much attention to conversion. The big difference for me on-site between a PBN and a money site is the amount of time you spend on conversion and knowing the purpose of that site, whether it is to generate traffic and continue to drive traffic to your money site or to make the sale and make a conversion. So, we've got TJ on. Good to see you. Right, Janet, clarification, when I won my domains from GoDaddy, I went to purchase them. The shopping cart had 3 components: my expired domain price, domain renewal price, and private registration. Is who is a separate step? No, who is private registration, Janet. So if you purchase this, you have who is protection on your domain. Graham's doing his best to annoy me. Thank you very much, sir. Always great to have you on. Of course, I hope you know I was joking. All right, SF George, if one was not premiumly optimized on a site, overused keywords, will deleting them be worthwhile, or should I go back and redo the silo with better terms? Oh. Yeah, I mean, either way, you're going to be okay. If you want to go in and delete them, depending on where those show up, you might just be better off just redoing the page and naming it something else. If you have created a situation like that, copying the content over to a page that you have a different title on, because then that title is going to be what gets associated with the menu item in vSilo if you've got a site set up that way, or the silo builder. Either way, if you've got vSilo or silo builder, either one, they both work pretty much identically in that regard. So it just kind of depends on how much content's there and whether it's worth it to delete it or just change the name of it. And when I say delete it, meaning delete it and move it over to a new page, or just change the name on it. Kind of depends on the site. Graham, great for clarification tonight. Oh, good to know. Thank you very much. Janet, I know huge fan of law of implication. Yes, I am. Going through the course as I am immersing myself in all of OMG. Okay. Maybe personal preference, but do you suggest dedicating time blocks each day to both, or some other method? Yeah. I typically learn best kind of with block time, Janet. So if I've got, you know, a 2-hour block of time that I'm going to associate to law of implication content, or fleshing out my understanding of a certain market that I'm trying to get into and that ideal buyer that I'm getting into, you know, I'll just say I'm going to spend an hour doing that. Because what I've found, and it's not always bad, I'll have some time that I allocate both ways, but what I found is if I don't block time off that way, what I'll do is I'll get like an idea or like a light bulb will go off, and I'll go follow kind of the rabbit hole, and I'll wind up in some crazy other place realizing that I really, you know, needed to get an hour spent on law of implication, or an hour spent on keyword research, or an hour spent on designing silo structure. And instead, I'm researching some brand new market that I really hadn't thought of before. Now, I won't say I don't do the other as well, because I think that's valuable. Sometimes our flow of consciousness takes us places with those insights, and we need to be able to follow them when we have that information. But that primarily is why I have a notebook with me all the time. I'm always writing notes, I'm always writing down thoughts so that I can stay focused on the task at hand, but I can also keep track of the ideas I have that I want to follow up on later. So that's usually kind of how I plan and schedule my days, my work days. Hopefully that makes sense to you. Doesn't mean that's the way you need to do it, but that's the way I do it, and I find it pretty beneficial. So Philip says, who rages bought a domain relevant to my major affiliate? Very cool. They've been hard to find. Yeah, when you come across those domains that got either good or historical content that relates to the niche you're in, or if even better if you've got some cool stuff in the domain name that relates to your terms or even synonyms of your terms. It's pretty cool. Michael R., I'm looking at a search term that translates to dentist my city. Okay, for a city of 600,000 inhabitants. Number 7 is a site with 3-week backlinks, and now or no discernible on-page specialties. It outranks several other sites with several hundred backlinks from over 20 domains. I'm stumped. Any ideas? No discernible on-page, 3-week backlinks. Outranks several other sites with several hundred backlinks from 20. Okay, so here's one thing. I guess sometimes I'm hesitant. Michael, I know you'll be able to pick up on this, but if you're not quite there as far as understanding how to do research and understand how all this works together, kind of just glaze over for a second. When Google is looking at your site or your page, it's not ranking just your page, it's ranking your site. And this kind of goes back to an answer I had earlier, which is that if you've got an entire site that is about a topic, and it's very easy for Google to tell what your site is about, it may very well rank your page very highly for a topic that your entire site is about. A much stronger site with better backlinks, with maybe even better on-page, looking at the way the content's structured or whatever, but that looks to Google like it's kind of fighting with itself. It's hard for Google to tell whether or not this is about running shoes or shin splints or exercise. Google may say, well, I can't understand it, and the visitor might not be able to understand it, so I'm not going to rank this as highly as this other site, which I know darn good and well is about running shoes, because all the content's about running shoes. And even though the content might not be great or it doesn't have that many links for it, I know that if somebody's looking for running shoes and they find this entire site about running shoes, they're not going to be that upset. So that's something that's a little deeper in the analysis. And I've seen sites, I kind of know what you're talking about here, that do that. And that is an answer, not the only answer, but that is probably one of the more common answers that, or it's an answer that works most commonly. Most of the time when I've seen situations like that, that's what's happening. Even though there's a good, strong site with great content and great links, it's kind of fighting with itself. So when you're really thinking about putting together a site, you want to think about the related type of support articles and content that you want to have on that site so you're not fighting with yourself, and so that Google is very able and capable of saying, yep, that's a good site to send this person to. Hopefully that makes sense. It was kind of a little nebulous idea that's out there. I really haven't put it into words before, but it is something that is currently within the Google algorithm. Google ranks sites, not just pages. Joshua says it's been a super webinar. Lots of great info. Glad to have you on, Joshua, as always. It's always nice to see you here. Scott, if you're directing a keyword, say Phoenix SEO, to an inner page for ranking, does it make sense to also use that same anchor text for the main page, root domain, or do you try to keep most of your Phoenix SEO anchors pointed to a single inner page you're trying to rank? No, I'll spread them out a little bit, Scott. That's a great question. Especially if I've got a silo, I'll kind of blend those keywords around a little bit, only to the degree that it makes sense. You know, with Phoenix SEO, if for whatever reason a single silo had Phoenix SEO and it had email marketing and it had graphic design, I would not point a SEO link to a graphic design page, and I wouldn't point an email marketing link to a SEO page. But if I had Phoenix SEO packages and Phoenix SEO outsourcing and Phoenix SEO agency, those were all pages, I very well might point Phoenix SEO link to any of those pages, even if the page I really wanted to rank was Phoenix SEO packages. So hopefully it makes sense. I will point the same anchor text to more than one inner page on a site, but I try to do it very mindfully. I do put a lot of time and effort and thought into my site structure and the types of anchor text that I'm going to send to individual sites or tops of silos or even potentially that root domain. To the root domain, more often than not, I will send either just a broad general money keyword or a naked branded URL link. Okay, Bob L says, great positive comments about this session. Great stuff. Glad to have you on, Bob. Desmond, is it easy setting up a site to rent? I think this is a model I'd like to go with down the road. Yeah, it's actually not too bad, Desmond. I've done that a few times, and one of the examples I have, there's a bunch of different ways to rent a site. Renting a site can mean, oh, hey, you have access to this domain, you can go put your own content on it, or my way of thinking of renting a site means that all the phone calls that come out of this site just go to you and you pay me a flat rate per month. That's most often what I do, and that's actually quite easy to set up. I can usually put a site together in a niche that I know a little bit about in maybe 4 or 5 hours. That includes all the content, go and do graphics myself, site design, layout, keyword research, all that kind of thing. And then you just either can order some content or write it yourself. And the thing I really like about that model, Desmond, is that you own that asset. It's kind of like your own little rental house that you own and that you just get different tenants in. And, you know, as long as they're paying you their rent, they get to stay and you make money and they make money. If they stop paying you, you might have to evict them and go get a different tenant and they pay you money again. So it's a model I really like, and it's a very easy to set up model, especially if you don't mind talking to people, business people, about marketing for them, or doing lead generation of this sort, which is something that it's my kind of bread and butter, that kind of thing. So I really like that model. I would strongly suggest, if it appeals to you, that you give that a shot. Janet, really appreciate your answer about the LOI and blocking time. I'm curious, would you be willing to share a typical day for Fl1Tch? How exactly you spend your time throughout the day? Yeah, I actually did a video on that. That's on my YouTube channel, Janet. At the time I did the video, between the time I did the video and now, my day looks different. One of the reasons is I have a baby, but two is that I've evolved my kind of processes throughout the day. Yeah, I would be more than happy to do that. As I've already done it once, I would be happy to update that for you guys and put that out there. So, Gordon, Fl1Tch, if your younger hunger years, in your younger hunger years, you mentioned doing a roofing site. Can we see this site for case study? As I like to follow that niche in my area. Thanks. You know what, Gordon, I'd love to show that to you, but it's a site that I worked on with a partner, and I don't have his permission to show that here. I'm trying to think of something very similar to that I've done personally. Let me see if I can dig something up like that, Gordon, because things in those construction trades are definitely, they're a great way to make money. So if I don't have something, I'll build something and get it put together, because I agree with you. I think that would be very valuable, and I would be more than happy to share that with you guys, to give you kind of some indication of what I do and the way I look at that kind of thing. Yeah, actually, let me take a note on that. That's a good, it would be a really good addition to what we have already. I've also been, this is just kind of out to the group here as a question, I've been getting a lot of comments and feedback about kind of over-the-shoulder style videos, and that people really like those, get a lot of value out of them. If that's everybody else's on here, if that's your guys' impression, I'd love to know, because I can continue to make more videos of that style as opposed to other types, and can kind of start to think about things that way, things I can demonstrate over the shoulder that way. So yeah, just give me your impressions of that here in the chat box. We're getting kind of close to our end of the session too, so after we comment and cover that stuff, we'll probably wrap up for the day, guys. Okay, Grant, since you said that you monetize your PBN sites, you make them look real and natural, do you take any steps to make those sites rank in Google? Well, not really any steps, Grant, not actively anyway. And when I say monetize, I just mean I want them to look good. And a lot of times I'll spend some time and effort on creating graphics or branding and things to make those sites look pretty cool. But I don't really try, I'm trying to think the best way to put it. I don't actively try to rank those sites for any keywords. I try to put great content on those sites, and they naturally typically have a lot of domain authority and page authority and PR. So naturally they kind of rank on their own with decent content. So I'm not saying they rank for the big money keywords I'm going after, but they do get traffic. And if I get traffic on a PBN site, why not take advantage of it and try to get that traffic over to my money site to make a sale? That's the way I look at it. So that's kind of the way I look at my network and what I do with it. And really, it fits and follows everything that we talk about, that Greg talks about, and everything else. I just, I look at it, the best way to make the most money and to be the safest long term, and I think that's definitely something that's going to come more and more into play. TJ Asala Pasta, thanks for being on, TJ. Glad you made it. Gordon, love the rental site model. Do you have a model site that we can view? I do actually, Gordon. It's oops. I actually did a series of videos on this one in my 60-day day job killer. I think I actually talk about this site a little bit. Gordon, I just typed that in there. It's spinaldecompressionphoenix.org. If you guys see this, though, don't call the number. It's still monetized. It goes to a clinic. But yeah, you can check it out. Check out all the inner pages. It's a site didn't take any time to put up. It's in a money niche that that definitely creates some valuable leads for the clinic that those calls go to. Spinal decompression is a chiropractic series of procedures to alleviate spinal pain and other issues with sciatic pain and things like that. So just for some background information. Scott, when creating a rental site, as you just mentioned, would you consider creating a site-wide link back to your SEO biz? You know, sometimes I'll do a footer link. Not very. I've kind of gotten away from that, Scott. I don't think it's bad to have a few smaller sites like that spinal decompression site. I think it's only got like 8 or 9 pages, maybe, if that. Site like that, yeah, I might point that back to an SEO company. But you know, end of the day, I'm probably going to do less and less of that. You know, I might try to put a single link going back to an SEO company, or to a a no follow or mention of the company that does the SEO partnering with me or something like that. But you know, I try to look natural, and so you're going to get some natural links like that. Any good, web design or SEO business will. But I don't try to have that be a focus for my link getting. I'll put it that way. Bob says over-the-shoulder style's great. Good. Over-the-shoulder, super helpful. Keep coming. Mike, that's good. Over-the-shoulder, cool. Sylvia, Scott, good. Gordon, Fletch generously overwhelmed me. Great stuff. And over-the-shoulder would be necessary presence for me. Oh, good to know. Yeah. Thanks, Gordon. Appreciate that. Desmond, yeah, over-the-shoulder, sweet. Plus, I like how you read the question, then answer helps me when driving and listening. That's good, yeah. One of the things I'm still trying to integrate is maybe the potential to turn this into written content, too. I've been playing around with Dragon, which is a dictation software, voice recognition. I've got 2 machines, and I can have it running on one. I still haven't ironed out all the details, but we might wind up being able to turn some of this into written content as well, for people who like to consume information that way. Josh, over-the-shoulder videos are better, my opinion, for things that require creativity, like keyword research, technical stuff we can research ourselves. Yeah, I agree with you, Josh. Yeah, sometimes it's nice to just get the steps and go do it yourself. Totally know where you're coming from there. Very cool. James, thanks, Fletch. Great as always. Over the shoulder, always good. Cool. Grant, over the shoulder. That's my whole OMG journey began with Greg. Love him. Very cool, Grant. All right, guys, we're around an hour and a half in right now. So, most of the questions have kind of turned to figuring out over the shoulder and a couple, follow-ups on some of this stuff. So, I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording here today. And then we've got another coaching session. Whoops. I have another coaching session scheduled for Tuesday. Again on Thursday. Have not looked to see what we have for Greg and even David. Or not David, but Greg and Mike. Yeah, if anyone was not on, Mike had a coaching session last week. I actually was on it for a little while just to see, what he's covering and how he's approaching a lot of it. He's really focusing on money getting and things of that nature, and it's awesome. He is, as all of you know, is incredible at that. And, his style and content is really going to help a lot of people out with approach and understanding, really great ways to monetize and make money with what we do with SEO. So, yeah, if anybody wants to jump on those, he's scheduled again, it looks like for Wednesday at noon Eastern, which would be, just noon Eastern. I'll leave it like that. Greg's got, I don't know if his sessions for the week are announced, but anyway, kind of like to help out with
with people getting some information on that. So, okie dokie. Well, we'll go ahead and wrap up now. I'll talk to you guys soon. And yeah, if anybody's got any further questions, Steve, I think I saw an email come through from you, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll see what that's about and get back to you real quick. You can always hit me up in Facebook, post comments and questions there. I'll try to get to them as fast as I can. You guys have all been great, though, as far as respecting kind of, the coaching sessions and things of that nature. So yeah, thanks. Always a pleasure. We'll talk to you all soon. Take care.